mean, this summer you're going to try to get down there?
Yeah, I used to go down 2 to 3 times a year.
Oh.
Well, almost all of my family's down there.
How far is you away from Tuscaloosa, the University of Alabama?
Roll Tide. Sorry, I have to say that.
Just rolls out your mouth, huh?
I think I've only been to Tuscaloosa once, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Most of my family's in Birmingham, or
Oh.
right outside of Birmingham on the more northern area. My half sister's in Prattville, which is about an hour south of Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've actually ever been to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
Hey, you're talking about my hometown. What are we talking about?
Roll Tide.
Oh.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
I'm a big Alabama fan, and I was asking Tina, when she goes down there often, and I was asking her, look, when you've been to Tuscaloosa? She was trying to figure it out when she has been down there. Is that your hometown?
That is my hometown. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That's home. My mother is still there.
Oh.
Well, most of my family went to University of Alabama.
All right. Good to know.
Yeah, most of them are in Birmingham. I'm one of the outliers. And of course I had to go to a school that had the same colors as Auburn.
Where's that?
UVA.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, we don't really talk about that other school in Alabama, so.
No.
That when we beat them.
Yeah, my aunt.
So if you think about it, you can imagine how difficult it was for me living in Baton Rouge for as long as I did. And
yeah, especially after Saban left.
Absolutely. That was interesting.
Yeah.
I had a few friends who understood that it was okay if I said anything about Roll Tide or anything about Alabama every once in a while.
Yeah, it was one of the I learned a little bit about football just because I had to.
Yeah.
Though I used to tell people I'll watch the Super Bowl when the Detroit Tigers are playing. Thank you for laughing and getting that and not trying to say you're a dumb girl and the Detroit Tigers are a baseball team.
That was good.
That's my whole point. Another large part of my family was in Michigan.
Okay.
So Michigan is Lloyd and Mr. Rogers. They got some. Lloyd, didn't you go to school in Michigan or something?
Law school, yeah.
Yeah.
Sheila's family is from Michigan, half Michigan State people, half University of Michigan folks. So they've got a split going on, but that's why we moved to Virginia, get away from all that.
No, we used to go up with my grandmother and visit Battle Creek, Flint, Charlevoix, and another place that I can't remember where.
Sheila was born in Battle Creek, and we often there's a Michigan Alumni Association family camp up near Charlevoix we would go to every year for about 20 years.
You have a collection of Petoskey Stones?
We got some, yep.
Nice.
Yeah. Are those like the Virginia Tech stones stuff or something like that? Or
Petoskey Stones are a stone that is just found basically on the beach of Lake Michigan in Petoskey. They're basically fossil stones. They've got they got fossils embedded in them, and they get worn smooth, and so you see the edge of the fossils, and it's really kind of cool.
Yeah.
So let's see, are we missing anybody? We got all the counselors. Do we have everybody we're expecting from city manager staff? Looks like we got all of our city manager people. I guess it's now 4 o'clock. It's time to call ourselves to order. So the February 7th, 2022 Charlottesville City Council meeting will come to order. Ms. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Counselor McGill,
I am here.
Counselor Payne,
Here,
is your video working?
I'm driving back to my home and we'll be there in 10 seconds.
Okay,
I believe it's
Council-
really him.
yep. Counselor Pinkston,
Here.
Mayor Snook,
Yeah, I hear.
Vice Mayor Wade,
Here.
Okay, is there a motion to approve or to amend the agenda?
I
Move
move
for approval.
We need to have
Well-
an amendment for the real estate tax rate to be part of the city manager's report. Oh, wait a minute. I guess so. We don't need to add that separate agenda item. We'll consider that as part of the city manager's report. Okay, so we've got a motion. We've got a second. Any discussion? Anybody else going to cure my confusion on these things?
Just want to make, so we know, so the discussion about boards and commission appointments amongst counselors can go in the boards and commission section.
Right.
Are we, I swear there was something we needed to add at the meeting.
Well, we were saying that we needed to that we needed to add the discussion of the tax rate to be advertised, but we're going to consider that just as a part of the city manager's report.
right? You're not voting on that. You actually are just providing guidance to the city manager or
Okay.
to staff. So they're going to include that in their report.
Thank you for
Right.
clarification. I appreciate that.
Okay,
Second it.
are we good then? So we can just do this, I guess, a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? No opposition, motion passes. So the meeting is going to be divided into 3 parts. The first part will be a work session where we will hear and discuss a staff presentation by Dr. Smith and the Charlottesville Fire Department. We will then have a closed meeting. We'll discuss that later on. Finally, the regular city council business meeting will be at 6:30. So that's basically what we're going to be doing. First item on the agenda then is Chief Smith, modernizing the Charlottesville Fire Department. Do you have a presentation for us? Or Joe, are you doing it? I'm looking at who's connected. Oh, there's Dr. Smith. Okay.
Good afternoon, council. Good to see everybody on a beautiful Monday. At least it's not snowing outside, right?
That's right. Thankful for
Good.
small favors.
Yeah, good to see everybody. I need the screen sharing option to be turned on, if you would, the host. Do we have who's managing the back end? Thank you. Are you viewing my screen now?
Yes.
We see a screen.
That's not the screen you want to see.
No, it's
Sorry.
not.
But is it your screen?
Yes, it is my screen.
There we
Now
go.
you'll see a better screen.
Yep, there we go.
All right, you should be in slide mode. All right, so good afternoon, council. Happy to be here. Certainly, I look forward to having a conversation with each of you today and just giving an update on where we are with the Charlottesville Fire Department as we approach, I guess, the end of January. With that, I just want to take a few minutes to reflect on some of our experiences over the last 12 or 13 months in this community. There's been a lot of tragedy within our community, and fortunately, our firefighters, they remain committed in terms of serving the community to their fullest. In spite of COVID in spite of all the other challenges that they face. And as our strategic plan focuses on workforce and make sure that we exemplify our department's core values, and we serve unrelentlessly in terms of supporting the mission of the organization and the vision, certainly in alignment with what the city's needs are in the community. So over the last 13 months, that Dye Street fire there, you see there, a significant fire, unfortunate for our residents in the city that were a part of this incident. But I just wanted to kind of reflect on that a moment and just kind of say, we appreciate your support. And I want the community to know that we're very committed in doing our ultimate best to make a difference in your lives and the community. Recently, you also saw the incident regarding the Riviana River, where a lady was pulled from that river in coordination with the police department and our firefighters. That was a challenge for our teams. Certainly, the Cherry Avenue fire was definitely one that really touched us. We lost 2 civilian lives here in our community, 2 community members. And we just respect the families, and we just say, if you just reflect on that and just say, we will do our best to continue to risk it all to save a life or property ultimately.
My apologies, Chief Smith. This is David Dillahunt with the comms office. Could you please click the green button in the corner of that presentation window there? The little green button on the top left of your presentation.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Just kind of going through that, the 5th Street incident, everybody knows about that. We've been working collaboratively with city staff to see how we can assist in any way possible. And then in the Carlton Street fire. So those are some significant incidents. And certainly the 1st Street North multi-story family dwelling, that was a challenge to our firefighters as well. So I just wanted to kind of start off with that kind of, hello? Was somebody saying something? Okay. With that, we're committed. We're embracing the forces that are impacting the 21st century fire and emergency services in our community, and certainly in alignment with what's going on across the United States. Charlottesville is no stranger to all hazards type incidents that we have to be prepared to respond to. As I've communicated in the past, my vision is to enhance the department's culture and service through transparency, innovation, trust, and integrity. And that vision is supported by those pillars as indicated there. The organization chart, don't need to really get into that. I think we spoke about that before. With that, our strategic plan, just to reiterate, our strategic plan is at the bottom of most of our signatures, is publicly available on the websites as well. 6 goals: workforce, safety and health, communication across the organization, up and down, training, services and response, and certainly support in all ways possible comprehensively. Real quick, accreditation, very important element of a fire department to ensure that we maintain the highest levels of services that we provide to our community. I want to thank Chief Powers for his relentless commitment to that endeavor as we are in the midst of the accreditation process now, where they're evaluating our competencies. We met those competencies in 2017. We are fortunate to say that we are rated a Class 1 organization from the Insurance Services Organization, which is the highest rating that we can get in terms of fire services delivery. And there are only 8 others in Virginia, so we stand proudly behind that. And basically accreditation, if you don't know, just to refresh, it basically focuses on validating what we say we do, how we're addressing community risk reduction initiatives and actions related to that, our standards of cover, which deals with how we respond to calls, how efficient our workforce is, and then certainly our strategic plan, the elements thereof, and how do we move forward in terms of aligning our strategic plan in terms of our outcomes and our mission statement. And it's a process, it's a cyclic process, really. It's not a one and done thing. It's a self-assessment that's conducted, and we submit documents. And then there's an assessment reviewed by reviewers. And then there's a determination on how we measure up in terms of what we say we're doing versus what we're able to document. I share this slide with you because this is very important for us to really embrace and understand. The Center for Public Safety Excellence produced a white paper some time ago, and basically they talk about the elements of a 21st century fire service, fire and emergency service. But alongside that, there's an EMS agenda for the future, which kind of looks at how you should prepare yourselves now as we move forward into the future, and what are the elements related to them, to an EMS system. So fortunately for us, we're a fire-based EMS system service model, which is a little bit different than it was years ago, where we're just focused only on fire. We're an all hazards department, whereas we have to incorporate the elements of both of these things in terms of 21st century fire and emergency principles based on the philosophies or the document that's been produced by the Center of Public Safety Excellence and experts in the field, and also the EMS agenda for the future. So you probably say, well, Chief, why does that matter to us right now? Well, essentially, when we talk about alignment, we talk about vision, we talk about alignment, and ultimately execution. When you look on the left side here, you're seeing that there's a number of elements that were in that disc, if you may, how they align with the EMS agenda for the future. And I'll address those indirectly and directly as we move through this presentation. But again, goal 6 is for us as our part of our strategic plan to ensure that we have a responsive, sustainable, resource-driven, resource-rich department that comprehensively addresses the current and future needs of the organization and certainly the community. In doing that, I want to bring you back to inclusiveness and culture. I'm committed to that. We spoke about that the last time we had a conversation. That's in alignment with our organizational strategic plan. We look at diversity, not only in terms of ethnicity, we're talking about education competencies, we talk about military background, we talk about levels of training and competency as it relates to basic EMT versus paramedic. Certainly, the change that I've implemented since I've been here in terms of my hiring practices have demonstrated a 5% change and a 4% change respectively. So I'm very proud of our team for selecting individuals that are able to transition into our organization, and we hope to continue moving forward with that. Just a little bit about overtime. You know, we talked about the incidents really that, and by far the first slide that you saw those incidents, that's just a snapshot of what we actually are committed to doing and the work that we do in this community. But I'm happy to say that between the same periods last year, July 21st, 2021 to December, same period of time, our overtime was high, and it still is high. I'm not comfortable with a 20% reduction. However, we're committed to making sure that we are mindful of the expenses related to that. But keep in mind, COVID and other illnesses and injuries that we suffer ultimately impact overtime. So our workforce needs to really be supported in any endeavor possible through council and through the budgetary considerations. So with that, in the FY23, there is an additional safer grant request for 22. I should have probably said 23, FY23, but this is the current year. We recently applied for it. Our goal is to make sure that we're safe. We talk about those incidents that involve death, multiple patients on a scene, and having 3 firefighters on the apparatus is not the standard. The standard based on 1710, which is a national fire protection standard for departments, is to have 4 persons per company. So the staffing analysis that was recently completed indicated that we could benefit from having this additional staff members apply to provide us the appropriate resources to address the unexpected absences, but most importantly, for us to effectively operate in a safer operational framework on a day-to-day basis in the fire department. Goal 5 here again talks about partnership and services and response. Here, I wanted to focus on the efforts of collaborative efforts ultimately, but primarily led by Chief Powers, where there's a collaboration that we continue to do in this community. We are committed to collaborating with all the partners in this region to make sure that we provide the needs for the needs of the community and the members within the community through partnership. In doing so, my philosophy is a data-driven philosophy, not only quantitatively, but qualitatively as well. We want to make sure that what we're doing is right for our community and will serve our community moving forward. And it's based on solid information that is obtained through community risk reduction initiatives, looking at our response times, looking at our workload on our firefighters and paramedics, looking at how we're trying to be fiscally responsible in terms of overtime and things of that sort. So those are some of the elements that contribute to our data-driven approach. Real quick, this just basically gives you a quick snapshot of a period of time, 2018 to 2020. It really hasn't changed that much in terms of peak time. What that means is the hours within the day that we're expected to be busy running EMS calls, fire calls, or other types of situational, responding to other types of situations in the community of Charlottesville. We're able to get to the entire city, normal drive time, obviously with good weather, limited traffic, things of that sort, based on our GIS analysis, about 8 minutes. Ideally, that's the framework that we have established. And ultimately, we've demonstrated through a GIS analysis to confirm that we should be able to reasonably arrive at an incident within that period of time, regardless of the type of incident or where that incident is located. With that, I want to kind of talk a little bit more about our system analysis. Lucas, he does a phenomenal job in providing me the information, providing us the information that's necessary to make decisions, right? When we talk about decisions, we talk about being able to respond to cardiac arrest, for example, in a timely manner. So within the last 24 months, I should say 12 months, in 2021, we responded to about 112 incidents. And as you can see there on the right, that's basically by neighborhoods. And this information is available to us to kind of help drive our initiatives. So you'll see later on this month that we'll be releasing a Pulse Point app, and there'll be some more information coming about that. But what that does, it prepares our community members to be able to respond to cardiac arrest emergencies in a public venue, and ultimately even start CPR and hopefully enhance the chance of somebody recovering from that uncertain incident that might have happened because of a cardiac arrest or some kind of cardiac insult before 911 actually gets there. So exciting times ahead for the city of Charlottesville. We implemented the similar approach in the city of Orlando, and it was very successful. And what you're seeing on the left here, the number of people that have downloaded the app, and we're hopeful that once we communicate the purpose of this and the value that this brings, you will be able to have more responders in our community that can actually help save a life. Wouldn't it be so great for a bystander to do CPR, help someone survive a cardiac arrest insult? Certainly, I would think you would agree with that. Quick numbers. We talk about return of spontaneous circulation, right? We talk about early CPR, early intervention, the need for defibrillation early. And these particular technical words down here, don't pay too much attention to them, but basically what you're seeing here is information that says how effective are we, or certainly how effective are we in terms of trying to get return of spontaneous circulation. Certainly we do our best to try to bring folks back from cardiac arrest, but ultimately sometimes you have underlying problems that certainly we can't make a difference with. But as you can see from ventricular fibrillation in this community, you have a 57% chance in terms of, based on the data that's here, from 2021, we were at 57%. When we talk about asystolic, which is the flat line, we're at about 29% there. So certainly there's opportunities for us to improve that. And how do we improve that as a community? We establish, we provide CPR training, we identify neighborhoods that are at risk and educate them on proper living and things of that sort. So with that, there's going to be some discussion later on, I think, about compression devices. And what that means for us in our community is that paramedics and our EMS providers will have devices that are available within the ambulances to do CPR, so they can do it effectively without standing in the back of an ambulance riding down the road in the case that they're transporting a patient to UVA or to the hospital, essentially, Martha Jefferson. But ultimately, that will help us be safer again. So ideally, you're seeing some research here from 2021 that kind of talks about potential implications for chest compression devices that are used in a pre-hospital setting, really to address the safety of our providers as they respond. Diabetic emergencies. Again, information here about the neighborhoods, and we can drill down into the neighborhoods of where the diabetic emergencies are occurring and how we can drive education to support that in our community. And the best folks drive that, and how can we work together with partners to communicate and educate our community. It's not just about running with lights and sirens to medical calls and car accidents and things of that nature. It's actually becoming more engaged in our community and educating our community, and hopefully they can recognize early signs and symptoms of strokes, heart attack, and things of that sort. So what you're seeing here is a display of the various neighborhoods. Mental health, Mayor Lloyd Snook, I know, we've had a lot of sessions about what are we doing with that in our community. We're able to identify where these things are happening and how we can intervene with partners to kind of minimize the impact to our community stakeholders.
Dr. Smith, can you give us a small example of how that partnership worked in Orlando? When you got information, something like this, what would that look like?
So if you're talking about mental health, or you're talking about the pulse?
Well, just in general.
So in general, for example, mental health, the city of Orlando deployed almost like a team of individuals in the downtown core area. And I think there's some initiatives that are ongoing right now with Chief Powers coordinating that. But essentially, we can intervene in terms of identifying, okay, what are the needs? Do they need to go to the hospital? Most of the times they may not need to go to the hospital. They may need to go get to a psychiatric location. So working with partners, not only law enforcement and fire, but also other social services partners can help alleviate the stress that it puts on our community members. We have to be able to take that into consideration. And certainly we talk about the fire department being all hazards. It's not just about the fire department. It's about our partners' cars, for example. It's about social services. It's about law enforcement also coordinating those efforts, whether it's mental health situations or whether it's a diabetic situation where a person has been recently discharged from a hospital, and we want to make sure that they're following up with their physician or their medications that they're supposed to take. Similarly with overdoses, there's a lot to be done outside of the 911 system that the fire department is not capable of addressing. So we will be relying on our partners to do that. And that's where cars and others play a significant role in the 21st century fire service delivery model that I talk about. Hopefully that answered your question, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
So again, opioid overdose, we know about the opioid situation across the United States. How can we implement strategies to mitigate that? Narcan leave behind program. We implemented that in Orlando. There's opportunities here in this small 10 square mile, I call it a micro metro city, because we're just as busy as an urban city in all actuality based on the density here. So we'll transition to operations update. I'm sorry, I'm moving a little fast, but there will be an opportunity at the end for us to actually have some appreciative dialogue, if you may. So one of the big things in the city here, and should I say in the county, in the region, working collaboratively with Sunny and the ECC staff, and also with Chief Eggleston, the implementation of Emd Protocols. What does this mean? Well, this means that for a number of years prior to my arrival and prior to this implementation, we were using a process that wasn't really validated, or it was good for the times that it served. This is 21st century call processing, where the calls are triaged appropriately based on the responses of the caller, and they're triaged appropriately so the appropriate resource can be sent to the medical, fire, or police emergency. So I want to compliment Sunny's team out there at the ECC for a job well done in implementing this process for ProQA, EMD, emergency medical dispatch protocols in the city of Charlottesville, because based on this, we're able to implement, or should I say, realize the benefit of the proximity dispatch process that was implemented back in July, when we weren't too clear on the value of it. And I'm going to demonstrate to you the value of this as it was a precursor to us implementing the EMD protocol dispatch system. But essentially, prior to the change, ambulances were sent to scenes with long response times and sometimes frequently past a fire station with an appropriate life support unit available, whether it's at the BLS level, basic life support level, or the advanced life support level. So certainly it was great for that time. But as we transition and make sure that we match the appropriate resources with the risk associated with our 911, our community members, it's important that we look at how does this affect outcomes? How does it affect delivery of care? How does it address equity in the delivery of services? So the focus on this really was to look at timely responses, not in one neighborhood, but in all neighborhoods, because healthcare disparities is real when we talk about the delivery of pre-hospital care. What this means? The closest unit goes. Based on the protocols, EMD dispatch, the closest unit goes. We're utilizing the technology that we've had for years that really we did not implement it in the city of Charlottesville. However, it was implemented right next door. Chief Eggleston has successfully implemented this process. And we're just basically trying to align our protocols and our response model to meet the needs of our community. So at any one time, we know where all our units are located in the city. Quick snapshot summary in terms of demographics, 2021 demographics, 57% white, calls to respond for EMS, 35% African-American, about 50-50 in terms of male and female, and others at a lower percentage. It's a busy system, ultimately, in 10 square miles. So I'm very happy to say that our members, while they're overworked and they're running a lot of calls, they're committed to it, and we're committed to delivering the highest services to the community. So then we look at, and this is all going to come together in the next few slides. We talk about chief complaints. What are we going to calls for? As you can see, the generic sick person is like, oh, I don't feel too well. It can't really be classified as a headache or breathing problem and so on and so forth. But you can see there that breathing problem is a common thing in our community. Cardiac, or should I say chest pain, whether it's cardiac or not, this one says non-traumatic chest pain. It's also a significant call volume for our city residents. So it's important for us to look at how we can, from a community risk reduction, not just about fire and smoke detectors and things of that sort, but educating our community in terms of how we can prevent them from having to go to the hospital or experience traumatic insult. This is the 2021 data where you're seeing 46% of the patients transported based on the information provided through our systems analysts represent Charlottesville Fire Department, and CARS represents about 25%. Certainly there are other elements to our system which involve, assisting agencies and calls that are canceled before we get on scene or while we're on scene. So what you're seeing here is a response analysis. This basically excludes our non-emergency responses. So when we look at it over time, 2019, 2020, 2021, I think you would agree that there is an improvement in the service delivery in terms of the timeliness of our response. And my focus is certainly on 90th percentile, because averages sometimes can be skewed to some degree. It doesn't account for outliers. But 90th percentile, there's been a definite improvement in terms of travel time, if you may. And that's across the system, not looking at one agency versus another agency, looking at the system as a whole. And that is my commitment, looking at the system as a whole and making sure that we work together collaboratively. Looking again, comparing, now we're looking at agency comparisons based on the same data. Certainly there are factors sometimes that are beyond our control, but certainly you're seeing the information here as it's available in one of our dashboards as it relates to our response versus CFD versus CARS, looking at emergency calls only, where a trending is very evident there. Operational efficiency has improved since the July implementation of proximity dispatch. Prior to that, we were sending multiple units to scenes and sometimes duplicating our resources. The one thing that there's some significant opportunities to work on is what we call hospital offload times. I don't know if any of our hospital partners are here, but That impacts the system. When we talked about empty building calls. We only have 3 ambulances generally Monday through Friday, but on the weekend, sometimes we may have a couple additional ambulances staffed by cars, which are very valuable to the system. And if we had more during the week, we could actually strategically place them at areas where the calls are predicted to happen historically based on the data that's available. But you can see offload times, certainly they can impact our readiness to respond to the next call, and it's called resilience ultimately. Neighborhood risk assessment. This is what helps me quantify and qualify what we do in the community. So I'm very thankful that this information is available, not only to us internally, but also to our community as well. So with that, we look at the closest unit go. We did an analysis, 120-day proximity analysis, been about that long. We look at our neighborhood, 10th and Page, for example, where you're seeing out of the 19 neighborhoods, there are certain things that pop up. Cardiac arrest is first in 10th and Page area. Drug use, diabetic emergencies, cardiac emergencies, they're about third there. So when we look at before proximity and post proximity, what have our citizens realized in terms of service delivery? What you're seeing here in green highlight is that there's been an improvement of about 11% in terms of our response times to 10th and Page. So important to note that prior to that, you're seeing here on the left here, this is what the response was in 10th and Page neighborhood compared to what we are moving forward post proximity dispatching. And I'll do that for a number of different slides, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because the slides will be available. Fiveville, for example, second for strokes and asthma, seizures. The difference again, 11%. We're going from a 7-minute, 24-second 90th percentile response to a 6-minute, 35 response. Fry Spring, same thing. This is a 28% improvement based on proximity dispatching that was recently implemented in July. So what this tells us is that we have to make sure that we're equitable in the delivery of service, regardless of what we think is going on with the patient. Because when you call 911, when your family, when our community calls 911, they expect us to be there within a reasonable amount of time. And they shouldn't have to wait longer for a unit coming from further away to provide them the care that they need ultimately. And again, 25% response improvement in the Belmont area. Ridge Street area seeing 18% improvement. I'm just focusing on the green here. 21% collectively in these areas. And the reason these areas are collectively analyzed was that the call volume in those areas are not that significant in terms of number of calls within the sample population, or should I say the sample period of time, which is that 120-day analysis. Same amount of cases on the left versus on the right. So service delivery costs, it's not just about those numbers, right? It's about what does it cost for the city of Charlottesville to deliver services. A number of factors, and I believe I probably missed a few here, but the reality is there are several costs involved that, whether it's administrative, whether it's equipment, whether it's law enforcement support, whether it's infrastructure, the roads, the lights, things of that sort, but more specifically training, hardware, software application, paying the medical director to provide oversight and minimize our risk for any litigation issues, things of that sort. So those are all part of our service delivery costs that have to be considered. So with that, the futures are bright. Again, I'm committed to ensuring that we appropriately use our partnerships and make sure that we address the mental health needs of the community, certainly of our providers as well, but also making sure that the social agencies that are around and also the non-emergency agencies that are around can support our needs in this community as a holistic approach through a multifaceted method or process. So again, go ahead. Question, please. I'm almost there. Is my audio not working? Hello?
I don't
Oh,
think.
your audio is
Denise
fine.
can.
Oh, I thought somebody was saying something. My apologies. All right. So the future is bright. The future is bright. our commitment is to continue to collaborate with our partners, whether it's Narcan Leave Behind, whether it's Stop the Bleed program. And you'll see on the left here, we met earlier, I think early in the year, CARS and I and my team, actually, Chief Rogers, we met to talk about what does the vision look like? What does it look like? And how does it align with the fire department's strategic plan? How do those two come together? And we were able to basically pull out of here that one of their goals, goal 3, looks at mobile integrated health, exploring roles of the providers with mental health, CARS community involvement, CPR training, Stop the Bleed training. All those things are of essence for us, right? The 4th bullet you're seeing, that the needs that the fire department ultimately have is that we need 1 ambulance, 2 ideally during the day, but 1 ambulance for sure during the day, and an ALS ambulance at night and on the weekends to support our response model. That is the 911 need. However, the community has more than the 911 need. As you well know, we've been engaging with UVA with the vaccine programs. We've been doing a lot of things with just making sure that we are working together with partners as we've communicated. The frequent 911 utilizers, CARS has been very instrumental in supporting that endeavor with Chief Powers and a number of other individuals related to social work and social service and things of that sort. So I think the future is bright, ultimately. I really do. And as long as we focus on equity and efficiency in our service delivery model, I think we're going to be fine. I think the city of Charlottesville will ultimately be fine in terms of 1 vision, 1 goal, and ensuring alignment as we continue to move forward and executing it. All right, I'll pause there for any questions. If you have your phone, you can reach your phone up and hit the QR code, and it'll take you to our risk reduction website, if you may. Questions? Happy to take them.
Any counselors have questions?
I'm
sorry.
No, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just had just a clarification. You mentioned several times, the closest unit, I think, responds. So if that means that, an ALS staff or ambulance is at, 1 neighborhood or location, and that call doesn't necessarily need that higher level. I may be speaking out of terms and terminology and things like that, so please excuse me. But someone else across town needs it when you only have 1, ALS ambulance on call. How does that work? If you can explain to the public how that works, sir.
Yeah, so ultimately, with the 21st century call processing protocols that's in place currently, ideally the call will be triaged appropriately. And based on the level of acuity that is required at that scene and the capability. So an ALS provider on an ambulance can provide the most basic care if needed, right? However, a BLS staffed ambulance cannot provide any higher level than a BLS level call level of care. So ultimately what will happen, depending on the type of call and the recommendation in the probably $2 million computer-aided dispatch system, the appropriate unit based on the call type description will be recommended within milliseconds. So ideally in the past, I shouldn't say ideally, in the past, the idea was, well, you're tying up an ambulance for a low acuity situation, or an ambulance should sit and wait, the fire truck should sit and wait for the higher acute. So basically what that premise was that if grandma's leg is hurting and she has a history of diabetes and the call comes in as a basic level call and an ambulance is sitting within 2 minutes of her address, we said, no, grandma, we're going to send another unit that's further away because you're not that important. Your level is low because, you got a history of diabetes. So that is not the philosophy when we talk about equitable delivery of care. And fortunately, I've been able to hire additional paramedics. So ultimately, the paramedics are not just on the ambulances. And actually, we've been trying out something to kind of minimize the stresses for our providers. We've actually had a number of BLS ambulances on several days in the city to kind of see what that looks like. And ultimately, if it's an ALS call, the fire engine or the bed ladder truck goes along anyway. Or if it's a BLS by itself, the closest BLS ambulance goes, whether it's cars or if it's CFD for that particular day and schedule.
I'm curious, Dr. Smith, is an ALS ambulance more expensive or less expensive or the same as a BLS ambulance in terms of the equipment, the physical investment in the equipment there?
So ultimately, an ALS apparatus can provide pretty much all the services that an emergency room physician can do for the most part. So to answer your question, the equipment is a lot more expensive to maintain in terms of cardiac monitors and having the pharmaceuticals on the trucks. But just as our partners down the road, oftentimes they're staffed at an ALS, the equipment is on their apparatus as well. So at any time as they get volunteers to come in, they can have an ALS unit. So in terms of return on investment, the equipment oftentimes have probably a 10-year life, service life. Ultimately, the cardiac monitors is probably, I would say, is probably the biggest expense, and maybe the power load stretcher, which minimizes back injuries. That's probably one of the biggest expenses there. But to provide services, a comprehensive service delivery model is imperative that the appropriate equipment is in place, because not having the appropriate equipment is similar to not having the appropriate equipment on a fire truck, a ladder or a hose, ultimately.
I guess the distinction that I was trying to make in my own mind, I know obviously you have to have if you're going to have advanced service, you have to have, number one, personnel who are properly trained to provide the advanced service. That is going to be more expensive than providing a basic level of service. Number two, that obviously if you are providing pharmaceutical interventions of various sorts, those are things that would have to be on an A level, but not on a B level. I'm really.
No, they're still on it, sir. Not to cut you, they're still on the BLS unit.
Oh, okay. So that's not a difference.
Not a difference, sir.
And so the main equipment, you say there'll be some equipment differences, like the cardiac monitors, the easier lifting of the beds or whatever. I'm just trying to get a sense of what it means from the council's perspective, because obviously our big issue is not how you staff your department, it's how we pay you for the ability to do that. What's the practical difference in cost between buying and fully fitting out an A-level ambulance as opposed to a B-level ambulance?
Well, I think an ambulance is a shell ultimately, and what you buy is certainly separate of that. And to answer your question, just matter of fact, recently I think I approved some funds for an ALS equipment to go in a car for cars ultimately. But ultimately, the system has already invested and committed to providing the highest level of care in our community. So short of buying another ambulance, we have one more ambulance on order, but ultimately the equipment is already been spoken for, if you may.
I mean, I guess I'm asking a question, perhaps more out of idle curiosity than that I can point to something in the upcoming budget for which this is an important answer. But I'm just curious how much more stuff goes into an advanced level ambulance. I mean, are we talking about $100,000 in difference? Are we talking about 50,000? What's the difference look like?
I would say a cardiac monitor, and I don't know if Chief Rogers is on, I think a cardiac monitor is probably about $30,000. And other than that, the medications, I think we exchanged them with the hospital. So I think the cost is borne on the hospital to support the system as it relates to that. We do buy a few medications ultimately. And I think cardiac monitors really is it. I mean, we talk about a stretcher, but a stretcher is for, anybody at the basic life support level. So in terms of reviewing any requests for FY23, equipment replacement, I don't think we have anything there that would require you to weigh in on and say, well, do we have to do this? Do we not have to do that? I think there's nothing on our FY23 related to that. But what you can understand, however, is ultimately the discussion always evolves around what it costs to staff an ambulance, potentially salaries and so on and so forth.
Right.
That is oftentimes a thing that's kind of thrown out there. But the value that you get for having a sworn firefighter paramedic who is capable of doing everything in your system 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week cannot be lost on anyone.
Yeah, I remember, and I'm trying to pull it up right now. There is someplace in our capital improvement program, some money set aside for, I think it's for a new, I don't know whether it's new ambulance or what. My recollection is it was in the neighborhood of $300,000. It's not, I don't think it's this coming fiscal year, but it's maybe out a year or so. I was just trying to get a sense of what that was, what this was overall kind of looking like.
Yeah, I think we have an ambulance on order, which obviously equipment and vehicles reach their end of life ultimately, where repairs outweigh the costs of maintaining them.
Right.
But I think I recall, I wish Chief Rogers, please speak up. I see you now.
Sure.
The funding that we provided for some cardiac monitors to support our partners the other day, wasn't it close to $100,000 or so, or 200? I can't remember.
Yeah, you're roughly right with the price per unit. The unit the mayor was speaking of, we have a unit on order right now. The price break there is roughly 260 plus or minus for the actual ambulance itself. And then there's, like you say, usually another 100 or so, just shy of 100,000 for the equipment. And the equipment's everything from the stretchers to the cardiac monitors the chief was talking about, sundry of other items that the Office of EMS with the state provides the license for the vehicle, and they have an equipment inventory list that has to be on the unit, whether it's licensed BLS or whether it's licensed ALS. So essentially outfitting that unit on the front end is what that CIP cost is between the apparatus and the equipment to allocated for it.
But so the point of my question originally was, it doesn't matter for our purposes whether that's going to end up as an A level or a B level ambulance.
No, they in the system like Chief Smith spoke of, every unit's pretty much ALS BLS combo. They get licensed, so to speak, as ALS, meaning even the cardiac monitor, the basic level EMTs can do the 12 lead electrocardiograms that get transmitted to the hospital. So in order to do those, you still have to have that advanced level cardiac monitor. So like I said, the drug boxes for right now are on the unit supplied through the hospital. That may change in the future if the pharmacy board changes that regulation, and then the cost of the drugs would be on the agency. But right now, that's kind of intertwined, integrated with the hospital, like Chief Smith spoke of.
Okay, thank you. By the way, to Mike Rogers, I apologize for sending you the email that I had intended to send to the city manager, Michael Rogers. You're gonna have to get that straightened out.
Yeah, I gotten a few other calls here or there as well, so you weren't the only one.
Anybody else have questions for the chief?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Smith. It was very informative and well done. Can't hear me?
Yes, I'm just trying to see who's speaking.
It's Brian Pinkston, Councilor.
Oh, I see you. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, and thanks for the tour you gave me when I was able to come see your station on Fontaine. Thank you for that. The question I have is just in terms of like our partners with UVA, with CARS, with Region 10, with all the folks with the CPD. How do you? What is the mechanism? I'm sure it's different for each group, but how do you? What's your sort of philosophy, or what have you learned since you've been here in terms of mean, you're our guy when it comes to taking care of the city for fire and life safety, as I understand it. And we appreciate the work that you do for sure. What's your sort of sense of where we are as a system in terms of all the various cogs of this large machine working well together, getting the very best outcomes for our citizens? Any top level things you could provide for us as guidance, particularly as we enter a budget season?
Yeah, I appreciate your compliment as well, sir. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. I would say that we're in a good position. The city of Charlottesville, we're resource rich. And that's a very, very valuable thing, especially being so close knit. So I would endeavor to say that we need to continue to maximize our partnerships with the different stakeholders through different mechanisms, i.e. through, and I may allow Chief Rod Powers to speak here, but the community risk reduction element that was implemented prior to me getting here, that is huge in terms of making a difference, because ultimately the 911 system is designed for unexpected things, right? And ultimately by engaging our partners through a strategic methodology that looks at how old the buildings are, what is, how many citizens are renting versus owning these homes, what is our student population like, what does our elderly population look like, where are they living? You know, looking at when the snow comes through and the power is out, how do we connect to them? Do we know them ahead of time? So I think we're in a good position ultimately, and it's important that we continue our forward momentum and trust the system while it evolves and continues to change under my leadership ultimately. Chief Powers, would you mind adding a few things to that regarding your initiatives and partnership and your collaborative endeavors over the last couple of years?
Yeah, and can you guys hear me? I'm going to stay off camera because I'm in a car right now. You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes, we can hear
yeah,
you.
hey, thank you, Chief, very much. From a community risk reduction standpoint, it's a completely different way to look at a fire service, and it's matching risk to response, matching risk to resources. So, a lot of what we've been doing over the last 2 years is establishing, strategic community partnerships and figuring out what the right public engagement is. And, much of what we do from a CRR standpoint, community risk reduction CRR standpoint, is leveraging those partnerships, because we don't have the resources and the staffing to do everything that we want to do. And we found that there's so many partners within the community that can do those things that are already doing those things. So we provide them the support that they need, and we can generate some pretty significant outcomes in our city.
Thank you.
One other question. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael, were you going to go ahead and ask something?
Yeah, I got just a couple questions, and again, if others have said, really appreciate the presentation. I really like us being able to make decisions based on data with data metrics to measure success. So really excited to see that kind of approach. Likewise, wholeheartedly agree with the focus being looking at the entire system and how that provides the best service to citizens. A couple quick questions. One, just out of curiosity, like I know you covered the overdoses. Are we seeing, a significant entry of fentanyl into like the local drug market, and is that fueling an increase of overdoses and deadly overdoses as it has in a lot of other localities, or are we not seeing that so much here yet?
So I will trust that my data analyst, I'm going to allow you to speak, ask you to speak, Lucas, if you don't mind. But to answer your question more specific, one of the gaps in our system currently is getting outcomes from our hospitals. And again, health data exchange is a connection between the hospitals and the fire department EMS providers, which we don't have here, which we have in Central Florida. And we're moving towards that end. We do understand that I would hope you understand that when we respond to an overdose, we're not able to determine, unless it's the physical evidence is there, what type of overdose. Certainly the threshold for reversing that overdose could suggest that it's a higher level of something that's on board. So to answer your question specifically, whether there's a rise in fentanyl in the region, I would suspect yes, as it is across the United States. Lucas, what are you seeing in terms of the data and the trending, if you don't mind talking about it? Because I know you follow it very closely as you provide other stakeholders information on the opioid situation in our community.
Sure. So that's a great question, Michael. And our emergency departments are going to have much more definitive data on the presence of fentanyl and carfentanil in overdose patients. But especially since the pandemic began, we have seen an increase in overdoses. For 2021, we averaged about 5.5 per month, which is a record since we started keeping records in early 2017. It's not, I wouldn't call it significant, but we've seen it tick up in both 2020 and 2021. It seems to have seasonal patterns as well. Overdoses seem to peak in June or July, and we usually see a bump in September as well.
And I know you mentioned Narcan distribution. Sort of what needs do you still see there being as needed to sort of expand that initiative and as build like the most effective response to the overdose issue?
Actually, just prior to my retirement, actually, we implemented that framework in the city of Orlando, utilizing the GIS data that's available here. We're able to drive it down to the particular neighborhoods or region. But what we also did, we actually put them on the ambulances. So when the crews responded to an overdose and took care of the patient, after it was all said and done, they turned to a family member or someone who's there and said, hey, here's a Narcan leave behind kit. Here's the instructions. These are some of the signs you need to look for. And also, we have additional information on how that person, when they get back, can get help to deal with their situation. And it was very successful. And I think it's an easily implemented process in the city, ultimately here.
Thank you. No, that's really exciting to hear. And I would definitely agree with the importance of that. And then one last question. I know this is a bigger question, maybe, we can't fully get into here, but I'm just sort of curious because I know as everyone's aware, we're getting into our budget season, and some budget decisions we're potentially thinking about will have impacts on our budget for 5-10 years. And so I'm curious just to get a sense, thinking in like a 5 to 10 year time horizon, in terms of some of the investments and improvements you're seeing as necessary and vital to the department, sort of what those dollar amounts will be, what specific areas they are. So as we're thinking about, again, long-term impacts of budget decisions, we're able to incorporate that into our decisions and thinking. I know there's a whole lot wrapped up with that, including the safer grant positions, the timeline we should expect when the city will need to be picking up that end and other things. But that's just coming to my mind because it's budget season.
Yeah. So I'll talk about FY23 priorities and beyond ultimately. Number one, the bypass station. We have to get it out of the ground. And I really appreciate your support in doing so. And I think there's been commitment to some degree in terms of capital improvement, but that needs to come out of the ground. It's dilapidated. It's sad. I don't know if you've been in there, but it's unfortunate that our firefighters have to live there. But ultimately, the Ridge Street Fire Station also needs to be on the map, on the roadmap as well, because that is just as old, if not older, if I'm not mistaken, with cracks in the wall that we've been monitoring for a number of years. So that is an important aspect in terms of priority. We also want to make sure that we keep in mind that big ticket items, other than the depreciation of fire truck, I don't think our ladder truck is up for a couple of, I think another probably 2 or 3 years. So that's, and I think that's already spoken for in that 5-year CIP plan that's out there. Also a step plan for our firefighters. Our firefighters are not paid what is comparable across just this local region, even the county next door. So that is an important ask for you. And I am pleading with you to support our firefighters because it ties in with retention, it ties in with recruitment, it ties in with their families. I can probably count on one hand how many of them live in the city of Charlottesville. They travel for hours sometimes to come and serve this community. So that is a priority for me as well. And certainly it's not going to be fixed immediately, but I think the council should be able to at least address it just a little bit as we start thinking about the future, about collective bargaining. That is also an important thing ultimately when we talk about benefits and things of that sort. So, you know, being compliant with NFPA 1710 is also a priority. And that's why we're looking to ask for 6 additional firefighters, because we need 4 firefighters on the truck. The truck sitting behind me, many days, most days, it has 3 people, 2 in the front, 2 empty seats in the back, and 1 person doing the tilling in the back. We need that. And I want to make sure that every firefighter goes home safely. I don't want what happened in other cities to happen here in the city of Charlottesville. And we've had some significant incidents within the last 13 months. So I hope that answered your question. And I'd be happy to give you additional details if need be later on in terms of our outlook for the 5 years in terms of unexpected expenses, I should say.
No, that is helpful, and I would definitely love to see. And I know this isn't the purpose of this discussion, but would love to just get more information because, again, we're making decisions with 5-10-year implications, and we definitely agree all those things need to be really important priorities we need to incorporate. And as you said, you know, we're not going to get there on everything in one budget cycle, but you know, I do think we really need to be thinking seriously about how, you know, over the mid and long term, we plan to get there and be realistic about our budget decisions to ensure that we're not making investments we need to make across the board.
And I really appreciate that. I know, you know, for me, the council can send a strong message to our men and women who serve humbly here in the city by, you know, considering the requests that have been made, especially as it relates to a framework for a step plan, certainly the fire station ultimately. That is, you know, it will send a strong message to our team. And, you know, I'm hopeful that, you know, I realize we're a piece of the pie, right? And we all have to be give and take a bit. But ultimately, we have some committed members here. And, you know, the reality is, I think about 25% of my staff I hired since I've been here. I hired 27 people since I've been here, and it's only been a year. And I've made about 6 or 7 promotions to captains. So our workforce is young. And when we talk about a young workforce, we talk about a workforce that needs to feel valued. And not just day-to-day paycheck, but we're talking also in terms of their pension and their long-term viability for this community and what they do for this community, given their all every day.
Thank you. And that's all I have. And I'll just reiterate again, I love the data and specificity. It really helps me, and I'm sure everyone else, make decisions.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to say, Chief Smith, that, you know, as far as the mental health component, that's exactly why we invited the fire department to the Marcus Alert group that we were putting together to begin the discussions on the Marcus Alert. Was part of that was to bring in, because we know that the fire department gets many of those phone calls, and also talking to Mr. Powers and Joe. I'm sorry, I'm always getting the ranks mixed up. Please forgive me. And I truly am grateful for a lot of the preventative and the prevention and the frequent utilizer and looking at people's actual needs and drilling down as to what someone's actual need is when they're a frequent utilizer. If it's, because usually it's not true medical needs, usually it's something else, that there's just a hole in our fabric right now that's not getting met, and this is the last call. So I really appreciate the time being found to be looking at that and addressing those needs and coming up with creative solutions as a partnership.
Thank you, ma'am. And the reality is change is uncomfortable, right? But ultimately, I have over 34 years of experience in emergency services, and I came to Charlottesville to contribute basically, and give my all to this community and the system. And I basically have looked at all elements of the system, and I've identified where the opportunities are and what we need to do to continue moving forward as a 21st century service delivery agency. So thank you again.
I had one other question related to something we were talking about earlier. I'm looking at the capital budget that is now officially the budget. Obviously, we haven't made the new amendments to it. It shows that in next year, not the budgeting year we're starting the budget for now, but FY24, it shows an expected expense of $1.1 million. What's that going to be for?
I'm not looking directly at the document, and the scope of the conversation is also evolving, but I believe that might be tied to, and Chris might be able to address it, or Mike, that might be tied to the SAFER grant, correct?
Chief Smith, this is Deputy Chief Rogers. That's the next engine that's due to be replaced.
Okay.
Basically, the engines are on a 10-year replacement cycle, and the oldest one we have right now actually is older than 10 years. Or actually the reserves go into reserve at 10 years, and then they serve upwards of 20 years. And it's met past due, so to speak. So that's the next engine that we have for replacement. And there's a little bit of appreciation in there each year. I think some of the prior years, they were in the $800,000 to $900,000 range. That replacement rig there was a specialty rig that cost a little bit more than the standard engines. So I think that one was bumped up a little to account for that specialty rig. It's the engine that does double duty as the hazmat response apparatus as well.
So, okay. So $1.1 million in FY24, there was nothing budgeted for FY25, FY26. I'm just curious about the long run sort of scheduling of likely replacements. Is this something that we should be figuring on $1 million expenditure every 3 years, every 5 years, every 1 year?
So great. Sorry, Mike. 1 second, Mike. So great question. So essentially what a lot of agencies do, we depreciate and we set aside funds every year in anticipation of the big expenditure. And I think I've identified some opportunities for that, because while we may be focused on a fire truck, our air packs, for example, have a certain lifespan and they're expensive as well. So I've made some requests to move that into the capital improvement process, because those funds need to be put aside, like you're saying, Mayor Snook, and anticipating that it will come due a particular year, we need to make sure we're poised for that.
We do a number of things in the city where, for example, we set aside in the capital budget $100,000 a year for sidewalks. We may not actually spend that until we save up 3 years worth or 4 years worth or something. It distresses me to look at the budget for you all and to recognize that 1 year we get a chunk of almost $400,000, and 2 years later, $1.1 million, and then nothing for a while. When if we were to be trying to do something on an annual basis, it might make planning easier. It would also, to be perfectly blunt, make it easier for us to understand the true impact of spending $75 million on a school.
Yes, sir.
Because if we say we're going to have certain expenses every year out of our capital budget, and those are just givens, and we're not going to shortchange the fire department as a consequence, we need to have a sense of what those recurring expenses are. I saw Ms. Hamill was about to jump in with something there.
I know, I was going to just say it is a great point. The reason why we have not put that in regularly, as you speak of, is because we basically put them in, they're bondable, because they are such a big expense, a fire truck. It's not amortized over the typical 20-year period, but it is, we do amortize over a shorter period of time. I will say that we have been having continuing conversations with Dr. Smith about the equipment and the other fire trucks. And we typically just put the fire truck in as the replacement schedule allows. Hasn't been a problem because we've had capacity within our bonding capacity and our CIP. But to this end, through this conversation, it would have an impact on this as we talk about maxing out capacity. Those are things that are not currently in the plan. The only recurring dollars we have in for the fire department at this time are equal dollars that we have in for police and sheriff for mobile radios. So that is another issue. And a lot of this is on not the fire trucks, because honestly, until this discussion, I hadn't quite thought about it, to be perfectly honest. But we do have the breathing apparatus and some of the other things that Dr. Smith has been talking about is on the unfunded list.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go take a look at that. I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but if we are looking at a possibility of, if we go ahead with the $75 million school, if we don't end up with the sales tax bump that enables us to do that without throwing everything else out of kilter, then it looks like we would not have the ability to get you a new fire truck in fiscal years 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and perhaps even 30.
That's correct. And Mike, I don't know if you can speak to it. There's not a truck due every year. So there is a replacement schedule, and Mike can probably speak to that better than me, but that the scenario you lay out is very real. Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, I know that we're about to, wrap it up. I just, I'm still kind of taking all of this in by water hose, if you will, or fire hose, but like Michael, I thought this was a really good presentation. I never really thought about fire in the lens of equity. We've been talking about education for me for the last 16 years, and I never really thought about, fire, fighting in that regards. And so the information that you provided, Dr. Smith, was incredible. I thought it was informative. I also like the way that you pointed out on several occasions that you see a bright future of working with our partners, such as cars. I think that's really vital. I really would at some point like to get a tour of the bypass station. And I know that is something that's been on the list concern for many years. But I just thought this was really informative. I thought, the way you laid it out and the way you want to address the equity issue was really what I think that we're trying to address here in this community.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
we have put aside money for the station, but we've been held up because of the water line, correct? That we're still trying to find the funds to navigate, what, $800,000 for a water line replacement?
So the current CIP proposal adds $1.2 million for the bypass fire station, which is my understanding fully funds the rest of that project.
And where is that in the CIP? I don't see the bypass station. Maybe I'm looking at an old version.
It's under public safety. It's 1.2 on the bondable side. It's the last line. Bypass fire station additional funding 1.2 million.
Okay, I must be looking
for
at the older.
FY23. If you're looking at the summary, you probably won't see the details. You have to look at the detailed CIP that we gave to the Planning Commission that has the line item breakdown.
Okay. I
But
don't have
in
that
the
handy.
summary, to point that out, in the summary, under the bondable section for public safety, the bypass fire station is the only thing that's on there, or it is 1.2 million of the total, whichever one you're looking at.
Because we put aside, what, about 4.5 million, I believe.
That sounds about right. Mike, Do you
Everything is
remember?
4.5 million, it seems like. But,
There was a deferred amount, then another amount that got added together, but it was 450, 4.5, 5 million, somewhere in that ballpark.
all right, and that's, yeah, I mean, and I've been in the bypass station delivering the Girl Scouts years ago, 3 years ago, we delivered some dinner to the different fire stations, and I could not believe that people were actually staying inside that station so much. I don't think the trucks can even fit all the way in the bay. Is that correct?
It's rather tight.
Yeah.
It's rather tight, and they have to
And-
move through very gingerly. And it's not 8 hours a day. We're talking 24, sometimes 48 hours straight, sometimes 72 hours straight.
And that kitchen still has the avocado green appliances. Just everyone real, I mean,
Those are the best. They last forever.
No, it's real. We're in a situation. And
I'm gonna tell you,
It
Ridge Street
baffles
isn't a
me.
whole lot better.
say again.
I said Ridge Street isn't a whole lot better. It's bigger. It's got, it's been able to have some upgrades in a few, and this is a place that people are having to basically live in when they're on shift.
Yes,
Just,
yes. It's concerning to me.
Just one last question I had. I know we're running out of time. I really appreciate the sort of strategic and systematic way you're thinking about where we are now and where we want to be. And I know that in your presentation, you touched on these things, but do you have a document or a master plan or something like that that you're working on to sort of say, this is where I think the city needs to be 5 years from now with these, the various components that would make that work? I'm sure you've got that in your mind and putting the pieces. You've been here for a year, so you've gotten your feet wet for sure. But I'd love to see that at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe it's on your website.
So what you'll see on our website is all of our initiatives have to be in alignment with our strategic plan. But tactically, there's additional information that certainly was a part of my 100-day plan, where I actually documented prior to me getting here where I'm at, where we need to be ultimately. And it's an intimate document, but I think there's some opportunities for me to kind of share that tactical approach ultimately, so people can, stakeholders can have an understanding. But ultimately, our strategic plan is what guides our forward momentum. And matter of fact, we're supposed to update it this year. And certainly the outcomes of the accreditation process may identify some opportunities for improvement ultimately. So yes, sir.
Yeah, because I'd love to be able to say, okay, this is where we are now in terms of this whole system of response, of which cars, for instance, is one component. Where do we want to be 5 years from now? What makes the most sense? And not only with respect to cars, but all the other things that you have on your plate. And how do we go ahead and start bringing those sorts of stakeholders together proactively to help you get done what you've been hired to do? So,
yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments from council? I guess the last comment I want to make is that I don't know whether the rest of the folks in Charlottesville know that on January 27th, we declared it to be Stephen Walton Day. Stephen Walton having been a civil servant for 50 years, including the last 46 of it in the fire department. And at Chief Smith's invitation, we did a proclamation declaring it to be Stephen Walton Day in the city of Charlottesville on January 27th, and presented it to him and had a very nice breakfast with the fire department assembled. And I appreciate the invitation. I appreciate the opportunity to break bread with you. It was a good occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve is a wonderful person. I tell you, he's been a cornerstone. I've had many conversations with him, and I'm very appreciative of the services that he's provided to the city and continues to provide ultimately. And, as we continue in Black History Month, I think it's important for us to really acknowledge not only Steve, but all the contributions of others who have contributed significantly to this community and certainly to the fire department. So I really appreciate that, Mayor Smith. Thank you very much, sir.
Time was not too long ago when there was a lot of concern that the fire department in Charlottesville was not friendly to African Americans, and I think the recent history has suggested that that's not the case. So I appreciate your leadership in that respect.
Thank you, sir.
I think that's really the only item on the agenda that we've got for the 4 o'clock meeting. Should we, it's about 9 minutes earlier than we had thought that we might, but should we go into the closed session meeting at this point? Okay, well, first of all, thank you, Chief Smith, for having been with us, and Chief Powers, I'm sure you don't need to stick around while we sit around and twiddle our thumbs off camera. But anyway, and Mike Rogers also, I appreciate all of you all coming to join us. So let's look at, is there a motion to go into closed session?
I so move.
Okay.
Oh,
And
wait.
you got to read the
we have to
closed
read
session
that thing.
motion.
I have it up.
Why
Is
don't you
there
go
any-
for it, Michael?
Were
Go
there
for it.
were there any amendments or changes to it?
No.
Okay. Pursuant to section 2.2-3712 of the Virginia Code, I hereby move that the City Council close this open meeting and convene within a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code section 2.2-3711A1 and A8 for consideration of prospective candidates for appointment by council to city boards and commissions and for consultation with legal counsel regarding a zoning application pending for council's consideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
Do we have to
opposed?
take a formal vote?
The script I've got just calls for all in favor, so I'm going with it.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Motion passes. We will now go into closed session. And have we gotten a new link for that?
Yeah, Keena sent
The
one.
link went out over the weekend.
Ah, okay. So if there's a link there, I'll see you there in a few minutes. So are we we're coming back to this link when the time comes?
Yes.
Okay.
7:48 Sunday morning.
Thank you. See you there in a second. At 6:30, do we have Michael?
Yes, yes, yes.
I don't see him yet.
There he is. Okay, so we have our, not only a quorum, but we have everybody back. So we can begin the business meeting with a moment of silence. Would you join me, please?
Oh,
Wait,
We
we
didn't
have
read
to
it
read
out.
ourselves back in.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I've got it up and happy to read it.
Okay, go for
Um,
it.
I move that the city council members certify by recorded vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Guess we probably need to take a vote. Ms.
Yes.
Thomas?
Ms. McGill,
yes.
Counselor McGill, Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade. Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Now, having established a quorum, we can begin the business meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Let's see. Counselors, do we have any announcements?
Yes, I have a few. Two announcements. The first is that it is Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and with that, the Center for Sexual She Shelter has a virtual workshop geared towards middle schoolers and high schoolers, but parents and educators and college students are welcome. The new dates, the next dates coming up are 2/7, might have been today, 2/21 and 3/7 from 3 to 4. You can get in touch with Alex at prevention@shelterforhelpinemergency.org. And then the second announcement I have is from Mr. Alex Zahn, the Black History Celebration, the All Burley Reunion, Charlottesville, Virginia. Alex Zahn Black History Pathway in celebration of Black History Month presents a tribute to the All Burley Reunion and its founder, Mary Taylor Nightingale, a 1960 Burley graduate. She will share the Burley story reunions with Mr. Alex Zahn on Thursday, February 17th, 2022 at 7 p.m. on channel 14 and on alex-zan.com/YouTube. Historic Jackson P. Burley High School opened in 1951 to serve both Charlottesville and Albemarle County African-American students. The segregated school graduated its final class of seniors in 1967. The school is known locally and statewide for its academic, sports, and band excellence, and further created a training course in practical nursing, known today as the Hidden Nurses, with the University of Virginia. Jackson P. Burley graduates are worldwide and very proud of their former school, which is presently Burley Middle School. Burley has played a pivotal role in highlighting the Black History Pathway that strives to preserve and celebrate the city's African-American history. Black History Pathway is the honorary name of the 4th Street between West Main Street and Preston Avenue, which was designated by Charlottesville Historic Resources Committee and the City Council in February of 2021. Thank you all.
Thank you. We've got some other things we'll get to in a little bit, but are there any other announcements? Okay. We'll now hear from Dr. Denise Bonds, Health Director for the Blue Ridge Health District. Dr. Bonds, you with us?
I am. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen here. And I'm sorry, I was going to turn these into a slide. Let me just do this. It's not gonna show me the wrong ones. Hold on, let me just stop this and share the other screen. There we go. All right, so thank you for having me here today. I'm going to start by just giving you an update in where we are right now. So you should be able to see on my slide the timeline of our COVID cases here in the Blue Ridge Health District. And as you can see, we've had a really big spike that started at the end of December and has continued on and is beginning to fall now. This, of course, represents Omicron, the highly contagious variant that caused thousands and thousands of cases across the United States and really the world. We continue to be in a very high transmission level. That level is determined by the percent positivity, that is the percentage of PCR tests that are done in the locality and how many are positive, and then the rate of new cases within the last 7 days. And you can see that the percent positivity and the rate of new cases, that's a per 100,000 rate, are both trending down, but still quite high. So hopefully we are heading in the right direction now with regard to our COVID cases. As expected, that really high COVID number rate did result in large numbers of hospitalization. As we can see, this is the UVA COVID data. So it's not just Charlottesville, obviously. They are a regional hospital, and this represents individuals admitted from their entire catchment area. But you can see that the peak was really higher than any other peak that we had, even dating back pre-vaccination with regard to hospitalizations. So even though generally Omicron is much milder and we have a large percentage of our population that are vaccinated and thus either weren't infected or didn't suffer an illness that was as serious, this high number of unvaccinated individuals in our community are still driving very high hospital numbers. Again, that number seems to be trending in the right direction now. So I think that's a really positive step. I did just want to show you this slide. I know that there's been a big concern about children recently and how going to school might impact the cases of Omicron. We did see a large increase in children, particularly in that 0 to 11-year age group. We have either no vaccination in the under 5 years or lower rates of vaccination because the vaccine hasn't been available as long in that 5 to 11-year age range. But there was a pretty big spike. However, the numbers are really still being driven by adults at this point in time. As you can see, that's that red line on this slide. When we look at the variants, as you can see, it really is primarily Omicron. We do still type a small amount of the Delta variant in our area. This is the north, actually, this is the entire state of Virginia right now. I didn't drill this down to the Northwest region. So in Virginia, we primarily have Omicron, but we do see a small amount of Delta that does still circulate. To my knowledge, we have not seen the new Omicron subvariant, subtle Omicron, or the B2A. That hasn't come on the radar screen as of yet in our state. So vaccination is really critical, and I'm going to show you a slide showing just how critical in a minute. But here's how we're doing in Charlottesville right now. There have continued to be individuals that get their first vaccination. We're up by almost 1,000 individuals from the last time I spoke to you about a month ago. So that's great. That means that another 800 to 1,000 individuals really stepped forward and decided to get vaccinated. The percentage with at least one dose, which is really kind of the metric that we are using, has increased over time. We're at about 75% now for the entire population of Charlottesville. Adults are a little higher at 79%. They've been eligible for the vaccine for longer. And you can see the percentage fully vaccinated. And this right now still means just 2 vaccines, not the booster dose as well. For the entire population is 68%. 62% for adults. I'm going to have to look at that. I think that might be a typo there. So please disregard that. And then about 42% of the population has either gotten a booster or a third dose. And remember, if you're immunocompromised, we do recommend that you get that third dose. So why are vaccines so important? Because vaccines save lives. This is a scatter plot where we've just taken our district, and it looks the same if we take all health districts across the state, where we've looked at the deaths in a locality versus vaccination. And if you draw a line out through that, you can see that more people that are vaccinated, so being at this end of the spectrum, the fewer number of deaths that a locality has. So we've seen this pretty consistently over the last few months as we follow this data. The higher the population or the higher the vaccination rate in a population, the better, the fewer number of people that end up dying. So vaccines for COVID do save lives. So really encourage anyone who's been thinking about or considering about starting that vaccination series to do it today. Here's who's getting vaccinated in the Charlottesville area. As I said, we still have relatively lower rates in that 5 to 11. That's because that vaccine hasn't been available for that age group for as long, but it's still a pretty good chunk of that group, 69% essentially, who've gotten at least one dose of that vaccine. We still have very relatively low numbers in that 18 to 24-year-old age group. And that's not just Charlottesville. We see that pretty consistently. It's a group that's just hard to reach and are pretty resistant against getting vaccinated. So if you know of somebody in that 18 to 24, have a heart-to-heart with them and encourage them to get vaccinated. When we look at vaccines by race and ethnicity, we continue to see lower rates of vaccination amongst individuals who report being Black on their vaccination status and in the community. Highest rates really amongst the Native Americans, relatively small numbers, Asian and Pacific Islanders, and the Latino population with whites in there as well. I do just want to demonstrate or show you a slide about health inequity with regard to different racial groups. So this is a graph that you can find on the state webpage, and you can drill down, and it's for the entire district. It doesn't drill down to just the Charlottesville area. But what it does is use the white population as essentially one. And if you have a bar that is on this side, on that left side as you're looking at the screen, or less than one, that means that your cases or your hospitalizations or your vaccines are less than the white population for that same area. If your bar for a particular racial group is on the right-hand side as you're looking at the screen, or greater than one, that means that your cases, hospitalizations, or vaccine are greater than the white population. And so you can see here for Asian and Pacific Islanders, they had relatively fewer hospitalizations and cases, but have a relatively higher vaccination rate than the white population. And we just saw that in that previous slide. Compared to the Black population, that has higher rates of cases and hospitalizations compared to the white population, but a somewhat lower vaccination rate. And then the Latino population, where they also have higher cases and hospitalizations, but have a higher vaccination rate than the white population. So really just a nice summary of where we are. We continue to reach out to populations that have not gotten vaccinated to try and encourage vaccination and to help answer their questions. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Just want to remind everybody that there are lots of steps that every individual can take to keep themselves safe. As I've encouraged already, get vaccinated. Vaccines are safe and effective. The Moderna vaccine was just approved by the FDA. It is now called Spikevax, and it is now, just like the Pfizer vaccine, fully approved for use in individuals over the age of 18. It's really important to get that booster. So if it's been more than 5 months since you've had your mRNA vaccine or 2 months since the J&J vaccine, please go and get a booster. I'll provide a list of where you can get that vaccine. Remember, it's still free, it's still very effective, and now both Pfizer and Moderna have been approved fully by the FDA. Wear your mask and upgrade your mask, encouraging everybody now to really move beyond the single ply cloth mask. Think about at least upgrading to a surgical or a medical mask. They have a greater protection and they're widely available. N95s and KN95s also offer really great protection. They don't really make kid-sized N95s or KN95s. If you have a child who has a larger face, they may be able to wear an adult one. They are thicker and people do feel the effort to breathe through them, but they provide really superb protection. Cloth masks can be effective. If you're going to use a cloth mask, make sure it has several layers to it. And the most important thing is that a mask has to cover your nose and mouth completely. I still see a lot of people whose masks hang down below their nose. That makes them really ineffective. They're not blocking aerosols from your nose, nor are they protecting you from aerosols from other people. Keep your distance, 6 feet is best. Outdoors is always better than indoors. And if you are gonna go visit a crowded indoor location, again, be sure you're wearing that well-fitting mask. And then finally, wash your hands. It's good hygiene and it protects you not just from COVID, but lots of other diseases. We are no longer calling every single case, and we are no longer calling contacts of individuals. We're really moving towards a model where we're focusing on either high-risk settings or outbreak situations. So you may not get a call from us. So it's really important that if you do a home test, for example, and find out that you are infected with COVID, you know what to do. So if you are infected, isolate. The recommendations are at least 5 days, longer if your symptoms are still going on, particularly if you still have a fever. And day 6 through 10, you can leave isolation if you're improving and you're fever-free, but you must wear a mask because you are probably still infectious, at least during those early days. If you have access to antigen tests, and they are a lot more available now than they were just a few weeks ago. I saw a big pile of them in the grocery store this weekend. Consider getting an antigen test and doing a test at the end of that 5 days. And if it's still positive, that's an indication that you probably still are infectious. And so you need to stay in isolation for a bit longer. If you find out that you were exposed, you have COVID-wise, or a friend or relative calls and says that they had COVID and you were exposed, then you may need to quarantine. If you're fully vaccinated and you have had your booster, then you don't have to quarantine. But we do recommend and ask that you wear a well-fitting mask when you're around others for at least 10 days. If you've had confirmed COVID in the past 90 days, then you also don't need to quarantine. If you haven't gotten that vaccination series or you haven't gotten your booster, we do ask that you quarantine for 5 days post-exposure and then wear a well-fitting mask when you're out in the public on days 6 through 10. And again, we also recommend that you get tested 5 days after exposure or if your symptoms develop so that you can see if you've actually contracted COVID. There are lots of places to get tested. As I said, there are lots of antigen tests that are widely available now. You can't order them from the federal government. They come through the Postal Service, but they're relatively inexpensive and appear to be available now at a lot of grocery stores. If that doesn't work for you or you want a PCR test, you can do you can go to the community testing center. This is actually hosted by the same group that's doing our community vaccination. It's located at Pantops where the Food Lion is. On Monday, there's testing available through UVA, the Church of Incarnation, or in Louisa, if you're out in that direction. On Tuesday at JCPenney, or at Mount Zion First African Baptist Church or the Green Health Department, Wednesday and or Thursday, again back at Fashion Square Mall where the old J.C. Penney is, or at Nelson on Wednesday or Fluvanna on Thursday. And then at Friday, we're at J.C. Penney at Fashion Square Mall. You can scan the QR code or go to our website and look at our testing sites. Pre-registration is available for some of these, but most of them take walk-ups. And then if you have decided to get vaccinated or you need to get your booster, there are a whole bunch of places to get it. We're at every health department. We are at the downtown mall. We are moving up. It used to be down near the city office buildings. We're now up to closer where Bashir's Tavern used to be. Just look for Moby, the giant teal van. They're happy to do it on Mondays from 12 to 3. And then of course, our community vaccination center in Seminole Square also is available Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We'll just make a comment about both the community testing and the community vaccination center. Although these are sponsored by VDH, they are funded through FEMA dollars. And if we do not meet certain criteria, primarily the number of people who either get vaccinated or tested, they will not be in our community. So they've been a great asset. We're really delighted that they've been here and have been able to help us with vaccination and testing. But if they don't have the numbers, they will close that particular site. So if you're thinking of getting boosted for your vaccine, now is really a great time to do it. They're very quick and very efficient there.
Dr. Bonds,
Yes,
would that also be where we would take our children to get a booster?
you can take children there to get a booster. Absolutely, they would be happy to do it there. And of course, you can talk to your pediatrician. They may be able to do it as well. But the community vaccination center will do children. So some things to look forward to in the next coming weeks. Vaccines for 6 months to 4 years are coming soon. The FDA meeting for emergency use is next week, I think. Yes. That'll be followed, if it's approved by the FDA meeting, by the CDC ACIP meeting, which is the advisory group that also provides their recommendations. So it may be as soon as the end of February that we have that vaccine available, depending on what the data showed at the FDA meeting next week. To assist people in getting their questions answered and to help those individuals that have vaccine hesitancy, we have hired additional community health workers that will be out and about to answer questions and go door to door and talk to individuals about COVID vaccine and answer their questions. So look for them out in the community. And for parents who want to get their kids vaccinated, but are really having challenges getting to one of the vaccination events, we are doing in-school vaccinations now. Twice a week, we're in a Charlottesville area school. We do get parental permission, and so permission slips are sent home ahead of time, but then we do them in the school during the school hours. Parents don't have to be present for that. So look for that at your school coming in the next few weeks if you haven't already seen it. So as always, our hotline is operating there, 972-6261. And of course, vaccines.gov will give you all of the locations in the community that you can get vaccinated. So I will stop sharing and then happy to answer any questions that any of the counselors may have.
Counselors have questions?
I asked it.
No, I am just happy that you all are providing all of these opportunities for both testing and vaccination. So thank you so much. We're going now, I guess we'll be going on the 3rd year of this in another month or so. So it's been a long haul. So thank you and your staff so much, for really the whole community. We've all kind of worked together on this, but you all in the hospital just been on the front line.
Thank you. I'll be sure and pass that on to the staff. They've been working really hard, and we are entering our 3rd year, and it's definitely taken a toll. It's been a long few years for us.
Dr. Bonds, would you say that children in schools should probably wear their masks for safety reasons. If we are supposed to be wearing our masks at every place indoors.
That is a great question, and I'm going to answer it in a couple of ways. The CDC definitely recommends that mask use is an important mitigation strategy for both adults and children in school. I no longer have school-age children, but if I did have school-age children, I would have them wear masks in school. It's very clear that COVID is an aerosolized virus. And while schools have done a fabulous job of upgrading their systems and employing other mitigation strategies, I think we don't understand the long-term ramifications of what happens when a child or an adult is infected with COVID. And so I would want to use all of the tools that I have available for my kids. Both my kids are vaccinated, but they're also young adults. And so I'm not quite in the same situation as some parents. So that's my personal opinion and how I would treat my children and what the CDC recommendations are.
Thank you. I know parents are getting a lot of mixed messages all over the place right now. And I do appreciate you for clarifying that the CDC is still saying that masks are highly recommended to not spread contagion of this virus.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Bonds.
Thank you all. I really appreciate everyone's support for the health department and for all of the mitigation strategies that are keeping our community safe.
Dr. Bonds, I have one more question before you go. What is the best guidance, either from CDC or VDH or any other authoritative source, on public meetings? Should we be having public meetings as we had 2 years ago? Should we be doing some sort of hybrid meetings? What's the best advice?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I don't know what the current CDC, I'd have to go and look up if the CDC, I think it's going to be very situation dependent with the things that you need to look at being the transmission rate in the community, the situation for the public meeting, that is, has that building had upgraded ventilation systems? Can you hold the public meeting in an outdoor location? We are in February and outdoors is sometimes 20 degrees, so sometimes not really appropriate. And how many people do you expect to be in the building, and what is going to be the community compliance with other mitigation strategies? So do we expect everyone to stay 6 feet apart and to be compliant with wearing masks the whole time? Or will people be crowded and individuals not wearing their mask? I think I would personally probably not attend an in-person meeting that I thought was going to be crowded until we see lower levels of spread in our community. It's certainly going in the right direction right now, but we want to protect our hospital, and we want to make sure that that service is available for people who need important procedures or have an emergency. And if we start to have lots of public gatherings, that may result in another spike in cases, which could drive our hospitalization rates up.
Thank you. Questions, other questions from counselors, or for that matter, anybody on the staff? Hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Bonds, for your monthly report. Appreciate all the hard work that you and Blue Ridge Health Department put into all of this.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So next on the agenda, proclamations. We have a proclamation on concerning Black History Month 2022. And Vice Mayor Wade would like to read the proclamation.
Mr. Mayor, it's my pleasure to read this. Whereas February has been set aside nationally as a time to remember and learn about the contributions of Black Americans to the formation of our country, and whereas February, we bring focus to the stories of Black Americans who have helped build our nation and our city, who have advanced the cause of freedom and civil rights, and who have strengthened our families and our communities. And whereas we examine our nation's history and the history of Charlottesville, which continues to be written, we discover countless stories that inspire us, stories of triumph of the human spirit, the triumph over cruelty rooted in ignorance, prejudice, and bigotry, and the triumph of everyday people rising above seemingly insurmountable circumstances to achieve greatly. And whereas we commit to work with intentions to address past injustices that have hurt the Black community, racist laws, policies, and practices that are intended to displace, intimidate, and financially harm Black citizens. We acknowledge our collective responsibility to break down barriers to equity and inclusion. And whereas we celebrate Black History Month to teach our children, our neighbors, and all Americans to rise above complacency and to be champions of human dignity, fairness, equity, and equality. And whereas we take this time to rededicate ourselves to affirming the promise of the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas in the city of Charlottesville, we resolve to teach the true history of all our people in both public schools and our public spaces. And whereas Black lives do matter in Charlottesville, Virginia, Black people are valued and vital members of the community. Black culture is woven into the fabric of the community, and we work to attract, welcome, and retain a diverse population. Now, therefore, we, the City Council and the City of Charlottesville, Virginia, hereby proclaim February as Black History Month. We call on the people of Charlottesville to join us in learning about and honoring Black achievement and the Black experience in our community and throughout the country. And we encourage and support Black History Month programs. Signed and sealed this 7th day of February 2022. J. Lloyd Snook III, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wade. I guess we don't have to officially vote on it, but I know that I speak for everybody else on council. I would also add that those words are not originally mine. They are essentially the same resolution that we've passed a couple different times. It's a statement that I think all of us take seriously. I should add, by the way, that the official theme of Black History Month, according to the national sources, is Black Health and Wellness. And I know that at the University of Virginia, they have a number of things that they are doing that are trying to tie into that theme. One in particular is tomorrow evening, actually all day tomorrow, there's a UVA Health Disparities Conference, Why We Can't Wait, Healthcare Justice for All. And that's something that will be going on tomorrow. There are other events that are going on. So if you have access to things at the University of Virginia, just to sort of follow up on what they're doing. One of some interest in particular would be the history of race at the UVA Medical Center from 1901 to 2000. Of course, we know that that's a time that included eugenics. It's a time that included also the recognition of that history and some of the changes that have been made ever since. So lots going on, lots of sources to follow. Next item is a recognition that is coming from the Virginia Department of Social Services, and I just want to read this. It's a Benefit Program Specialist Appreciation Month, which is a little bit of a mouthful, but here's the resolution of appreciation. Whereas Virginia has provided a safety net to the most vulnerable citizens of the Commonwealth by administering the benefit programs of SNAP, TANF, medical assistance, general relief, auxiliary grant, refugee cash assistance, and energy assistance by local departments of social services. And whereas Virginia's landmark welfare reform legislation and the present social economic climate in the United States and Virginia have significantly impacted the services provided by local benefit program specialists, calling upon them to creatively promote individual self-sufficiency and personal responsibility. And whereas Virginia continues to experience unprecedented implementation of complex policies and procedures in all major benefit programs, as well as continuing the processes of working remotely and relying on technology for processing cases and issuing benefits during a public health emergency as essential employees. And whereas Virginia's 3,916 benefit programs workers, 316 VIEW workers, 453 childcare workers have been at the forefront of public efforts to meet that need, steadily maintaining a high rate of application processing and case management to ensure that those qualified for social services benefits receive and continue to receive them. And whereas more than 37,000 TANF recipients and additional $4.7 million in TANF diversionary payments were issued to prevent long-term dependence on public assistance, 7,166 VIEW cases, over 753,000 SNAP recipients, 1.8 million medical assistance recipients, 444 general relief recipients, more than 3,000 auxiliary grant recipients, 108,000 energy assistance households, almost 27,000 childcare households, over 4,000 children under 17 in foster care, and 838 young adults are served through the Benefit Programs Division and depend on the dedication and commitment of benefit program specialists who handle their cases in an accurate and timely manner. And whereas benefit program specialists are continually faced with reconciling an environment of rapidly changing policies, procedures, and technological advances with quality control requirements, and whereas benefit program specialists provide ethical public service, respect human dignity, are responsible for the application of the law, demonstrate personal integrity, and promote professional excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 15th day of December 2021, the State Board of Social Services does hereby commend all benefit program specialists across the Commonwealth for a job well done and recognizes the month of February 2022 as Benefit Program Specialists Appreciation Month, calling upon Virginians to join in acknowledging their public service contributions. Signed, Clyde Santana, Chair of the State Board of Social Services. So we have with us Mary Jane Skidmore from Department of Social Services, who has a couple of words for us on this. Ms. Skidmore?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Marshall, Mr. Sanders, and the citizens of the City of Charlottesville. My name is Mary Jane Skidmore. I'm the Chief of Benefit Programs with Charlottesville's Department of Social Services. I represent the Division of Workers this resolution of appreciation is directed to for the month of February 2022. Benefit program specialists, supervisors, and administrative staff who work in Charlottesville Department of Social Services provide a safety net to the most vulnerable citizens of the city by administering the benefit programs of SNAP, TANF, medical assistance, childcare, general relief, auxiliary grant, refugee cash assistance, and energy assistance. Over the last year, we've seen an increase in our workload due to various reasons such as the pandemic, an influx of refugees from Afghanistan, and more individuals and families who are eligible for assistance due to program policy updates and changes. The resolution reflects data for the state of Virginia, and I wanted to share a little bit about our caseload numbers, specifically the areas of increased need in the city. In the month of December of 2021, we carried more than 8,400 public assistance cases. That's a 20% increase from December of 2020. The majority were Medicaid and Supplemental Nutrition Assistance, or SNAP. These two programs increased 24% and 15% respectively from the last year. Even though we faced many obstacles with technology, vacancies, policy updates, we continue to successfully serve the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the extraordinary work that the Benefit Program Division has accomplished over the last year. Thank you for your acknowledgement and recognition.
And thank you for, first of all, being here. Second of all, for speaking up for this group of very hardworking people who had some particular challenges during the COVID time. Were your folks
sir.
were continuing to meet with clients throughout COVID, right?
Yes, sir. We
Yeah.
are, we're working remotely and we still are processing more applications than we did prior to the pandemic. So we've been able to modify our work environment so that we're able to still work with our community as well as with our clients. We do have some members in our office that also assist folks that may need to come in to take care of some of their business.
And I know just when you thought COVID was winding down, we throw a whole bunch of refugees from Afghanistan at you too. And then COVID, and then when that
Yes, sir.
surge
Yes.
passed, we get back to Omicron. So it never stops.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Thank you for all of your good work. Any other counselors
you.
have any comments? Well,
I just want to say it's much appreciated. I work with the county's social service department, and this language and those numbers are just very familiar and very astounding. The work that has been done by all social service workers over the last couple of years, it really has stepped up to just provide an integral cog into provide some services to some residents that are in most need. So thank you all so much.
thank you, Vice Mayor Wade. Any other comments? Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So next item on our agenda, is there a motion for appointments to boards and commissions?
Yes, Mayor, I move to appoint to the Charlottesville Albemarle Convention and Visitors Bureau Executive Board, of which there are 2 vacancies, Walter Burton and Angelique Jenkins. To the Human Rights Commission, of which there are 4 vacancies, Jeanette Abbey Nader, Ernest Chambers, Catherine Lawn, and Erica Robinson. And to the Social Services Board, with a conflict to his schedule, Vice Mayor Wade must step down from that, and Councilor Pinkston has agreed to serve in that place. And those are those for now for 1 vote. Then we've got 2 other issues to discuss.
So is there a second to that motion?
Yes. Second.
In discussion? Ms. Thomas, would you call the roll?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0.
Now,
Next motion?
next motion is to remove a member from the Region 10 Community Services Board. Regretfully, Ms. Dawn Pryor, who has been serving on that board, has been unable to serve since 2020. And with the bylaws as they are, we recommend it's asked to be removed so an active member can participate.
And that is a request that has come from Region 10.
Yes, and it's also part of the bylaws that also govern them.
Yeah. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes 5-0. Is there a third motion?
Yes, the third motion is to appoint a counselor to represent the city for the upcoming NACO grant about helping the EBDM Policy Committee to create a strategic plan working with Albemarle and Charlottesville.
And just to be clear, EBDM is an
Is
acronym
the
for,
evidence-based decision-making. It is a it's a non-appointed board that I was asked to be part of it was almost like a subcommittee of the Justice Committee that I am appointed on.
Okay.
And Neil Goodlow is the staff person kind of on that. And the NACO grant NACO is the national, it's the Association of Counties.
Okay.
And so this is actually through the county grant. It's one of 5 localities across the country picked.
okay. And so your motion is to nominate yourself.
Yes, my notion is to nominate myself.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, second by Vice Mayor Wade. Any discussion? I'll only say that it's a badly needed project. I'm glad you're working on it. Thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, so that gets us through the boards and commission appointments. I should add that if you have wanted to be on the Region 10 board, there is now a vacancy, and applications, I believe, will probably be open pretty much right away, so that we might appoint someone in March, if that's the usual course of conduct. So there's a spot on the city's website for applying to be a member of any board and commission. They only appear there when there is an opening. And that we do it basically every 3 months, that we appoint new people to various things. So if you have an interest, go take a look, and we would love to have your service. Next item is the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda. Number 2, minutes, December 20th closed and regular meetings, January 11th special meeting. 3, ordinance, amending and reenacting the provisions of Chapter 28, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 6, Sidewalk Cafes of the Code of the City of Charlottesville in 1990 as amended, to establish the city treasurer as the city official responsible for collecting rents from sidewalk cafe operators, and to waive rents due and owing to the city under the provisions of City Code Section 28-214C2 for 2020 and 2021, second reading. 4, resolution appropriating funding for American Rescue Plan for eligible local activities, second reading. And received a call today that number 5 needed to be removed for consideration at a future meeting.
All right, thank you. We'll now take public comment regarding, excuse me, sneeze there. We'll now take public comment regarding items on the consent agenda that were just read by the clerk. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. In the Zoom webinar, you may select the raise hand option to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak on the consent agenda, you may press *9. Are there any speakers?
Mayor Snook, I see one hand at the moment. Alex Stein, you have 3 minutes to speak with council.
I note that Mr. Stein had asked to speak on the general matters from the public. Is Mr. Stein, is this specific to any of the?
I thought it was I thought this was the public comment section. I'll wait till the public comment time.
Yeah, I recognize your name from the prior paperwork, so we'll get to you in a second. Is there anybody who wants to speak specifically on these three issues?
The next person with their hand raised is Elizabeth Stark. Elizabeth, you have 3 minutes with council.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Sometimes when we're listening to these Zoom meetings at home, things happen at the wrong time. Were you saying that you pulled the Downtown Business Association and partnership with the firefighters? Was that just pulled
Yes.
from the agenda?
Yes, that's been
Okay,
pulled.
great. Thank you so much. Then I don't have comment tonight.
Okay. Anyone else?
I see no additional hands raised.
So then can we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further questions or comments from council? Ms. Thomas, you take the vote?
Okay. Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Is there a report from the city manager's office?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council, there's a report. We want to provide tonight a return to the discussion we had on February 3rd concerning the budget. As you recall, one of the primary issues that we presented to you on that evening was that we needed to meet a deadline of February 14th in terms of advertising our intent to increase revenue or raise the tax rate if in fact we're going to do that. With that discussion led to a series of questions about what actions we would take. We had a series of questions. And tonight we want to return to that discussion with a presentation summarizing last Thursday's discussion and answering the questions you raised about the allocation of resources should you take an action to raise the revenue rate. So Chrissy Hammer will make the presentation and then the deputy city managers will also provide input if necessary. Chrissy?
Okay, I'm going to learn how to share my screen and get that down a little more smoothly next time. But good evening, council. So as Mr. Rogers said, we are here with some follow-up to some questions and things that we talked about at the budget work session last week. And we hope that these will address some of the questions and additional information that you asked us to gather for you. So with that, we're going to revisit some budget projections and the new requests. We're going to talk about some tax comparisons, some tax implications, tax relief programming, some key decision points, and then a spend scenario for you. So when we were here last week, we brought up with a list of drivers that we know are driving, that are driving the revenue for this year. Most notably, we have seen a significant real estate revenue increase of about 8.2 million. And then many of our other taxes are climbing back out of sort of pre-COVID levels. And we're looking at a new revenue number of roughly $4.8 million. And I caution just to say that this number is what we know about now. We're still getting numbers and updates from the state. So this number will change slightly once we get to you with the proposed budget, but we don't anticipate anything material, but just want to put that caveat out there that this is still sort of a work in progress. So we also talked to you about the drivers that are things that we know about that have significant or material cost increases associated with them that basically are associated with sort of maintaining the service level that we currently offer. One of the biggest things we talked about was employee compensation and benefits, how this was an employee market. You know that you approved a 6% mid-year increase. We have are currently looking at a 3% merit at a cost of 1.7 and a 2% retiree COLA. Again, the school's contribution, we know that the schools, based on their budget submission, their ask to the city is going to be a 4.2 million. Per the formula, it's 3.3. And then we've been talking about tax relief enhancements, and we are setting aside roughly $1 million or so for that change. We also talked to you about some things that were reduced or deferred due to COVID on the operating side, most notably equipment replacement funding and funding for facilities repair. To get those back to those pre-COVID levels and a little bit of catch up, that was roughly about $1.8 million. The human services match was 800. Contractual agencies, which again, this is another number as everybody's firming up their budgets, continues to change. But right now we're looking at roughly about $325,000. And then per our policy, there's roughly $430,000 that will go to the debt service fund from the meals tax increase. So all of these things total up to about 14.5 million, give or take. Again, I want to stress that these are drivers and things that we know about, but there are also some decision points within here. So while it looks like it's all spent, again, there are some decision factors, none of which are easy, but there certainly is flexibility to revisit any of these things that we are noting as drivers. So again, kind of comparing the two, we have still a little money on the expenditure side that we have not allocated. We talked to you last week about roughly $500,000. We still are comfortable with that, that there would be about $500,000 to still allocate out. And again, this is just a reminder that those are drivers and recommendations for what staff is looking at this point. Going back to the new request, about half of the new requests are for additional people. Many of these new staff could address efficiency and performance. The budget team, the city manager and deputy city managers are still reviewing these new requests and working through those to decide what priorities or things that they might want to push forward. Ashley, did you want to talk about the tax rate comparisons?
Absolutely. Thank you, Cressy. What we've provided here is additional information on tax comparisons. However, one thing we would like to make sure that we do to provide as much information for council's consideration is to note that when we think of the real estate tax, there are always some variables that go into how a locality chooses to apply whatever tax rate they currently are applying. For example, we know that some of our Northern Virginia cities, certain portions of tax rates are designated to certain things. The other thing to consider is also the average income in that particular community, as well as considering the median house value. So if a house value, median house value in a locality is lower, they may need a higher tax rate in order to conduct the business of the city. So for example, in Roanoke, which I feel fair to pick on because I'm born and raised there, the average house, median house cost is $225,000. So when you think of that and a 1.2% or $1.22 tax rate, it's going to hit a little different than, for example, in Loudoun County, where the average home value is $625,000. So those are certainly some things, just as you all are looking at data that has been presented to you by various members of the community, and also that you all have been weighing within council. Something to keep in mind is just that there are potential reasons as to why a locality has a higher tax rate than another locality. It's going to be very specific on their jurisdictional needs, as well as things like their home value or the cost of living. So again, to pick on Roanoke, has a higher tax comparison, but actually a lower cost of living, using our average of $59,471, which is from the census, where they looked at the average median income from 2015 to 2019. To live in Roanoke, you can earn 14% less, because there you could survive on $50,919. But again, they've got the highest tax rate. So again, we just wanted to provide a little data to give a little more context.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I skipped this part, and Deputy City Manager Sam Sanders will speak to this a little bit more as well.
So if you also recall in the budget work session, I think it was Councilor Pinkston who had made reference to wanting to have a better understanding of the makeup of the new request as it related to just not necessarily knowing the efficiency of the overall organization to then be able to fully consider this item. What we wanted to point out here, in the notes are there at the bottom of this screen, is that half of the new requests are for additional people. Doesn't necessarily mean that we are in full agreement that that is what we need to do and should do and can do in any one fiscal year, but just pointing out to you that the loud voice of the leadership team is that there is a need for additional people to help us fix some of the various things that we've been faced with over the years. Many of these things would definitely address efficiency and performance, but we as a team, a budget team, and also in the city manager's office, are still evaluating what will be the right approach to take, which departments would receive additional individuals if we were able to make them fit into the budget. But ideally, as you pose the question in regards to efficiency, we are definitely situated the same way and thinking about, we have to be judicious in how we use the dollars that we have available, and we're not looking to really blow the size of the workforce, but we're definitely wanting to pay attention to the request and try to determine what's the best approach and how to balance that over time.
So one of the other questions we, as we were discussing, I think you all had asked about what would the impact be. So we looked at just some ranges of house values, keeping in mind that the actual changes by parcel can vary significantly. So for example, some neighborhoods had reassessment changes as high as 31.2%, and some had 0. So this is just sort of meant to be a guide to kind of gauge what the impact would be. So again, the values are in the first column. The second column is what real estate taxes would have been paid in 2021. The next column, which is the middle column, is the real estate taxes that will be due just based on the reassessment itself. And then the last column finally would be what the impact would be if we layered on the 10 cents. So at $100,000 in 2021, prior to the reassessment, your tax bill would have been $851. After the reassessment that just occurred in January of 2022, you would now be paying $950. That's the bill that would be going out. Should we approve a 10 cents tax increase, that bill would now bump to $1,050. And you can go on down through the chart to give you some idea of what that impact would be.
So just to be clear, for the $100,000 row, essentially the person, an individual whose assessment was at that figure would end up paying another roughly $200 over the course of that year if we had a 10 cent extra. Is that my understanding that correct? Okay.
That is correct. And again, the 410 is the average assessed value. So that's, that's the average of what the impact would be for the average assessed home. So moving on, the other thing that we talked about in the drivers are the tax relief programs. So with the new assessment alone, if we make no other changes, we're looking at roughly about a $50,000 increase over last year. However, we know that just looking at that, 67 households or 11% of all people that were applied and were eligible and received relief last year now fall out of eligibility because their assessment is over the 375. And again, the 375 is a charter limit within the city charter. In order to raise that, we would have to go to the General Assembly and ask that that be raised. So not something we could do for 23, but certainly something we could look at for the next General Assembly session. And then finally, if we look at our complete housing stock, there were roughly another 14% of parcels that, whether they apply or not, would now not be eligible again because they exceed the assessment value of 375.
And a charter would
I'm
take,
sorry.
a charter change takes more votes in the General Assembly, correct? It's
I'm
not.
going to let
majority,
Mr.
I thought it was-
Divers. Mr. Divers, can you help with that?
I believe a charter change is harder to get.
Can someone promote Mr. Divers to a panelist or to be able to speak, please?
Is that something that Mr. Dillahunt would be doing?
I think I just did it. Todd, can you try to talk? Unmute yourself and try to talk.
Yeah, I can now. I got bounced out for a second. Hey, everybody. The question about the charter change, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if there's a higher vote threshold to pass a charter amendment. I can find that out. I just don't know the answer to that. And again, the issue is that the program is pegged to the VHDA home loan program parameters. And that's specified in the charter. So if you wanted to peg home values to some other criteria or have it say, we want to set it to whatever we want to set it to, that's got to be in the charter. So, yeah.
And then the information shown in this chart are the current eligibility criteria for the program.
And to be clear, the $50,000 is if we make no changes whatsoever to the relief program's parameters. We keep the income thresholds at $55,000. We keep the formulas the same. I'd really rather not do that. There are some things that we can improve, and that goes to the kind of up to $1 million that Chrissy mentioned in an earlier slide.
That would be a net add of $1 million to an existing program, correct, Mr. Divers?
Correct.
And this is just based on the current new assessments, right? Not about a possible increase tax rate.
Well, right. Yes. I mean, it's the new,
based on the new assessments only.
The new assessments only. I thought it was going to be higher. But, like Chrissy said, so many people dropped out, got dropped out of the program because of the home values that it kind of balanced everything out. It didn't end up increasing the cost of the baseline program as nearly as much as I thought it was going to.
And is the, I can't remember the numbers, but if I remember from last year, is it accurate that the trend line, despite council having expanded the program over the past several years, the trend line is that every year fewer and fewer people utilize it, exactly because of that value cap set by the General Assembly?
Yeah, I think it's, I think it's partially that. I think, some of it has to do with maybe the income threshold that we're using. Yeah, and I think the city's just trending younger, to be honest with you. So we're losing folks who are applying for real estate tax relief, which doesn't have the home value cap. But I think, we're losing elderly folks who are not applying for that as much. And I think the city's trending younger and more affluent. So fewer people are taking advantage of it on the whole.
Any other questions on the tax relief? So again, the $1 million that we have on the expenditure drivers already would address the program changes and things that Todd will be recommending. So moving on, we have shown you this chart several times to give you some ideas of what a tax increase might look like. Again, a penny on the real estate tax rate based on the current reassessment is roughly about $927,000. The meals tax, another 1%, that's 2.6. Personal property, 10 cents would roughly be 233,000. Percent on the lodging tax would be about 13,000. And then the cigarette tax, we do not have the ability to raise that. We are maxed out on that one. And so again, last week, the takeaway was for us to come back to you with an idea of what a 5-cent tax increase would look like and what a 10-cent tax increase would look like. 5 for operations and 5 for the CIP. So we're going to walk through a couple of those. And I'll be posting this PowerPoint on the budget work session. There's a lot of information here. And so at the conclusion of this meeting, it'll be out on the budget webpage under work sessions. So you can look at this later. But if we talk about the current debt, so this chart here is an indication of where we are right now. We have debt that we've issued over prior years. We have an annual debt service of $11.9 million. Our general fund budget is $192 million. So that puts we're roughly at our capacity, of our debt service ratio of 6.21%. If you'll recall, our policy is a target of 9 and our max is 10%. So we're still well within that policy. If you look at our general fund budget, we are transferring in $10.7 million to pay the $11.9 million debt service payment. And the way we're able to sort of smooth this general fund transfer is that we have a rather large debt service balance that we have accumulated in anticipation of issuing higher debt limits. And so in order to smooth this out, we started putting in a little extra as we go. Now, the increases that you see here for the annual increase, this is reflective of COVID and the meals tax change. So you'll recall in 21, due to COVID, we dropped our meals tax projections, and then we actually ended up performing a little better, and we upped our projection for 22. And again, we're upping that again for 23. So that's the change here. So roughly for 23, where we're starting without issuing any new debt, these debt payments continue for 20 years from the time we issue them typically. And you'll see that over time, if you don't issue any more debt, then every year you're buying it down. And we are using some of this fund balance. But again, we've got, plenty of cushion, if you will, on the ratio. And we've got some debt service fund balance so that we have some flexibility with the increases or what we budget in the general fund. So what happens when we add debt. So as you know, we've been talking about this, this chart here, which is the 5-year CIP plan that was presented to the Planning Commission. We have $157.4 million in the CIP, 122 million, give or take, was for debt service, and that includes the $75 million project for schools. So if we back out a little bit, just take a step back, let's take a look at the CIP plan, excluding the school project, everything else being the same. So that would give us $82.4 million over 5 years. We would be selling $46.9 million of bonds. So you see that the school project is out, the bonds are reduced, and we're at 46.9 and a total CIP of 82.4 million. So what happens to our debt chart? Before we get there, I want to just clear out a few assumptions, and then we're going to sort of layer on each time. But again, we've also talked about that our debt capacity to get us to the 10% ratio is about $185 million. We know that in prior CIPs, we have approved projects that we're going to sell bonds for and haven't yet in the amount of about 66 million. So that gives us a remaining capacity of about 119 million here. And we know from the 23-27 CIP, excluding the school, we're looking at about $47 million just on general government type projects, which leaves us a capacity of just under $72 million. So in the assumptions for the next table that I'm going to show you, I'm assuming no tax increase. I'm looking at our historical year average. So basically for our sort of general fund, general government projects, on average, give or take, we've been issuing about $15 million of new money a year. I'm assuming a 2.5 borrowing rate for 22, 3 for 23, 3.5 for 24, and 4 for 25 and beyond. I'm also assuming that the general fund is going to grow about 1.5% a year, and that meals tax is going to grow about 2% per year. That's generally standard for what we've been using with these projections. And I'm using that for years 24 to 27. And I'm also assuming that we're going to use the debt service fund balance to mitigate the impact on the general fund transfer. So when you do that, here's where we are. So our yellow line, this is where we were just talking about. This is where we are. We're issuing $15 million worth of debt each year. Again, this is just hypothetical, could be more, could be a little bit less. This is just average for display here. We're still well within our policy, no problems there, still have cushion. Again, we have an annual debt service payment in 23 of 12.9. We're transferring in 11.5, and we're continuing to draw down this debt service fund. Oops, excuse me. We're continuing to draw down this debt service fund balance. Now you'll notice even in this scenario, before we ever added the school project, we were talking about affordability. And so what this indicates is that in order to sort of smooth this and to maintain your debt service fund balance, we're looking at an increase in this transfer of roughly $500,000 every year just to maintain the debt we have plus the general fund or general government projects in the CIP. So if we move on, and also I'll indicate that our debt service is going from roughly 12 million to 16 million in 10 years. So moving on, what we've talked about is adding in 75 million. So we know that that gets us to 157.4 over 5 years, and that's $122 million worth of bonds. And you asked what the impact would be of a 5-cent tax increase. So again, looking at the calculation, I'm going to still use the 185 for our debt capacity. You'll see why in a second. It does increase our capacity a little bit. When I was backing into numbers, it was roughly about $2 to $3 million, depending on the other variables. Again, the authorized but not issued does not change. We're still at the 118, but now we're looking to spend 121 or just under 122 million. So on our bond capacity, we're short. So the assumptions I'm going to make in the next chart is that we have the only thing that I'm changing here is just what's in black. So I'm adding a 5 cent tax increase, and I'm adding the $75 million back in for the school reconfiguration. I also have added in a draw schedule that an example draw schedule that VMDO has provided. And you'll note that in our prior scenarios, we were showing the full 60 million in like 23. So I did spread that out. So if we go to the table, we'll see keeping the base 15 million. I've now layered in the school 75 based on the draw schedule, sample draw schedule. Our debt service for 23 doesn't change. Our general fund balance, our general fund budget does go up, reflective of the 5 cent tax increase. And our capacity, our ratio, I keep saying capacity, I'm sorry, but our ratio, we are at our target and we do not exceed our 10%. So pretty good. No problem there. But when we get over here is the problem, the affordability piece. So here's the tax increase plus a little bit assumption for the meals tax increase. Down below, these are just the meals tax increases. So we've dedicated 5 cents to a tax increase and we're doing okay until we get down here. And then you'll see that our debt service is going from 12 or almost 13 million to 22 million. And yet our transfer is not increasing at the same amount. And so we are continuing to draw down this debt service balance at a much faster pace. And we're actually finding ourselves in negative. So in actuality, the 5 cent tax increase does not afford the $75 million addition. And we're increasing the debt service. But again, the ratio is okay. So much like when we first started, even multiple budgets ago, if you went back and looked at our presentation, even when we were at 500 a year, we started talking about the fact that affordability is an issue. And so it will require more investment to the CIP or to pay debt. So we also got the question of what does the $50 million project look like? Because that's what you started talking to us about. So I went back, I basically did the same thing. I added the 5 cent tax increase. This time, instead of 75, I layered in 50, everything else being the same. I adjusted the draw schedule. This was not by VMDO. I should change this note, but I actually just used the same percentages that they gave me from the 75. And so when I layer that in, again, you see the 15 is the average for general government. Now here's the 50 million layered in over a possible draw schedule. Here's the tax increase. Again, on the ratio, we're great. We actually don't even get to the target. So no problem there. Here's the 5 cent tax increase. And we do okay until we get down to 2030. And then we start with this negative again. So again, even with the 5 cents at 50, it's not enough to afford the the 50 million addition. Any questions so far? I know that was a lot.
And that's a nickel 1 year, is that right?
That is correct.
A one-time change for 1 year. Not
well, it's actually so the tax increase will happen. So if you notice, here's 10.7 million is what we're paying in now. When we add the 5 cent tax increase, so the 4.6 million plus the meals tax, so it's not exact, but when you add the 4.6 million, that's now your new base. And that new base carries all the way down. Whoops, sorry. Okay. So
guess
you know,
my question is this is assuming we go from 95 cents to $1 and stay there.
correct. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes. And then I think the example here was, part of the conversation was, what if we did 5 cents for the CIP and 5 cents for operations? So this sort of illustrates that only 5 cents for the CIP doesn't get us to 50 or 75.
And then, I'm pretty sure this is clearly the case, but just to reiterate, I know our focus is on the tax rate and understand why, but just as important to me, this means that for about a decade, until at least 2032, there's no room in the CIP or, let's stay with the CIP, for any new projects.
So, a lot of that varies. In the first scenarios we were showing you where we had those years that were zero here, we were actually assuming about $25 million a year for general government projects. So if you look here, we actually don't have those zeros, because remember, what gets us to no years in the CIP was that we were exceeding our capacity, number one. So in theory, could you issue more debt? You could, if this held, but the problem here is that you still got an affordability issue.
Yeah, I guess I mean, just as a practical reality, if you've got an $8 million deficit,
Right. And that's at 50. So if we went back to 75, you've got a $24 million deficit by the end.
And you've not run these for a dime, because you're assuming that the notion would be that if we did 10 cent, half would go to funding operations and half would go to the CIP.
Right. So I actually backed into that a little bit. And, last year when we were talking about a dime, a penny on the real estate tax rate was $8.45, I think, if I remember the number correctly. And now we know from the reassessments that's gone up, it's about $9.27. So I backed into this. And so 10 cents we don't need. 7 isn't quite there, but 7.5 is a little more than we need. So I think we're somewhere between 7 and 8 cents to comfortably cover 75 million.
And again,
under this scenario.
And again, just as important to the tax rate to me is the implication of, even with 7 to 8 cents for a decade, that means freezing the CIP. And
yes,
practical ability to afford it.
That's right. And so the one point I want to make, and this is a little bit, too weedy, but I do want to make the point that, every time we increase the tax rate, it increases our general fund budget, which means it's going to do better on your ratio, because now you have a higher number, but it makes the affordability piece worse. So in theory, it's still the same story. You are limited in what you can add.
Let me just make sure I understand. So you're saying that we could, I guess this is excluding operations at this point, just talking about including a $75 million school project, into Councilor Payne's point about additional housing projects, because there are housing projects already baked into this, I think. But regardless, holding that constant and a $75 million notional project amount, a 7 to 8 cent tax increase could cover that CIP?
To cover the current draft that we have, yes, sir.
Okay, so that's not as bad as I thought.
Is that 7 to 8 cents for the 50 million or the 75 million?
75.
Okay.
So we talked some at the work session about, there's some committed housing projects through Piedmont Housing that are kind of on the books. I think one of them is we just approved at the last meeting for at least a couple of $1 million. And Michael had been mentioned, this, do we have the ability or the capacity to, you know, add like a few more projects in like that. But if Chris, if you can explain it again, because you mentioned that, you know, that this does include some, assuming some 25 to 30 million government projects. Can you just explain that again? I just want to make sure I understand what you were saying there.
Okay, so the PHA projects that were approved recently that have dollars requested with them as well are currently reside on the unfunded list. And in all of these scenarios, they still reside on the unfunded list. What I was saying between the 25 and the 15 is that previously in some of the projections that I showed you, we assumed 25 million a year for the general government projects. And when we went back and looked at those, we just took a historical average. So to be, you know, to try to make it look more like what we normally do. Because we got a lot of questions about, well, if it's a $75 million project and we're not going to draw it all down at one time, what does it look like if we spread that out how we were going to issue the bonds? And so that's the change here. It's just an explanation. It doesn't really, this is just stretching it out a little bit longer, whether we do 15 or 25. And quite frankly, you know, you can see up here what our bond issues have looked like. So, you know, one year we may have done 11, here we did another 11, but this year we didn't do but 4.6. You know, this year we did 9, and then you get down here and we did 22.6. So it depends on, and all of that wasn't new money, by the way, but it sort of depends on what projects are up. So for example, if we've got a bunch of $1 million projects, that's probably more likely what was up here. But if we have, let's say, a firehouse that's a $5 million project, you know, that one project alone, once it gets started, that impacts the sizing of the bonds. So this is just sort of an assumption and a guideline to try to figure out where we may fall in this ratio. And as you see, if you do even a 5-cent tax increase, even if you do a 5-cent tax increase, you're still okay on your ratio, but you've still got to come up with this money. And I've skipped to the wrong table. You still got to come up with money to actually afford the debt. So even though you're allowed to issue it, you still got to pay for it. And that's where, you know, the pressure point is.
Right. So I'll just, from my perspective, where I'm sitting right now, what I'm hearing is that with a 7.5 cent real estate tax increase, and this is, I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen. I'm just talking in terms of scenarios. What I'm hearing you say is that with a 7.5 cent increase dedicated solely to schools, we could fund this large project. Though at the same time, to Councilor Payne's point of perspective or valid point, that freezes out a whole bunch of other stuff, which is unacceptable to me. So I guess what I would like to change the conversation around a couple of ways. First of all, we don't have to like figure all this out tonight. What this does is it gives us parameters and a framework, an envelope in terms of what we want to advertise for real estate tax. The other thing that I would say, Councilor Payne, like I told you on the phone the other day, that $75 million project is where that project stands now. That number could come down after further conversation. So I still think that the scenario that I'm being shown here, we have some wiggle room in terms of the cost of that project. And then the other housing projects that you've mentioned, I'm hopeful can fill in.
Well, and the cost could also go up. And again, from my perspective, I'm not seeing where the wiggle room is in terms of the affordability for the overall CIP.
Yeah, I would just say it's a couple caveats on that in terms of the affordability. So, you know, 7 to 8 cents, that's what I worked in to get this almost to 0. So even by then, that would preserve no additional money on that tax increase for the schools on the operation side. It also still draws down your entire debt service fund balance. And that's just getting you enough money to pay the existing debt service. So for everything that you continue to add over here, this number is going to continue to go up. And so that 7 to 8 cents got you roughly to zero. So, you know, to have wiggle room, you'd have to do something more than that. And that's how, unfortunately, the frustrating part of this table is you move one piece and then they all shift a little bit. But
I mean, it makes sense. I appreciate it. I think for me, the lesson that I'm drawing from this is that if we were to raise, again, not saying this is what will happen, I'm just talking in hypotheticals. If we were to raise this by a dime, as opposed to what you were just describing, 7 or 8%, and if we could get the cost of this school project lower, I think, Michael, there's space there to do more of the projects that you're talking about.
So,
well, the other thing I would say is if this number were 12 million from the sales tax, wow, what a game changer, right?
Right, and I certainly am hopeful for that, but I think the whole community needs to just realize that may or may not happen.
So Chrissy, does this include, at the work session with the school board, they mentioned they were going to use some CARES money for some school CIP project. I don't know, $7-8 million. It's small relatively to speaking to this, but like you said, every cent counts. Is that included in this?
So it is not, and you're stealing our thunder. So we'll just skip to this right now. So a couple things, and I want to go back to this table. In every scenario, we're not negative in the next couple of years. You know, there are a lot of things that are still in play to be worked out. And that kind of brings us to this chart. So for example, we have the $5.5 million of the city ARP money that is from the first installment that still remains unallocated. Mr. Cullinan has brought a couple of the appropriations to you for that. We're getting ready to bring another one. There's still money from that pot to allocate. Additionally, in May of this year, we're due to get the second tranche, which is another $9 million. We also, and this we've mixed up the bullet and the number. So I believe the schools, this is the money that you're talking about. It's not a surplus, but this was the ARP from the schools. Money that they can allocate to the CIP. That's still a number, which is not in any of the scenarios that I presented to you. And then as a fourth bullet, we are projecting some type of surplus for 22. We're not sure what yet. It's way early in the year, but we do know that in terms of a lot of our sort of big revenues, they are performing better than we had originally projected as we continue to recover from COVID. So to your point, there are still decisions, there are still options, and there are still things that we can work out. But, you know, as we talked about last week, we kind of need to know where you're headed so that we can work through these projections and help provide you with some other answers. So again, coming back to some sort of key decision points, the real estate tax, traditionally the schools have gotten 40 and the general fund gets 60. That's, you all talked about that last week. The projections that I've shown you are that all of the tax increase goes to the CIP. If we raise the real estate tax, would they still continue to get that split? How do we address future operational increases? And then, you know, what would you like to commit the tax increase to? Would it be the reconfiguration? Would it be city operations? Or do you have other priorities? And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to the deputy city managers to finish this out.
So then this is also in regards to Councilor Payne pointing out that we were going to have the various difficulty in being able to do a variety of things. One thought was that if we just took, should you all decide to go with the 10-cent real estate tax increase, it would generate a little over $9 million. Taking half of that and dedicating it to schools, work, not work, based on what Chrissy just identified. This was to give you an idea of what we could potentially do in order to address the internal operational questions that we've been trying to highlight, as well as trying to do what we can to meet the affordable housing goal that was adopted with the affordable housing plan of 10 million a year. So this is supposed to be that scenario for you to be able to see that if we were to have that 10-cent real estate tax, half of it going to schools, 2.3 million could be set aside for operations. That would allow us the opportunity to take a look at evaluating further, as I mentioned before, how we could look at staff capacity concerns, take on some specific projects that might lead to efficiency, and then also look at various equipment needs. This also suggests that we take a look at being able to make the first down payment on the $1.9 million financial cliff that we have with the SAFER grant for the fire department. And then, of course, the next few years, we would continue to make those payments towards the savings account to be able to meet that need when it comes in FY24. And then at this moment, just taking a look at FY23 for where we are, we have $8 million in allocations made up of CIP reservations that are already in place, tax relief as we are identifying it, and the current Office of Community Solutions staff, which makes up $8 million that is already earmarked for FY23, suggesting that we need $2 additional million in order to meet this FY23's expectation of having $10 million for affordable housing. The suggestion there would be we could take 1.5 million and increase the CAF or release to various partners to do the work, and then retain the $500,000 to expand the staff capacity. Because as you recall, in the affordable housing plan, that $10 million commitment was to have $1 million to support the staff internal capacity so that we could make sure that the work is getting done and that we're meeting our compliance expectations. So this was, again, just to give you that scenario to be able to help you see what we could do. And then we still have a gap in being able to figure out how to deal with the schools issue.
Michael, what do you think about the piece there, the description about the housing? Because that does feel to me like we're still meeting the commitment of 10 million a year.
Sure, if we were actually able to invest that much every single year over a 10-year period, I think that would be. I mean, is this scenario over, keeping up that investment over, a 10-year period, or you're just talking about next fiscal year with that possible scenario?
This is highlighting this next fiscal year. We would have to continue to do the work to determine what the gap could be for future years, because it would have to go in and really evaluate what the various CIP allocations are currently on the books.
And that's where my concern would come from funding the affordable housing piece, because that 8 million already budgeted is going to spike in the next couple of years because of the investments we're committed to with Friendship Court and public housing, but it's going to go down. And then how do we plan going forward to keep it at 10 million a year from there? And again, my thought is, when we're being realistic, how do we factor in our wage and compensation study, collective bargaining, the needs for our fire department, climate action planning process, the 10 million in deferred departmental requests? So again, I'm just not sure how realistic it will actually be to maintain 10 million for housing each year.
Mr. Sanders, the operations priorities, the 2.3 million, is that getting at the elements from that one slide that summed to 10 million at the bottom?
Sure, and that is just to make the numbers work at this moment. It was first just lopping off half of it for schools, and then identifying the $2 million for affordable housing was the very next step that I took in being able to do this. just to be able to say that our goal would be to try to achieve that $10 million expectation. The 2.3 million plus the 337 for the SAFER grant was just a suggestion of what we would be able to then utilize. We might be able to get that number down. We probably could. I mean, ideally, we have to balance, and if we needed more to go to schools, we'd have to figure out how to do that. But this was just giving an opportunity to be able to show you, as was requested through the question, what will we be able to do if we had that available?
Yeah, it's very helpful. And then
Yeah.
I guess the other thing that's not, the other lever that I've only seen indirectly here is the meals tax increase. So I understand it was 4%, 5%, 6% over the last few years. Is that history correct?
That, I don't know the span of years. We could get that for you, but yes, we are currently at 6%. And I believe that puts us in the top third around the state.
This is Todd. It wasn't that long ago, a couple years maybe.
We did that in
Okay.
20. I mean, we went to 6% in 20. I know that for sure, but I'm not sure, how long it took us to get from 4 to 6. We could find that out.
A friend of mine in the restaurant industry made the point, I don't know if this is completely fair or not, but this was his perspective, that that industry felt like it had sort of been, target is not the right word, but had been used to sort of make some of these revenue increases, which was fine, but his logic was that, particularly for something like schools, we needed to try to get that, and we'll have to, obviously, but sharing the burden beyond just the restaurant industry throughout the whole city in terms of property taxes.
So to be kind of cognizant of the time that we have, and I know we don't have to make the decision tonight, and we're going to have plenty more discussion on this. My position is that, my mind is that our commitment to affordable housing, in my mind, is long term. It's going to be, from this day on, as we commit to house those in our community. And so a few years of less than $10 million so that we can fund the schools, which we have been neglected, for many years. I think that is, a decision that I'm willing to make as we try to, figure out how to fund this. And I think that at least, even though we may not do the whole 10 cents, that to give staff the direction tonight, at least to go with that, so we know we can't go higher, but we certainly can go lower, at least, as far as giving staff the direction on what to advertise, because I think has to be done by next Monday, I believe so.
One thing I would like to consider is the possibility of adding 0.5% to the meals tax. If you look at the list of all of the places in the state that have a meals tax, look at just the cities, the median point is about, it's basically the largest concentration are between are either at 6 or at 6.5. The median is closer to 6.5 than it is to 6. The average of at least the places that are reasonably comparable is closest to 6.5. And I say trying to find comparables is tough because I'll use just as one example, the city of Manassas Park, which has a 4% meals tax, also has $1.44 in real estate property tax. So they've chosen, for whatever reason of their own, probably because of the mix of the economic drivers in their community, they've chosen to go one way and not to the other. So I kind of discount them. But if we take out those kind of outliers, we're actually a little bit on the low side of cities, not of counties, but of cities. We're on the high side of the counties, but not of the cities. If we added a 0.5% meals tax, that would be about $1.2 million a year. That would be something that I think we could reasonably consider. I would not, using the same analysis of trying to figure out where the medians and the averages are. We already have one of the higher lodging taxes. That would not, it would not be logical to move that one up. But meals tax, we are at the moment, I believe, just a little bit on the low side, and that might give us $1 million plus more a year.
And again, to be clear, all staff needs tonight is just basically the max envelope, and we can talk the details, work those out as we move forward. Is that correct?
So we need the max details, and then, yeah, I think we can make that work. Yes.
Well, I've got plenty of thoughts, but I'll try to be brief. I mean, one, as I look at and understand it, if we're assuming funding everything in our budget is currently proposed, we're not even having a serious conversation until you begin with the 10-cent real estate tax increase, because otherwise it's not affordable. So that seems like very first step one, to have an honest conversation about affording it. And again, I know that 10-cent increase is the eye-popping thing everyone's paying attention to. 100% understand why, but I think just as eye-popping for me is that even after the 10 cents, we're freezing out realistically in terms of affordability, our CIP and general fund of any significant expenditures for a decade. So I'm comfortable with advertising that at the rate to start our conversation, but I still don't think that gets us to a point where we're having a realistic and honest conversation about the state of our budget. I do think we need to take very seriously that information about the fact that just this year, 10% of people were priced out of our real estate tax relief program. For some folks, they can definitely afford it. For people who are on fixed income or particularly those who are retired or older, it's extremely regressive and is going to force them to sell their homes. And if you're talking about offsetting the impact of that, well, if our CIP and general fund are frozen for a decade after the 10-cent real estate tax increase, there's not really room to massively expand the real estate tax relief program or actually fund our affordable housing program. So we're not going to achieve it by doing that. And again, I think funding our housing strategy at 10 million a year, I consider, to me, non-negotiable, because, you know, if we put that off for a decade, that's a decade of lost progress we're probably not going to get back. So again, even with a 10-cent tax increase, I just don't feel like we are having a realistic conversation. I feel like where we are at now is reckless and irresponsible. That's the only way I can look at these numbers. Even with a 10-cent real estate tax increase, we are not seriously discussing how we're going to fund housing, climate, or just the ability of the city to operate efficiently. And so again, I think I don't see how we're going to realistically take this on unless we're looking at revenue that's coming from the sales tax from the General Assembly and or engaging the university about a pilot program to pay payment in lieu of taxes for the property they own. Otherwise, I don't understand how we are making responsible decisions in this scenario.
Yeah, but I thought, I mean, right now, this is just like again, I'm new to this, but this is just sort of setting the table for all of those conversations that you want to have, which I think are absolutely vital. The only decision we're making tonight is just that top line real estate tax number, right?
No,
and the point that just moving forward with this, we're not being realistic. And we should just sort of hit pause until we're able to. Again,
no,
go ahead.
No, you're correct, and I'm not saying not move forward. And I was getting a little off track, but my hair is just kind of on fire, and just have to say my piece.
I appreciate it. Because what I will commit to you is, as I've tried to do already, is as we work through this going forward, as I personally learn more about the process and get more information from staff, I mean, I'm not, as I've said to other people, I'm not personally committed to $75 million school project. I would like us to do school reconfiguration as efficiently as possible. If it's 75, okay, but I'm still interested in what the MDO comes back with in terms of pricing options. I'm interested in what the General Assembly does. And I'm also interested, as you saw the email I sent to the housing folks about all the various housing initiatives. That's important to me too.
Do we have to give notice in the ad that would go in next week if we wanted to raise the meals tax? Or is it only the real estate and personal property tax?
Ms. Robertson can confirm for sure, but it's my understanding we only have to advertise that 7 days prior to the public hearing. It's only the real estate that has to be advertised 30 days in advance.
Okay.
So no, we would not have to do that next week.
Okay. Ms. Robertson is shaking her head yes, so.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Well, so we've got a wide smattering of opinions. I will say personally, my view on the thing is that we're already increasing real estate taxes by 11.9% overall. And I have a very hard time and let me also say, I have said for years that I think Charlottesville is undertaxed as far as the real estate tax goes. We dropped it to 95 cents years ago at a time when no other city of our size and magnitude was considering a tax rate that low. And we did so in large part, I suspect, because we were able to live off of the county revenue sharing money. That in the current budget, that works out to about 17 cents on the real estate dollar, whereas going back 10 years ago, it was more like 20 some cents. So we've been coasting at 95 cents for a long time. The catch is, I think that raising rates in any significant way on top of a 12% assessment increase is, to a lot of people, is going to seem ludicrous. It is going to seem in some ways for them absolutely a game changer. They're going to say, you're proposing, and by the way, and when you add 11.9% and a 10-cent tax increase on top of that, you're really talking about a 23 to 24% overall increase in real estate taxes at a time when we've got a lot of senior citizens who aren't, they may be getting a 2% Social Security bump, but that's about it. An 11.9% increase on average is even that is perhaps more than some of them can bear. And I just have a real hard time saying that we ought to be adding more right now to that tax increase, to the tax rate. Not to say that we shouldn't raise taxes over time, but this particular year is just a terrible time to be doing it.
Yeah, and again, I'm not personally convinced yet that we need to raise it by a dime. Maybe we do, maybe it's 7.5 cents. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a nickel, but for me, just the purposes of this conversation tonight is the advertisement piece. I still have more conversations I want to have with folks, the political side of things like you're talking about. We still need to do that work, but as I understand the rules, if we don't sort of lay out what our outward marker might be at this point, we're effectively stuck for a year. So this at least gives us an.
I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
Oh, go ahead.
So you're at 10 cents. You want to raise it 10 cents.
I want to advertise.
Advertise raising it 10 cents.
Right.
Michael, how about you?
Again, I mean, if our conversations around affording everything in our CIP without a sales tax. Advertising it that way is the very beginning of the conversation. That's baby step one. And so I'm okay advertising it there, but I think we need to do a lot more deep, serious discussion about looking at specifically what the impacts are going to be, how aggressive it's going to be. Average assessments went up 11%, but in 10th and Page, average assessments were either 22 or 23% on average increase. So before decisions get made, we better look at a lot more specifics and understand exactly what impacts are going to be. But for advertising it, given that, again, if we're assuming funding everything in there, given that's baby step one, I'm okay with that. But far from a final decision, I believe we should make on it.
Juan, Sina, how do you all feel?
Yes, I support advertising at 10 cents.
I support advertising. It was my idea.
Sounds like we have a recommendation then, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Council.
I can't hear you.
Very much. We've heard all that you've said, and we will take all of that into consideration as we come back to you with the proposed budget.
Okay, so that took us roughly an hour to hash out. That's fine. It was a good discussion. Do we want to take a quick break right now for any reason, or keep chugging? Sina's shaking her head. She wants to keep chugging.
We still have public comment to do.
I know. Is there anything else from the city manager's office?
Actually, there is, Mayor Snook, there's one item. The request was made in regards to giving a brief update to ongoing efforts regarding 5th Street. So I'll quickly run through that to allow us to move on to community matters. Just wanted to share with the public and with you, Council, that I have pulled together an internal 5th Street working group made up of myself, our traffic engineer, and our NDS director. We walked the corridor a few weeks back to do some on-site assessments and to begin reviewing some of the prior work that's been done. It is our intention to look at all the options that have been considered and make sure that we can really exhaust any additional ones to add to a short-term, intermediate, and long-term list of considerations. We're going to also revisit the re-envision 5th Street study that had been previously suggested. We actually expanded the scope and submitted it for a recosting estimate to come. Hopefully we'll get that next week. And then we'll look for the available funds to underwrite that expense. The goal will be to look at the approaching intersections, Cherry and Elliott with 5th Street, so that we can make sure that we're aware of any unintended consequences should we make certain recommendations to make changes to the main corridor. And that working group is also beginning to take a look at VDOT's Route 631 corridor improvement study, which actually comes into the city and picks up a section of 5th Street. We want to make sure that we're in alignment with them and look to see if there's some synergies that we might be able to work on together. And it is our intent that we're going to identify a full breadth of considerations and bring all those back to you, whether controversial, whether cheap or very expensive. Our goal is to exhaust any and everything that we can, bring that back and lay that before you to help us make whatever various decisions need to be made. And then I'll just add that later this evening, traffic engineer Brendan Duncan will be making our first recommendation as a presentation to actually lower the speed limit. So that's one of those requests that we've received from a number of people. And that's about time for us to go ahead and make that happen.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right. So if there's nothing more from the city manager.
Did you have anything that you wanted to report?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Then it's time for community matters. And see, we have, I think, we had 7 pre-registered speakers. 1 had dropped out, leaving 10 slots for additional speakers. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. There will be an additional public comment section at the end of the meeting for those who did not get a chance to speak during community matters. So we'll now open the floor to pre-registered speakers. Others wishing to speak may select the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak during community matters, you may press *9. Our first speaker is Alex Stein. Is he available?
I do not currently see Alex in the list. Would you like me to go to the second or wait just a moment?
Well, let's go, and if he resurfaces, we'll slip him back in.
Okay.
Keep an eye out for him.
Susan Sherman is second on the list. Susan, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Snook and City Councilors. My name is Susan Sherman, and I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as the Executive Director of the Charlottesville Free Clinic. Our medical clinic and pharmacy are located at 901 Preston Avenue, and our dental clinic is located at 1138 Rose Hill Drive. Without the Charlottesville Free Clinic, every day in our community, thousands of our hardworking neighbors would be forced to decide between filling their medication prescriptions or buying groceries, getting a mammogram or paying rent. Without health insurance, the outlook can be scary. Without health insurance and without the free clinic, the outlook would be truly grim. The Charlottesville Free Clinic is our community's safety net provider. We treat people who earn too much to qualify for Medicaid, but not enough to afford insurance. These are the people who would otherwise fall through the cracks. Today, the Free Clinic provides care for 3,000 uninsured and underinsured area residents at no cost to them. Our on-site pharmacy fills over 17,000 prescriptions annually and passes on no cost to our patients. In addition to primary care, mental health, and dental services, we offer over a dozen specialty clinics, including gynecology, dermatology, optometry, psychiatry, endocrinology, and oral surgery. Were it not for the Free Clinic, our 3,000 patients would either go without medical, mental health, and dental care, or they would use UVA and Martha Jefferson's emergency rooms as their doctor's office. A particularly alarming scenario today is our ERs are buckling under COVID. The Free Clinic is keeping 3,000 people out of our local emergency rooms, saving our hospitals significant money and ensuring better health outcomes for these individuals. We are extremely grateful for the financial support the city has provided. However, our funding from the city today is 13% lower than it was 2 years ago. City funding for healthcare for our neediest neighbors has gone down, while a record number of those neighbors have lost their jobs and health insurance. City funding has gone down as the pandemic has surged. City funding has gone down as the Free Clinic absorbs a record number of new patients seeking us out for all of their needs. In closing, I'll tell you briefly about a truck driver named Chris. He's made a good living to support his family, but this job didn't offer insurance. He had unmanaged diabetes, which caused him to miss a lot of work. He was on the brink of losing his job, which would have set his family into a downward spiral. Once he found the Free Clinic, we helped him reverse his health, save his job, and maintain his livelihood and his family. For every one of Chris, we have 3,000 other stories to tell. I ask you respectfully to consider the value of the Charlottesville Free Clinic to our community as you negotiate the city's budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Next up is Marcia Geyer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm Marcia Geyer. I live on Pear Tree Lane. My home is close to the average assessed value. And I've been looking at the roller coaster pattern of my home's assessments over the last 20 years and worrying. I fear that some of you might not be asking the question of year-to-year sustainability during economic cycles that govern real estate tax receipts, the city's main source of income. The effects of the 2008 market crash on assessments are clear from my own home, declining assessments each year culminating in a 17% lower assessment in 2013, again in 2014. A steady, slow recovery brought the reassessments back from to the 2008 level in 2020. The effects of the current national housing bubble are also clear in my 2021 and 2022 assessment. The combined assessment is up 26% compared to 2020. So I'm afraid there will be plans and commitments made while revenues are really high that will not be sustainable during the next recession. jeopardizing this city's financial ability to cope well and cutting back the spending on the safety net. Unfortunately, the slide into another serious recession like 2008 will occur and may already have begun. The Fed's policies have engineered this unavoidable result when the starting when the Fed tackles the high inflation that the Fed itself created by keeping the market going up artificially. It's an awful situation. I hope you will include all the good equitable improvements you can fit into the 2003 budget, as long as those improvements, future expenses, will be manageable and sustainable during the current recession. And thank you for all you are doing together.
And thank you, Ms. Geyer. Let's see. I realized I'd gotten away from the habit of allowing Mr. Dillahunt to be calling the next folks up. So Mr. Dillahunt, take it away.
No problem. Robin Hoffman is next. Robin, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. As you may or may not know, I am a CPA TV producer and director of 26-minute videos that are shown 4 times a week. And they usually highlight the nonprofits. So I'm always talking to people who are trying to raise money for really good causes. And someone mentioned, why not have the city, since we have all these solar companies and Apex and Sun Tribe here, form some sort of utility company, so that we can have solar panels put on all the new builds, and then some of the percentage goes back to the city. So it's kind of like an investment. And then also I was kind of concerned because I was walking, I've been getting physical therapy finally for my broken ankle, and I was walking and trying to take buses, but there was a lot of prohibitive bus stations, no awnings, no seats, no snow wasn't being removed. And the downtown mall was terrible. You know, you put out the right away for people to clean out the snow, but the storekeepers weren't doing it. I mean, the restaurants weren't doing it. So I've just wondered if we could have more of a livelier city, including maybe asking partnerships for architectural schools and stuff like that to do the bus depots. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Next up is Drew Lambert. Drew, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Drew Lambert, and I'm a student at Albemarle High School. I'm the founder and leader of Snow Crew, a charitable organization of student rowers from Albemarle High School. We shovel snow for those who cannot clear their sidewalks and driveways on their own. For the second snowstorm of this year, we shoveled the sidewalks and driveways of 65 houses. However, we received over 100 requests for our services. Our volunteer team of 20 students was overwhelmed by this demand. Many members of our community are in great need, as they are often on a fixed income, live alone, or are physically unable to shovel their own sidewalks. The requests are characteristically dire, and as such, we cannot ignore them. Snow Crew has worked tirelessly to meet all the requests from our community. Let me share some examples of our experiences. Mrs. H lives alone in a duplex off 5th Street. She is oxygen dependent. In a previous snowstorm, she tried to shovel her own sidewalk. She ended up in the hospital with a collapsed lung, and the doctors told her to never shovel snow again. We've been helping her with every snowstorm since she contacted us. Mrs. D contacted us before each snowstorm, even a light storm of 1 inch, to ensure that she wouldn't be fined by the city. Her request seems unusual as she is not living in her house. She is in the hospital and has been there for quite some time. The financial burden a fine would put on her made it essential that she contact us, worrying her even in the hospital. There are so many more examples like these. People in wheelchairs, people with Parkinson's, veterans, or people who have suffered heart attacks. Some of these people were referred to us by the city of Charlottesville itself, by the city manager's office. People contact us out of desperation and are filled with gratitude when we help them, filling our inbox and voicemail with messages of appreciation. Their desperation is due to an inequitable code in the city of Charlottesville. Section 28-25 of the Code of City of Charlottesville, titled Removal of Snow, Sleet, and Ice from Sidewalks, shifts the burden to the homeowner or occupant by requiring them to clear their sidewalks within 24 hours of snowfall. If their sidewalk is not cleared, the city will hire a private company to clear their sidewalks and charge the resident. Some residents cannot afford to hire people to shovel their sidewalks, including most of the people who contact us. If their sidewalks aren't cleared, the city will still charge them for the service which they cannot afford. This is a problem for low-income, disabled, and elderly residents. Shifting the burden to the individual has unfairly targeted them. Because of this, there is a great demand for snow crew. I implore city council members to alter this code. As demonstrated, it unfairly burdens certain members of our community and causes undue stress. A potential solution is creating a waiver form that residents can fill out to waive them of this responsibility when they have a demonstrated need. If the city deems it necessary, they can still hire crews to clear these sidewalks, but the financial burden will be on the city, not low-income, disabled, or elderly residents of our community. The city created this problem, and only the city can fix this problem.
Thank you, Drew, and thank you for all the work that you and your colleagues have been doing to help an awful lot of people. It's very important work. Thanks.
I still do not see Alex Stein. Alex, if you're out there and would like to rejoin, you certainly may. Up next in the list is Jeff Fogel. Jeff, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you. Good evening. I have argued for an increase in the tax rate for more than a decade. Nobody was interested. Politicians believe that that's an anathema. I penned an op-ed piece in the Daily Progress in 2011 calling for a significant increase in the tax rate, far beyond what you're talking about, in order to house our neighbors, the 3,000 to 4,000 people who do not have housing or adequate housing. The money that you have set aside has mostly gone to upgrade, appropriately so, the public housing as well as the project-based Section 8. But it has not expanded the base of affordable housing for the rest of the population. At the same time as you raise the taxes for that purpose, you must protect the people who will be harshly affected by such an increase. We have many rich people in our community. They are the ones who have to take up this burden, not the poor and working class. And so the CHAP program has to be expanded. As I understand, it's not being fully funded to give as much back as we could give back. And the notion that we have to go to the legislature, number one, I came to this council, 3 of the people here hopefully remember, for the last 2 years during budget cycle, and said you have to do something about the CHAP program. And the answer was you have to go to the legislature. But you didn't go to the legislature. Why not? Maybe somebody can explain, with all of your great hopes for housing, why you didn't go to the legislature in order to expand the CHAP program when you had the opportunity to accomplish that successfully when the Democrats were in power. And now you can't. So I think you have to take a look at yourselves, ask yourselves why you talk so much and don't do things that would actually accomplish something, like simply going to the legislature, making that a high priority to expand the CHAP program. Because what you're going to do when you do this and don't have a sufficiently expanded CHAP program, you're going to drive more people out. And those people, you know it, are going to be Black. And we have reduced our Black population in this city approximately 1% each year. And that's by being driven out due to gentrification. And now people will be driven out when they don't even get the opportunity to get some money back from the city, because housing prices have skyrocketed, not to do anything they've done, but because of the market for rich people. So if rich people want to live here, no problem. Let them pay their fair share. This is all we're saying. And that fair share cannot be done in the way property taxes have been levied in this country, which is regressively. And so the CHAP program provides the opportunity to make it a progressive tax, but you have to do so. You have to make it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Fogel.
The first of those that have raised their hands will be Andrea Massey. Andrea, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hi, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm here on behalf of CLIC, the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition. I sent an email to you last week about the need to balance the array of community needs as you embark on this budget process, and I'd like to share a few further thoughts. There are many unmet needs, as you're well aware, but we ask you to prioritize solutions which will undo historical racism and ensure the basic needs are met, including safe and affordable housing. I appreciate the conversations that are happening tonight and realize that we have a really long way to go in figuring out how to meet all of these critical needs. And I appreciate what the council and staff are doing on this and for affordable housing, and the conversations tonight that seem like you all are serious about it and keeping up with those commitments. With that, CLIC asked you to support at least a 10-cent real estate tax increase in order to increase the available funds. It sounds like that is going to happen, at least with the advertisement. You all decided on that tonight. The $75 million proposed renovations to city schools require that the city generate additional resources in order to fulfill affordable housing. We appreciate your discussion tonight. I've already said that, sorry. As you know, CLIC is strongly concerned about displacement of lower wealth people, especially the tide of displacement in the Black neighborhoods. Therefore, we ask that you strengthen the city's real estate tax relief program to provide deeper assistance. And as the prior speaker was saying, I think going to the legislature, and I just learned about that tonight, that where you can actually change the city charter sounds like we should have already done that, but it sounds like that's imperative that we do that. It has always been the right time to write, oh my God, sorry. It has always been the right time to right the wrongs of the past. Through affordable housing plan, the comp plan, the future land use map, the city embarked on a journey to undo and mitigate past harms. We made historic progress in 2021, and we are looking forward to moving with that same momentum. Speaking as a city homeowner personally, I support paying the 10% additional in real estate tax. And as it was stated earlier, there are more and more wealthy homeowners moving into Charlottesville that can afford the same. And we need to move forward with that plan. Thank you.
Next up is James Groves. James, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening. My name is James Groves, and I'm a city resident. Tonight, you have a tough decision before you. Do you approve upzoning on Nassau Street? Certainly, you want to increase the stock of affordable housing in our community. Yet you should also have deep concerns about Nassau Street flood risks during this century. Shortly, city staff will weigh in, and they will try to provide insight that informs your vote. Yet the reality is that no city staff member has had time to complete a thorough analysis of flood risks along Moores Creek in light of climate change. Staff will share the best thoughts that they can, but they cannot describe in vivid detail what the future of Charlottesville will look like as our climate changes this century. Here's the broad reality. Between 2010 and 2020, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration reported at least $133 billion disasters across our country, double the previous decade's total, at a cost of more than $867 billion. Similarly, the annual average number of flood claims paid by FEMA has also doubled between 1997 and 2020 to 52,000 per year. Science explains that warmer air holds more moisture. A warming climate is also slowing the jet stream. As a result, weather systems that used to hustle along are now stalling more often, dumping more rain in one place. One recent study has shown that for Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota, the historic estimate of a 1 in 100-year storm is now a 1 in 40-year storm. More broadly, climate model projections suggest that the frequency and magnitude of extreme precipitation in the eastern US will continue to increase throughout the 21st century. Don't engage in magical thinking and convince yourselves that somehow Charlottesville will sidestep these clear trends. The developer before you tonight may point out that they already have by right development approval for Nassau Street. While true, that does not mean that you need to upzone and increase their financial gain at the expense of more low and moderate income members of our community. Protect our most vulnerable and vote down this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groves.
Andrew Shelton is the next speaker. Andrew, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. That's actually very convenient for me because I would like to directly counter the sort of thing that the last speaker had to say. I find it very convenient that there's always a group of people, generally the same people in this town, that call in to speak out against any possible upzoning and additional housing. And they latch on to whatever the most convenient argument they can find for a specific plot. In this case, it's the floodplain risk, where he's citing a study from Wisconsin and the upper Midwest in general. Not that climate change isn't a real issue, but it is just very disingenuous and really not something that I feel that we need to take seriously, to be quite honest. They have a by right development there, and people will be at risk for flood damage no matter what. I don't see any reason that we can't allow more people to live in those buildings in the meantime. And we need more housing in this town. We have a constant stream of people talking about how we can't build more housing for any reason here or there or wherever. And if we don't allow any more housing, we're going to become even more of a gated community than we already are. I would ask that y'all please vote in favor of the Nassau Street upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
We have Chris Meyer now. Chris, you have 3 minutes. And it's giving me that warning that he has an older version of Zoom and will need to be promoted to panelist in order to speak.
Go ahead. We've done this before with Mr. Meyer.
Sorry, counselors. I'll upgrade Zoom somehow. I don't figure that out. I have a new computer. It blows my mind. Anyways, I really appreciate the thoughtful diligence you've been utilizing in your discussions on the budget. I know you guys spent a number of hours last week on this also. And I do appreciate, again, your decision. And I would say courage also to advertise a 10-cent real estate tax increase. I know that doesn't mean it's going to be that, but at least signaling that I think will, again, generate a lot of interesting discussions over the next months before you make your actual final decision. A couple observations though on the real estate tax rate and the necessary investments the community needs. By raising the rate, do remember you will likely be funding the affordable housing plan that can mitigate your increase on the low-income households by assisting them with other programs, such as energy efficiency retrofits. Full disclosure, you all know I run LEAP that delivers those for the city. You have another options of rehab assistance and other assistance that, again, you can use that revenue, additional revenue generated by the real estate to mitigate that impact on those low-income residents. I would even suggest targeting the residents who are being forced out of the CHAP with some of those additional programmings, not just, again, the real estate tax relief, to help reduce their housing costs. Another would be idea to be to ask the schools to bank some of the additional operating revenue to spend on school infrastructure. I saw with that 10-cent increase, there'd be another $4.5 million. Ask them to bank that this next fiscal year instead of spending it in operations, and then utilize that in the future years again towards your reconfiguration funding. Finally, I was interested because I saw in Chrissy's presentation there on again your bond issuance. She kept on issuing $15 million a year worth of bonds from 2026 to 2032. That was another $105 million worth of bond issuances. And I'm wondering, again, if that's just on general government buildings, or would that also be subsidizing your CIP? I mean, Michael's brought this up a lot where we can't know any of their spending, but at least in Chrissy's example there, you had another $105 million of bond issuances that were happening again from 2026 to 2032. So please dig into that, because I think my assumption is there's still some money there again to continue on funding, at least how she presented her model. So as we move forward, please do focus on revenue decision that is a both and decision rather than one that is an either and or. I know those are hard and eventually we have to make decisions, but again, there's a lot of needs for affordable housing. You're very aware of them. We've been talking to them a lot. There are a lot of needs on education that haven't been being funded over the last decades. Our community needs these things to have an equitable, again, opportunities for everybody. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Meyer.
Next up, we have Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you've got 3 minutes with council.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to speak real briefly. September 11th, 2007, Woodard Properties was granted an $850,000 loan from the city in conjunction with PHJ, and Lloyd, I believe you was the president at the time, maybe, to obtain Dogwood housing. Dogwood housing was affordable housing for low-income residents of the city of Charlottesville. Well, today, a very prominent member of this community applied for an apartment, 919 Page Street to be exact. It is like a 2-bedroom cottage, literally. It's extremely small. The rent is $1,200 a month. They were told when they called to ask about renting the apartment that they did not qualify because their income was not $42,000 a year. This was a restriction placed on by the city of Charlottesville at the time. Mayor David Brown was the mayor at the time, set these standards, these payment standards. I believe you all set these payment standards. And I do remember about 4 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, you weren't a counselor at the time, but I think I remember you speaking at this particular council meeting that Woodard then came back again and got more money from the city, granting that he would have affordable housing. Here's my beef with this whole situation. The city doesn't pay its low-wage workers $42,000 a year. How do you expect your low-wage workers to afford living in this city when there's restrictions in place? You're saying no one person can spend more than 30% of his or her rent. You know, with the type of deals that you all are cutting, they're going to spend more than 30% of their earnings on rent. Those are just the cost of rent prices. So again, with inflation, everything is going up except the paycheck, clearly. So I just wanted to outline to the people listening to this, because now I'm not talking to council, I'm talking to all the community members that's listening to this. This is the game that Charlottesville plays. It says, we're going to support affordable housing. And then it puts in stipulations that says you have to make a certain amount when they know they don't even pay their workers that amount of money to be able to afford even a cottage on Page Street. So Keith Woodard lied back in 2007. PHA was in on the game back in 2007. You can go to the Seville Weekly and pull the article from September 11, 2007 to read it. And that the members of council then had hoped that he would allow the apartments to stay affordable. And clearly he's not, because nobody can afford them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Next up is Joan Albiston. Joan, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you very much. My name is Joan Albiston. I live at 921 Royer Drive in the Willoughby neighborhood off 5th Street. And as a property owner in Willoughby, a neighborhood whose only access is onto 5th Street, I would like to thank the Charlottesville Traffic Engineering Department for working to make 5th Street safer. I appreciate City Manager Sam Saunders' update this evening. I support the reduction in speed limit for 5th Street from 45 to 40 miles per hour. I also feel that more needs to be done to make the 5th Street Harris intersection safer for Willoughby residents and other drivers passing through that intersection. Even with signage and common laws directing drivers to yield to through traffic, I and many other drivers passing through that intersection have to frequently come to a complete stop in the middle of that intersection to avoid a collision with a vehicle turning across the path of through traffic or turning into other people's turn lanes. In addition, drivers leaving Willoughby can't see vehicles approaching the intersection on 5th Street from the south. I am especially concerned about vehicles that are traveling recklessly and running the red light. Although the reduction in speed will hopefully lead to some traffic calming, none of these hazardous conditions at the 5th Street Harris intersection is addressed by reducing the speed on 5th Street. At one time, the city traffic engineer suggested a dedicated turn signal for the 5th Street Harris intersection. Please consider doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alston.
Next up is Dee Dee Smith. Dee Dee, you've got 3 minutes with council.
Thank you and good evening. Dee Dee Smith, I live in the city. You all heard a couple really interesting things tonight. I think that can at least help inform some of your tax decisions. One was from Drew Lambert, who was the young man who, with the Albemarle High School snow program, was really inspiring to hear him talk. But when you heard about who he's helping, those are the people who are going to be impacted by a tax increase. I'm not opining one way or the other about it. It's just was really stark reminder about who. And the other really fascinating little factoid that came out was when Michael Payne noted the pretty shocking assessment rise at 10th and Page. I knew mine isn't any that I got for my house isn't anywhere near the 12%. So I figured somebody's getting much higher ones. I have another a friend who noted that hers was like over 15%. In both those cases, these are not big houses. So I think it would be a really interesting data point for you to find out where the really big increases were. You know, when you talk about 10% or 10 cents on 12%, I mean, that's shocking enough, but it's not going to be 10% or 10 cents on 12% for a lot of people. It's going to be more like a 30 and 35% increase, such as we heard about at 10th and Page. Anyway, I think it would just be a really interesting data point for you to find out really who will be impacted. But that's actually not even why I raised my hand. I am here tonight to ask you, to beg you, please, as soon as you can, to have a public presentation that everybody can see and a public hearing on the Central Water Line. This is a 6-mile long, huge Rivanna Water and Sewer Authority main that is going to go straight through the heart of your city, and that so few people even know is happening. I don't understand why City Council didn't have to give authorization for it. They're public streets. You own those streets. And the fact that somebody else could make this decision without City Council really even hearing much about. It's buried in reports recently, is just shocking to me. And we stand to lose trees and have our other utilities interfered with in the process of this. So please just ask Rivanna Water and Sewer Authority to give a public presentation, and please, as part of that, have a public hearing. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Josh Karp is our next speaker. Josh, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't going to call in tonight, but listening to you talk about the tax rates, I felt like I had no choice. That's not true. I had a choice, but I chose to call in. So yeah, I was thinking, as you all know, you have a really unenviable situation here because the community and you all have really good and ambitious goals around affordable housing, around schools, around lots of other programs. And as you've been hearing, you all know better than I do, the money to do those ambitious programs is not available yet. And you've got to figure out what to do about that. And I just want to remind you, I like to do this, that the city and you all produce really good reports and documents now and then. And I would like to encourage you to read some of those, not for the first time, but to read them again. I'm thinking in particular of the affordable housing plan that 3 of the 5 of you endorsed last year, and the TJPDC's report on affordable housing needs from a few years ago. It's not news to you all, but we have a huge deficit of affordable homes in the city. I think it's 4,000 plus in the region and growing. And I was really encouraged when at least 3 of the 5 of you committed in a non-binding way, as it turns out, to $10 million a year for affordable housing last year in the affordable housing plan. And I don't think that that number is meant to be 10 million a year when it's convenient, when there's plenty of money in the budget, when there's no pressure elsewhere. I think $10 million a year to me means $10 million a year as a floor. The needs are not going away without funding. And I was discouraged to hear talk tonight about, well, we can defer the spending, affordable housing is a long-term problem, so we can just cut it for a few years. And you all can, but people are going to lose out on homes in the city if you do that. You all have approved, and I am glad you did, rezonings for Park Street Christian Church and MACA developments. Without money from the CAF, they're not going to get built. And maybe if you return to them in 5 or 10 years, it'll work out, but maybe it won't. And so I want to encourage you to read and stand by reports you've endorsed in the past. And I'm not going to tell you where to find the money. I don't know. Good luck with that. Whether it's real estate taxes or sales taxes or whatever else. But I really hope that you'll stand by those commitments because people are really counting on you to do that. And if you don't, they're going to suffer. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Karp.
Up next is Peter Krebs. Peter, you've got 3 minutes.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me okay? Nod if you can.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. I live on Tufton Avenue here in the city. I'm here to speak about 2 items on tonight's agenda. First, I'd like to encourage you to adopt the Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan. The purpose of the plan is to bring greater attention to this most important resource and guide decision makers who must balance a whole bunch of different factors: recreation and access, development near but not on the river, and most importantly, ecosystem protection. I would emphasize also that this is a plan for an urban section of the Rivanna, so increasing access to a greater spectrum of the community is paramount. Looking forward, I'd like to see a phase 3, which is more specific. TJPDC actually did quite a lot, but their funding for this project was very small. I'd like to see a master plan for Riverview Park. There's a lot going on down there that needs to be balanced. I'd like to see a comprehensive look at the area around Freebridge in both the city and the county. And I'd like to see continued attention both from the city and the county on water quality all the way up to the headwaters of the Rivanna. I would also like to ask you that you enact a speed limit reduction for 5th Street that will be spoken about later. We have to be honest, we all know this is the tiniest piece of what really needs to be done, but it will matter. The relationship between speed and injury or fatality is geometric. So every 5 or 10 miles per hour literally can mean life or death. I'd like to see cars moving steadily at 30 or below rather than a stop and go speedway, which is what we have today. I was very encouraged to hear Sam Sanders' remarks earlier about pursuing Brennan's medium and long-term suggestions and perhaps others. Certainly design changes are warranted. Specifically, I'd like to see improvements in this section of Fifth Street that we're talking about here between Harris and Cherry. I would also like to recommend that you guys work closely with the county, who, as Mr. Sanders mentioned, is working on Fifth Street Extended, and also with the MPO to address the section between the county line and Harris Street. In this next window of Smart Scale, we have the opportunity to really start a bunch of pretty cool work for the whole of Fifth Street. And of course, lives are in the balance. Thank you for your great work and look forward to listening to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Krebs.
Richard Allen is up next. Richard, you have 3 minutes.
And then I think we have one more before we break. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Allen?
Incredible and diverse work that you do to support our community. I'm Richard Allen of Charlottesville. I'm a professional iconographer who studies the importance of public symbolism. 2 years ago, I removed a plate set in the sidewalk that read, "On this site, slaves were bought and sold." That tiny underfoot plate had caused many citizen complaints. Up to 7 past city administrations have ignored visible signage of the slave block corner, but it hasn't always been this way. Back in the 1960s.
Mr. Allen, we really need you to speak much more clearly into the microphone. We're having a very hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
I'm going to start over and I do apologize. 2 years ago, I removed a plate set in the sidewalk that talked about slaves being sold. The little plate had caused many citizen complaints. Up to 7 administrations sitting where you do have ignored public signage at Slave Block Corner, but it hadn't always been this way. Back in the 60s, council placed gray markers on all historic buildings downtown, and one of them visible at eye level read site of Slave Block. Last month, Dr. Paul Mack addressed you about disappearance of that sign. This was the only court square recognition of Black contributions to our town. Our group has asked council to accept our exact reproduction of this sign and to authorize bolting it to the pole beside the slave market. We've also asked you to remove 2 parking spaces that would obscure Slave Block Plaza visually. City Engineer Duncan, Deputy City Manager Sanders say it's easy to move those parking spaces. They're ready to go, but only when authorized by you. DCM Marshall said the same thing, even though she oversees racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. She too is powerless. Only you 5 leaders can make those 2 things happen. Back in 2011, City Council publicly promised, and I quote, "We apologize for the harm caused by the city government's destruction of Vinegar Hill. We affirm that lessons learned from the city's actions will be remembered," unquote. But it appears you've learned nothing on Slave Block Plaza. This ongoing erasure of Black history and Charlottesville history is a failure by council. It represents overt discrimination, a question for all 5 of you leaders. Must our group file a lawsuit against council to see the site of Slave Block sign go up? Councilors, it's time to take on this leadership embarrassment. Please, please authorize our 2 requests in closed session tonight. Please flip those parking spots. We will provide you with our replica Slave Block sign tomorrow for installation. Mayor Snook, Thanks for your past emails indicating concern about this issue, and my apologies for running over time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I will note, by the way, that we would have no authority to go into closed session. But anyway, last speaker.
That will be Kimber Hawkey. Kimber, you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for listening to me tonight. I'd like to start by agreeing with Mayor Snook. It is incredibly oppressive and onerous to both raise assessments and taxes in the same year. It's a double taxation. And it will make regular people suffer, such as myself and many other people who even have things worse than we do. It's a question of affordable housing. You know, there's all this talk about rich people. I'm not sure where they are or how to find them, but perhaps tax them. You know, the average people like ourselves, we're not sitting around eating bonbons and using golden toilets. So I would ask you to sincerely reconsider raising assessments and taxation in the same year. Other than that, the other affordable housing issue is the upzoning of 0 Nassau this evening. Protesting that upzoning is not ingenuous. History has shown that there's flooding in that area, and putting housing there is not safe. Neither are people such as myself against development. What we're against is a development that's not appropriate in size or not appropriate in safety. And that's where Nassau comes in. Mr. Snook, you had sent a quote about the importance of experiment regarding this issue. And again, experiment refers to testing, and this site fails the test due to numerous floods experienced there. And that caused the Army Corps of Engineers to warn against developing in this area due to how vulnerable it is to precipitation and runoff and floodwaters. Your own climate action manager pointed out the dangers of increased precipitation and flooding that is heading our way in the climate action webinar. The applicant is not looking to mitigate these dangers. There's no waterproofing of the buildings. There's no stilts. There's no steel girders going down to bedrock to stabilize the buildings. The city is simply allowing for infill to be put there. That infill is going to block the sponge that the floodplain is, and it will also increase the amount of impervious surfaces. Eyewitnesses have attested to the floodwaters on Nassau. Clifton Brown, who lives across the street from this development on 901 Nassau, saw the floodwaters from Meal. The Flood Factor site, which is an impartial group, has said this is a 9 out of 10 extreme flooding risk area, and that goes to across the street from this site. So we would just ask for sanity and safety in development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkey. Okay, should we take a brief recess? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. See you all back in 5 minutes. Thank you. I guess we're all back. So let's call this meeting back to order. And we're on to the action items portion of the agenda. And the first action item is consideration of a proposed amendment to the 2021 comprehensive plan to incorporate contents of the urban Rivanna River corridor. Who is presenting this?
I've got
Missy?
that. Yes, sir.
I see Sandy's there also, so I assume you'll bring her in.
I will bring her right in. Yes,
Great.
sir.
Fire away.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. We are moving forward with the second phase of the Rivanna River corridor plan. As you heard from public comment earlier, there are two. This is the second of three phases that were thought about for this effort, and we've made it through this second phase here. We had a public hearing on this on January 11th, joint hearing with Planning Commission, where there were a few changes that were made to the document. Since then, the document has gone to Albemarle County for review, and there have been at least one thing that Sandy's going to give us a briefing on. But at this point, I'm going to turn the time over to Sandy Shackelford for a brief presentation. And both of us will be available to assist with questions.
And Sandy, I don't mean to make it life even more difficult, but brief is really kind of important because it turns out we have a hard stop at 11:45 for our meeting tonight, and we've got 4 or 5 action items. So we're already convinced halfway there, bring it all the way home.
I have 2 slides, and I think Ms. Creasy just covered one of them. So
all right, thank you.
All right, well, thank you all. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight, and we're all really excited to be able to present this final draft of the plan for your consideration. If you could go ahead and advance to the next slide. While that's coming up, it's just a slide summarizing the action that has happened so far. So Albemarle County has already gone through their process. Their Planning Commission has reviewed the plan. The Board of Supervisors has reviewed the plan, and they've gone through their endorsement process to support it. They will be incorporating this plan into their update. They're getting ready to go through their comprehensive plan update. So they'll be incorporating content from this plan into that process. There was one revision that came to our attention after we submitted the final draft. So if you can go ahead and go to the next slide after the action to date and go to the revision slide. There was one minor editing error that we caught a little bit later in the process, that on the bottom of page 3. This was just, there was a sentence that was left over from an earlier revision, and after we restructured this section, we realized that the sentence was left in by mistake and it really doesn't belong in the plan anymore. So basically, we're asking that should you choose to go ahead and support the resolution to amend the 2021 comprehensive plan to include this urban Ravenna River plan, that you also include the revision that's noted here.
What page is that
Otherwise,
on?
what's that?
You know what page that's on?
Yeah, it's on page 3. It's on the bottom of page 3, and it's in the middle column.
I see.
On the bottom of page 3 under the
Yep.
Indigenous people section.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. Otherwise, basically, we've incorporated all the other revisions that have been made to this plan. You all were, I believe all of you were at the joint public hearing with the Planning Commission, so you've already heard the full overview of the plan. So that really summarizes all the new information that I have for you at this point. And otherwise, I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilors have any questions for either Sandy or Missy? Let me say, when I saw that that bit in there that you've now taken out, I thought, I didn't realize that was an issue. Anyway, glad it got cleared up with that change. And I think it's past time, but I'm glad we're getting to it now finally, to begin to recognize the fact that the Rivanna River is an asset to Charlottesville. It is not merely a barrier. So, any other questions, comments, discussion? If not, somebody like to make a motion?
I move to accept I don't have a copy of the agenda in front of me.
Move that we approve the changes suggested by staff.
Is there a second? Well, actually, let's move to approve the change suggested and then approve the plan and add it to the comp plan.
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
That's what I thought I heard you say.
Second.
Is there a second? Ms. McGill, Councilor McGill has seconded the motion as restated. Any discussion? Ms. Thomas, take a vote.
I do have a question. Was the change noted in the resolution that was submitted?
I think the resolution, no, it's not in the resolution as submitted. So,
okay.
But the resolution as submitted did not enumerate other changes either. So I know there had been a couple of changes since the Planning Commission draft, or actually since the draft that went to the Planning Commission, there were some changes that the Planning Commission had made and a couple of errors noted. So this is the only change since the version that was given to us. Is that correct, Sandy?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we're moving to approve, consider the amendment of to make an amendment to the 2021 comprehensive plan to incorporate the contents of the urban Rivanna River corridor plan as currently amended with this current suggestion with the redaction on page 3 about John Smith and the mound.
Right. So the sentence on page 3 that begins according to a map and ending with Monacan Indian Nation would be just simply stricken out. Okay. Clear on the motion now?
Believe so.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, call us out.
Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston,
I'll accept that as a yes.
is he having mic trouble?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Let's see. Next is the motion to amend and reordain section 15-99 of chapter 15 of the Code of the City of Charlottesville to reduce the speed limit on 5th Street Southwest. Brandon Duncan, there you are.
Here.
Talk to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Snook and city councilors. As Deputy City Manager Sanders said in his response to matters by the public, you know, we have been working on this and kind of the first stage. So, you know, having looked at this for more than a year now, reviewing the data, looking at all the crash history and stuff, we are proposing that we would, you know, reduce the speed limit from 45 to 40 miles an hour. We've provided the ordinance to you all, and staff's recommendation would be that you move to accept that.
Any questions for Mr. Duncan? Council?
I realize this is just the first step, and my own views, whenever you can lower speed limit, that's a good thing. Are you prepared at all to speak to what possible future steps might be, or is it too early in the process?
I mean, other than what was laid out in my last council presentation back in, I believe it was late 2020, all of those are still on the table. As Mr. Sanders said, we have gone back to the consultant who did the original 5th Street study for them to look at some possible other alternatives that are maybe a little more out of the box, and you know, without looking at cost or anything, just give all of the options for us to bring that back to you all to consider, you know, what the pros, the cons, and the cost benefit of all those will. So we are hoping that, you know, we'll be able to present something to you guys in the next coming months. But I don't really have any more to add at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Any any discussion, or are we ready for a motion?
I move that we lower the speed limit.
Moving
On
the
5th
ordinance
Street.
as was recommended by staff, right?
So Mayor Snook, do I
And
need
this
to read the
does
ordinance?
have 2 readings, so I don't know.
Oh, we don't have
that's
to
right.
read it.
Okay, so I think we have a general idea that we're in favor. Is that fair to say, folks? So should we have it, pass it on to the consent agenda at the next meeting?
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Easiest meeting you probably ever had to sit through. Thank you. Next,
Yep.
0 Nassau Street. And this is Jack Dawson has a presentation for us. If I could make one sort of general all-purpose edit, a number of times throughout the documents here, it is referred to as though the current zoning is R2U, meaning it's a university district. Clearly, it is not. I think we need to make sure that it gets taken out of the resolution, for one thing. But the other places, people should just be aware before the document before anything gets finalized, let's make sure it's R2 and not R2U. Mr. Dawson, you want to lead off?
Yeah, sorry, I had to navigate to my other screen there. So we do have a PowerPoint prepared, if I could get that up to help guide us.
Is that, there we go.
No, different one. Do we not have a different slideshow?
That might be the applicant's slideshow.
I can share my screen if that is okay.
Let's go that way then.
Okay. So this might be slightly start from beginning. Can everybody see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is it? Okay. So of course now I can't see my notes, but I'll do the best I can. You'll probably see my notes now, huh? So I'll move that. All right, sorry. And I'll do the best I can to get through this. So my name is Jack Dawson. I'm the city engineer, and we were requested, this rezoning came up in December last year, just a few months ago. And at the request of council, we were asked to make this presentation in regards to essentially 3 items as it pertains to floodplains. And that's essentially what is the role of engineering in the city's floodplain management? What a brief description of the review of the 2017 LOMAR process and how that went, and then a general assessment of the risk of developing the floodplain. So I know that there's some new people on council here as well. So I hope you've read up on this, because I'm gonna just attack the floodplain aspect of this. So there was a fair bit of community members who expressed concern over the flood risk associated with rezoning, including some varying information about floodplain mapping and some other resources about water surface elevations for the 1% annual exceedance event. And council did delay that decision until background could be provided by Public Works Engineering, which is what we're doing this evening. And so at the request of council tonight, I'll briefly discuss how Public Works Engineering is involved with the floodplain management, how engineering staff were involved in the 2017 LOMAR, and how we currently manage the risk of floodplain development. There we go. I'm gonna move my notes here real quick so you guys don't have to keep watching me do this. There we go. So the city agreed to partner with FEMA as floodplain managers when we signed with the National Flood Insurance Program. City property owners get access to flood insurance through the NFIP exchange. And in return, we agreed to create a floodplain development ordinance with a series of minimum standards. Slide. I apologize for the glitch here. Why we participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. So floodplains primarily function as conveyance of floodwater. That is, rivers rise, they rise out of their banks, they go into the floodplain. The floodplain really as a geologic feature is undefined, but the floodplain we're talking about is the 1% annual exceedance event. And that's essentially floods have a 1% chance a year of going to that line. Extreme flood events are not always caused by hurricanes or tropical events. The pictures here represent flooding this summer in Middle Tennessee, rural areas that experienced 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. The previous record in this area was 9 inches from 2010. And then significant damage can occur outside of an extreme event. Even 1 inch of water in a home can cause over $25,000 in damage. Okay, so so the LOMAR process, what is a LOMAR? A LOMAR is a letter of map revision. Very generally, FEMA every couple of decades or so does large flood insurance studies where they do a process evaluating where that 1% line is. A LOMAR is a method to develop a new or alter an existing floodplain map outside of a process led by FEMA. Anyone can develop a LOMAR. It does not have to be led by FEMA, local or state government. The city is the gatekeeper for determining LOMAR validity. A LOMAR should improve or correct the existing model based on new data or improved methods. And it's our job in engineering and as the floodplain administrators to make sure that it's technically sound. The city is the first point of review. After the city approves or denies it, sent to FEMA. The city denies the application. FEMA will strongly weigh the city's comments with the application. This is part of that partnership with FEMA to administer this program. The city was part of the LOMAR process in 2016 that affects reaches of the Rivanna River and Moores Creek as shown in the figure. The orange square in this picture is the location of the parcel. And I'm not sure if you can see my cursor here. but this is, I take it that's a no. You'll see a very small orange in the middle of the lower red rectangle, and that's a subject property. Morris Creek is sort of that blue line that goes from screen left to right there, with the Rivanna coming from screen top coming down.
Hi, Jack. This is David Dillahunt in Communications. Could you please hit the down arrow next to display settings on your screen there and do swap presenter view?
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, that's much better. Thank you. Okay, and I can see my things up here. All right, now we're in business. Okay, so moving on. It's the yeah. Next slide. Come on. All right. So during the 2017 process, this was not really a good example of how this partnership is supposed to work. The LOMAR was submitted directly to FEMA, and the review process was initiated without city participation. The city did generate comments eventually when we received it, and we provided those both to the applicant and FEMA. Ultimately, FEMA approved the LOMAR under a different case number. It was resubmitted, and the concurrence letter, which is what usually comes from the locality, was signed by city management. And engineering was not involved in the process between us providing comments to FEMA and FEMA getting approving the LOMAR. So about the 2017 LOMAR. So the period of record used for the 2005 study, which was the pre-existing model that was done through FEMA, was calibrated with gauge data and a high watermark. The period of record used for 2017 study was not calibrated to known rainfall and flood amounts. The runoff estimates based on statistical analysis used for the 2017 study did not include any confidence intervals to account for limitations of the available data and the input of the existing statistical information that goes into generating the models. And then the roughness coefficients were changed. They were reduced to reflect visual observations of vegetative cover and rock size. The runoff coefficients that were developed in 2005 that this submittal reduced them from represented a more general characteristics of the channel in the vicinity of the study. And then one very important thing I want to point out here. This line work, there's a difference between a flood map and the flood model. A flood model is done at specific cross sections. That's these green lines here. And the base flood elevation is sort of interpolated between those cross sections. And that's what's shown on a flood insurance map. If you go and you create a format online, you can do that right now of any place. That'll show you this line work. The line work is really advisory. The real work is done when you look at a specific site, you use the model data itself to create that line. And I just want to point that out because what's shown here, and can you see my cursor at all? Is it?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So this light line is what was shown as the 100 or the 100-year floodplain in the 2017 LOMAR. In actuality, that was just an oversight or a mistake or something. If you look at that model provided in 2017, the real line is this green line, and that's what city staff prepared sort of to reflect this. And so there is a discrepancy in the actual data as it's been presented. I know there was lots of community input last time. I think this generates some confusion. That being said,
Jack, could I interrupt you a second?
Sure.
Going back to that last slide. So what is the meaning of the slope that you say is actually an error? How did that get generated?
By either the applicant or FEMA created that line in error.
Just plugging the wrong numbers into an equation, or do you know?
No, it's more of an art drawing this line in between the different sections. So I'm not aware how it was done. The model was essentially approved and the map was created by, I believe, probably the consultant that created it.
Okay.
But that same consultant would look at this map and say, well, that's not right. Here's the right. You can correct the maps using the model sort of technically or administratively outside of an official process, because the models are what dictate the data and the maps are graphical representations of that. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So our role in engineering in the rezoning was Really, what we look for, it's really done at the site plan or building permit phase, not at a rezoning stage typically. And so if you look at this screen, you can see this darker blue, which is mostly under legend on the right side. That is the floodway. That has a different technical meaning than the floodplain, and that's something that you cannot build in. But when a site plan is submitted, we look to make sure it meets all codes, and they can be in a floodplain as long as they're built 1 foot above that flood elevation. And if you see here, this very light blue line here, it's more of a hatch or that light blue pattern. That was the 100-year floodplain from the 2005 model that was existing when the 2017 model was done. And then this line here was that in error 100-year floodplain. So that is still a little bit more conservative than the pre-existing 100-year floodplain, with the exception of this one area. And then we did not add sort of our effective one from the 2017, but that would be on this side around the buildings, this being the subject site right here.
Okay.
Okay, so risk. There is inherent risk in placing buildings in the floodplain. As a city, we've taken the collective risk shown in this pie chart. And so this is all the parcels within the floodplain. 285 of those are developed parcels. That's this orange chunk. Now those are developed in that they have a building, but that building is not necessarily in the floodplain. Whereas the 266 represent lots or parcels that do have part of building in the floodplain. And just to be clear, that's in the floodplain as you are looking on a map. So the building footprints are within the extent of the floodplain. They are not necessarily elevation wise in 3 dimensions such that the building finished floor is within the flood elevation. So it's essentially living in the floodplain or being in the floodplain. It's a high risk area. Living there, there's some implicit risk with that. More people living in the floodplain, there's more risk taken on as a city. Our current code is technically not the minimum because we require, if you build in the floodplain, your building needs to be elevated 1 foot above base flood elevation, where in some localities there you can build it right to that elevation. And then just a bit about mitigating. We can mitigate risk now by adhering to the process we currently have in place for floodplain development and requiring the same of our other parties and partners. And then we need to make sure we communicate the city's role and expectations so we're all working together as partners. Make sure that's FEMA is held accountable and the applicants, meet an acceptable standard when they're making submittals. And then continue to work with FEMA and city management to protect life and property. And just a last note, FEMA is undertaking a study of this reach as we speak. And so the engineering team and our floodplain managers will be working with FEMA and making sure we're reviewing that data. And we will certainly keep city management and council abreast of those as we work on that. Maybe towards having some more of these about how we can improve our regulations or processes. So with that, that's my presentation. And if you have any questions, I welcome them.
Jack, I have a quick question based on the last thing you said. We approved back in November, I think it was, a grant from the RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas, whatever the initials stand for, for studying the Moores Creek Basin. Is that the study you're talking about?
Nope, that's a separate study that was initiated by our Water Resources Protection Group to sort of build some of more internal data so we can have a little bit better grasp of what's going on. That's really more, that's more of an internal process. We can, had that been done 2 years ago, we can use that data and say, hey, FEMA, look at some data we have here, especially when you're looking at Moores Creek, because this was maybe briefly discussed last time, but this floodplain in this subject area is much more affected by the Rivanna, which carries so much more water than Moores Creek that it tends to back up into Moores Creek in a flood situation. But no, that is a different city initiated process where that money was available. And so we wanted to study it for our sort of stormwater resiliency planning.
Will that study lead to any information that will be relevant to flood levels?
Yes, very generally. any information is relevant to flood levels. You know, when they put this, a lot of building these original models when they started this process was they use historical data, you know, and there's different guidance out there for how you're supposed to, or how an applicant or engineer is supposed to apply sort of credences to this data, and how you build a statistical model with sort of, I don't want to say anecdotal, but some of these things are, you know, from the 1872 flood and things like that, and how those get built into the model. So yes, anything that has anything to do with flood levels will help a model in the future. In the
When
process.
is that, I'm sorry, when is that study expected to be completed?
I don't know about completed. We just got that grant funding awarded a couple months ago.
Is it a
So it's
year-long thing, or?
Yeah, approximately a year-long thing, because there is some monitoring that's done with that, as well as some other methods. That's sort of a combination approach to doing that.
Okay. I'm sorry, I jumped in. Does any other counselors have questions for Mr. Dawson?
I just got a, Brian, you go ahead, sir. You probably got more than I do.
To summarize, first of all, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Dawson. To summarize what's being proposed, particularly with the LOMR, with the LOMRF, with the fill, what is being proposed is, even though part of the property may be in a floodplain, the actual structure itself, the footprint of it is above the floodplain level, as far as we know.
It has not been proposed yet, but the actual structure based on our existing codes will minimally need to be 1 foot above the existing base flood elevation.
And you've not seen a design to that effect yet, because
That's
it's
correct.
not gotten to that point.
That's correct.
But presumably Mr. Shemp and Ms. Grove are going to do that. So yeah, I appreciate the context and the background. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Wade?
Yes, just a couple of comments. So, good job, Jack. I've been giving a presentation before when I couldn't look at my notes the way I had practiced. So good job, man. You did really good. So, when Lloyd and I went out there to meet with some of the residents, I think it was last Sunday. Lloyd, it was really cold. I know that much.
8 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, one of the questions that we got, and this is like, you know, if it's going to be filled, what type of fill would it be? That it's possible for moisture and things to come up from the ground. We wanted to look at that, and I think I saw one of the emails address this, but would there be an issue getting insurance? I'm not necessarily said that this is your skill set that you have to answer, but I know that is some questions that we received. Would they be able to get insurance based on whether the maps are a mistake or what? The insurance people will look at the maps and say it is or it's in the floodplain, and so those are some of the kind of comments or questions that I have on this. So thank you.
Sure, I can probably answer both of those at least close enough. So I'll start with the insurance one. The whole purpose of this process is to provide flood insurance and dictate areas where it's required or where it's a threat. So they should be able to get insurance because they should be conforming with the regulations as they're now laid out. And the 2017 LOMAR, whether or not engineering agreed with it at the time, is the model that informs floodplain line work. So they're how that's done and if the rates increase being in proximity, I'm not really sure, but this is in conformance with our ordinance. And then regarding the fill, that's not something we look at. That comes with the what they call an elevation certificate, where the house is done. The building permit shows where the finished floor is going to be. And then when it's done, a surveyor has to go and provide a certificate that says, here's the finished floor elevation. And as long as that is 1 foot above the elevation that's determined of the floodwaters at the site, then they're good to go. So it can be any kind of fill. And to go back, somebody from the, floods, 1% annual exceedance floods are extreme events. So when there's so much rain falling from the sky, it's more about the water moving across the ground and through the creeks than it is coming up through the ground or being absorbed by the ground, because you're talking about such an extreme event. You know, when we do hydrology and runoff calculations for small developments, you look at 1 inch of rain or half an inch of rain. And at those levels, some of that sinks to the ground before it even runs off. But in a flood, you're well outside the realms of, you know, the wetlands soaking up water or water coming up out of the ground. So there is no requirement for what that fill looks like. It's just in standard conformance with the building practices. You add fill, put your slab on top of it, or your foundation rises up to the level where your finished floor is 1 foot above.
Other questions from?
For just quick follow. So in floodplain areas, there's no like extra to make sure that the fill is good, you know, good dirt, if you will, you know, and it sounds like this is not something that you approve, but who you say gives that final approval? What agency?
No, so it's associated with the building permit process. So at site design plan, when they've designed this and they submit it, my team, the floodplain administrator, looks at it and says, yep, that elevation, let me check the elevation of the base flood, let me check the elevation of the house. And then through the building permit process, it also has to meet that site plan. And to make sure that happens once the building is constructed, they have to take the elevation certificate survey and send it into my division. They say, yep, you built it as you said you were going to build it. But no, we don't get involved in looking at the fill.
Other counselor questions or comments?
A couple questions. So there's adjacent developed properties, I think a couple by right market units, and then Habitat and Community Land Trust homes. For those properties, I mean, is their situation substantially different than their lot? Did they have a LOMAR approved? In other words, how does this differ from the already approved and built projects, a couple of which I believe received city money, the Habitat and Community Land Trust projects?
That's a good question. They're all, you know, I don't know the history of those. That is a good question. I'm assuming there's minimum elevations for all of those. And it's because I know generally watching that project get built out from a erosion control and general oversight standpoint, there is fill there. I'm assuming they filled it up above, very similar to this, because obviously there's not a huge change as you walk 30 yards down the street.
Right.
So I'm assuming it was a very similar process.
And did they have a LOMAR approved?
No, so that they would have been operating under the same 2017 LOMAR where that green line we showed. So it's almost the same situation.
Right. And does engineering and public works concur with FEMA's approval of the LOMAR? Because you weren't involved in the process, do you feel you don't have enough information to concur or dissent from it? Is it just pointing out that is not the ideal process to not have the city involved the whole time?
I was not here in 2017 when the LOMAR was done, but we do have staff that was here, and staff definitely did not agree with the methodology that was used to prepare that LOMAR.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess they disagree with the methodology. I guess that is just at a minimum uncertainty. I mean, but they don't completely, I guess do they not have enough information to be able to dissent from, I guess my terminology is definitely going to be messed up, but just, I guess, the conclusion of the LOMAR that it would be basically safe to develop and build there.
So first of all, the LOMAR, we talk about safety and all these things. The real point is establish where that 1% annual exceeding storm will go to. The damage caused by it, all the other things, you know, is not something we're looking at establishing that elevation. And beyond that, it's policy issues. But again, engineering had a whole host of issues that they had with it. I know a lot of it was, this is a pretty complicated process because there's a lot of administrative procedures that go into it, coordinating with FEMA, going through all this research, how you know, engineers are not great historians, how you take this data and build it out into a data set so that it can inform your model. These are all very complicated things. There's lots of room for discretion in there. And I know that one of the bigger problems was the lack of calibrated data that went into the set, and then some problems with the statistics. And I don't know, you know, if you know anything about statistics, it's kind of a flexible. So there's lots of room for disagreement in that area. So again, we're at staff are looking forward to going back through those notes and making sure that this upcoming round that FEMA's doing is very good and that we don't have any disagreements with that. But again, the 100-year floodplain is a regulatory imaginary line. You know, there's no saying that you get a storm that goes above it, goes 5 feet inside of it. So it's just, there is unknowns associated with that.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, what I'm trying to get at, which I know is hard to answer, but it's just, you know, the bottom line of what is the actual risk and is it safe to develop and build in that area? And so I guess it sounds like, is it accurate that the developments that have popped up there, both by right and the ones that received city support, were able to happen because of the LOMAR, which was approved without staff involvement, or at least some of them, or is that not accurate?
I don't know all the details. Because they were built. So they almost certainly could have been built. They might have been, if the 2017 LOMAR didn't happen, if that's your question,
right,
they probably still would have occurred, but they would have had to been elevated another 3 feet or something like that.
I see.
Yeah.
And so it sounds, so if there was an issue with both the LOMAR requiring a foot of fill as opposed to like 2 or 3, whatever it would be, and if it turned out that there was an issue with that in terms of a major flooding event, I know it's not this, I'm just curious about that systemic issue of process wise, what went on to create this issue across that entire street, because even if there's not risk and 1 foot was enough, that's a systemic issue that staff was not involved, and we wouldn't have enough confidence, as much confidence as we would if staff had been involved from the beginning. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't think of other questions. I mean, it's just sort of, it's difficult for me as a not an engineer to try to figure out and get to the bottom line of just
Mr. Dawson? Sorry.
Yes.
The sort of, I don't guess it's technically a revised floodplain map yet, but your new modeling has the floodplain at a lower elevation than what Mr. Schimpf has come up with in the 2017 official version. Is that correct?
No, so there's 2 issues. FEMA's doing a new model now, which is in draft form. We don't know all the ins and outs. If you're referring to the green line that my staff drew, what we were doing is just, there's essentially an error in the existing floodplain map that the 2017 reduced the elevation of the floodplain. It just was poorly reflected on the work product from that endeavor, which is the flood insurance map, which is why, again, when this site plan comes in, it's not going to show that graphic line from the engineers preparing that site plan. Will look at the model and say, oh, here's that line. It'll be a lot closer to our green line. So our green line is just remediation of sort of a mismatch in the line work and the data set. It changed from 2005 to 2017 in this area of approximately 2 or 3 feet. I believe 3 feet. But we didn't change it. I wanted to do that because we wanted to show that line because there was lots of concern from the public about how the floodplain goes across the street. And it certainly did in 2005. And it appears that way if you go on and find that map right now. It looks that way, but that is not the way that it actually works. So I know that is a little confusing.
So in other words, to the best of your group's technical sort of understanding of the data that you've seen, the putative floodplain level is actually lower than what concerned folks in the community have represented.
Only if they're looking at that floodplain map. There's lots of other data out there now with climate change and resiliency. A lot of people talk about flood factor and those things. So there's lots of other data. That's not regulatory. That's not binding. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the good stuff.
So yes, if you were to look at the map that was accompanying this project, you would see that erroneous line.
Okay. You know, I know that the applicant wants to present something to us, but let me just, before we get to Ms. Scrow, offer. I mean, I was one of the ones who was saying, hey, let's slow down, let's take a look at this, let's let's consider what the folks are saying about the whole project. And I'd like to just comment that the more I stared at it, and the more I stared at the city's flood hazard protection overlay district and the rest of the zoning ordinances as a whole, I became convinced that all of the issues that people really most want to talk about here are site plan issues, not zoning issues. And so, although I had expressed some concerns when the issue came up a month or two ago, I'm pretty well convinced at this point that, and I'll tell people what I said to a number of folks, and I've had probably 100 or so emails, and I've probably returned half of them, and I've met with people out at the site, and I've met with engineers, and I've talked with lawyers about it all. And what I keep kind of coming back to is that this is that the decision we are being asked by some folks to make here is not a proper decision for us to make at the rezoning phase. That does not mean that if we grant the rezoning and that it's necessarily going to pass a site plan review. And it would, if we pass the rezoning, that is not saying, oh, and by the way, we don't think there's a floodplain issue. What we would be saying is the floodplain issue isn't an issue at the rezoning stage, but it is still potentially an issue at the site plan stage. There's mention of the floodfactor.com website, and I asked somebody who's really an expert on this stuff, and he said, what flood factor is, basically they're applying a nationwide data set, and they're not necessarily getting specific about individual floodplains, individual flood, stream basins, and so on. And so flood factor is interesting. It is a way to alert you to a possible problem, but it's not a basis for decision making. And that the only basis for decision making is you got to get much more local than that. And one of the things that I thought about a long time was there are a number of photos that purport to show folks boating on the street during Hurricane Camille's runoff and so on. And while there's some doubt about whether those pictures were taken on Franklin, which is about 8 feet lower down, or on Nassau Street, the important thing that I'm looking at is that you've got now 50 years of no further issues. And the question is why? One of the reasons is that, as it's been explained to me, that a lot of the development that has taken place upstream, rather than speeding the flows, may well have slowed down the flows. For example, if you've got less channelization going on in streams because those streams are not being eroded away because cows are wading in them. Or in the case of the University of Virginia, for example, a portion of the watershed for Moores Creek that is controlled by the University of Virginia has been, there was a master plan done in 2002 of a whole series of ameliorative measures that the university was taking that would have had a tendency to reduce flooding downstream and other things like that going on. And that in general, what has been suggested to me by the applicant here was that their surveys, and they had like 50 different cross-section surveys taken of the watershed, their surveys tended to show that the watershed had widened and flattened, and that would tend to have a different effect as well. So what I keep coming back to is, unless somebody's got something pretty compelling, like a photograph of a flood 5 years ago, I don't see a basis for us to go behind the FEMA numbers at a rezoning level. I think that's got to be something, if it's going to be pursued at all, it's going to have to be pursued at the site plan level, with perhaps whatever new studies may be coming along. But I just don't think it's a rezoning issue at this point. I say that as a way of saying to Ms. Scrow, if you thought that I was one of the people who was going to be objecting to things, and therefore you were thinking, gee, I've really got to sell this thing, I will point out that it's 10:20 p.m. and I'm not sure you have to work that hard. But you're welcome to tell us whatever you'd like to tell us.
No, I appreciate you kind of giving us your opinion of where you're at and where your thinking is. I do, as you said, have a presentation. It's been difficult to determine how much I should say, how much I shouldn't say. We've got too much, in other words, I've given this a few times and I don't want to repeat myself to you, but we also have 2 new council members on here today. So I am struggling with what exactly I should do. At the same time, it is 10:20 and you guys are going at warp speed right now. So I've got a presentation. I think I'm going to suggest I can go through it, but I can go through it pretty abbreviated and quickly, because I know in the interest of time, we should move through this. And this is the second reading. So we've talked about this before. So
well,
I'll try
I think Ms. McGill and I were the 2 folks who were expressing concerns last time, and I don't have any concerns, none that you need to address. Let me put it that way. I have a lot of concerns broadly.
Ms. Scrow, I'm happy to hear your presentation. I hope that you're well. I'm supportive of this development, so, but I'm happy to review your presentation if that would be helpul. I don't know about Vice Mayor Wade.
Could have been finished by now. We've been talking about it so much, so just go through it quickly if it's okay.
Okay. Okay, well, the property, it's located along Nassau Street, as you know. I guess maybe, can I control the slide deck, or is that something? Maybe if we just go to one slide in particular, I just want to talk about kind of why we're proposing this. And so if we go to the next slide, it's just a zoomed in version of this, where this property is. And I know every council member, I think at this point, has walked the site. So I'm sure they're aware. And so I'm going to move through this. The existing zonings are 2. This is a rendering of showing the massing. I don't think the massing is an issue here. Okay, so briefly what I wanted to talk about, and the reason why we're bringing this forward, by right, you can build 3 units here, or 3 buildings here. So 3 duplexes can be built here under the R2 zoning, because there's 3 lots. So instead of 3 duplexes, which are larger, more 3-4 bedroom units, we're proposing 2 buildings that are 5-plexes that are 1 2-bedroom units. So the composition of the buildings is smaller units, and we're doing that to save on construction costs so we can hit lower rents. So that's the purpose of this rezoning. One other thing I'll say is I know that the elevation of Nassau Street is 327. The existing Lomar has an elevation here between 324 and 326. So we're going to lift the property to an elevation of 327. And then we're going to have 3 feet of crawl space and another foot of subflooring. So the finished floor elevation will be at 331 approximately. So that's above the previous, that's a foot above the previous floodplain.
So I feel very comfortable about and confident about the flood risk here, in that we are above both the 2017 LOMAR, the 2005 elevation levels. The most severe storm here was Camille in 1969. The high water mark for Camille was at 323. So we were well above that mark. I feel very confident about our flood risk here, both in relation to the 2017 LOMAR and to the 2005 elevation marks, and to the, in the future, what that elevation could be in relation to climate change. And I think that is a totally legitimate issue and concern to raise. As far as like fill dirt, that will be, I don't think that's a department that, or an issue that won't be looked at. It will be an issue that will be looked at by a different department than Jack Dawson. So we do have to, with any building, you have to have soil certification. So for another property, we had to dig down like 4 or 5 feet before we hit solid earth. So there's a soil certification that happens regardless of whether you have fill or not. And you could have bad soil on other properties regardless of whether you have fill or not. And you have to make sure you have stable ground to build underneath. So that will be certainly looked at and certified by the building department. I remember, mold being an issue with any kind of moist environment. You're going to have the growth of mold, but new construction will mitigate and prohibit a lot of that by having concrete foundations. In Linden, there was a wood foundation underground. That's going to cause mold, and that's terrible. You should not have that built. So anyway, I just want to say, I know there's a lot of issues and a lot of things that are thrown out here, and your building is safe. And I feel very confident about it being safe and about it being a healthy environment for people to live in. And we want to build something that not only is safe and healthy, but is also reaches lower price points than what we see and what we could do by right. We could just build more duplexes here and hit higher rents than we want to. So anyway, that's what I've got. I don't know where exactly to land, but that's kind of why we're doing this. So if any further questions come up, I'm here. Thank you.
Planner Matt informs me reminded me that he's here to answer any questions as well. So, councilors, any other questions, discussion, comments?
This will be one final question on the staff end. And I would agree with what you said, Mayor Snook. The one last thing I'm curious about is on the city staff end, sort of what are the processes and checks within the site review plan process to ensure that there's minimal or no flooding risk. I know we've heard from community members who have, offered suggestions of like proffers to condition rezoning on verification of avoiding the floodplain during site plan review, or informing a flood risk of any renter or buyer. But are those things completely redundant, unnecessary? Just get a better sense of what that site review process would entail and the protections it offers.
Or the only thing that engineering does at the site plan review is make sure that confirm the base flood elevation that's stated matches the data, and then make sure that the building is 1 foot higher than what that base flood elevation is. And that's all we do regarding floods.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
No, sir. I feel like this is one we've talked about a lot with lots of different pieces of input, and I'm pretty much ready to vote.
All right, then we need a motion.
All right, I will move that we approve the rezoning of land at 0 Nassau Street from R2, 2-family residential, to R3, multifamily residential, subject to proffered development conditions. This is the third reading.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade. Vice Mayor
Couldn't hear
Wade.
you on.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Scrow. Thank you to Jack Dawson and all of the other folks from the city who hung in here. Good luck on the project. So last item on our action items is a resolution to amend the CDBG substantial action plan to reprogram some funds. Is that Ms. Attack? Is that your presentation?
Yes.
Fire away.
Okay, so on January 14, 2021, Charlottesville was found to be non-compliant for the second consecutive year with CDBG spending requirements. HUD noted that Charlottesville's lack of spending performance was an issue. So as part of the grant requirements, the city is subject to HUD's timeliness sanctions. HUD will conduct its final timeliness test this year on May 2nd. So just some background information on CDBG. CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant. These are federal funds that the city receives each year from HUD. The goal for CDBG, so HUD has 3 national objectives: the prevention of slum blight neighborhoods, to benefit low to moderate income beneficiaries, and to address an urgent need like the coronavirus. And you can do this through various different activities like supporting public infrastructure activities, economic development activities, housing rehab, public services, and the list goes on. This past year, or actually each year, Charlottesville City Council votes on a set of priorities for CDBG and home funding. So on September 20th, 2021, Charlottesville City Council voted on a list of priorities for CDBG. These priorities were to provide access to affordable housing, workforce development, microenterprise assistance, homeowner rehab, support down payment assistance, setting aside funding for Belmont and Ridge Street priority neighborhood, and funding administrative and planning. Each year, Charlottesville receives about $400,000 in federal funding and is expected by HUD to determine the city's next grant allocation. Failure to meet this deadline results in a penalty for the city's grant award. By May, the city is required to spend approximately $227,973, and that's the most recent number that we're expected to spend. City staff examined all of CDBG's programs and found that the recently stalled Belmont Franklin Street sidewalk was the delaying factor in the city's CDBG timeliness spending. Because of COVID, HUD has authorized all of the CDBG entitlements across the nation, so not just Charlottesville, but CDBG entitlement communities to expedite all procurement methods, including requests for proposals. Staff looked at all the unfunded RFPs that came in this past year that could meet a 2 to 3 month spending window to meet the timeliness crunch that the city is currently facing. Staff also reached out to all the city departments to see if anyone had any viable CDBG projects that could meet the spending window. The fire department listed several housing maintenance activities, which included smoke alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, stovetop fire stop installations, and CPR assist devices, all of which were HUD eligible, could meet city council priorities to provide homeowner rehab and entitlement funding to priority neighborhoods listed in the Ridge Street and Belmont priority neighborhoods, and address the timeliness deadline within the 2 to 3 month period. If approved tonight, the action plan amendment would be submitted tomorrow and for a HUD review, which takes about 15 to 30 days. Tonight, myself, members of the fire department, Office of Community Solutions staff, and members of the city manager's department are here to answer any questions about the activity itself and CDBG, should members of city council have any questions. That is it from me. That is a full-blown overview of CDBG, but I will turn it over to you guys.
Thank you. Can I ask, I know that last Thursday, we got an email from Dan Rosenzweig at Habitat suggesting some ways that they could put that money to use. I was wondering whether you had had a chance to look at that suggestion and to figure out how that might plug into what other recommendations you might be making.
Yes, so their activity, the biggest timeliness challenge with them is their housing activity would require a large environmental review, which takes about 2 to 3 months to complete. So that's the first step.
Review by whom for what? I mean, all of these have been through site plan and so on. What has to be reviewed here?
So hang on, repeat your question again.
Okay, I mean, all of these proposals, they've listed a total of 4 different things that are basically just finishing up work at developments that have already been built, basically. And so presumably it shouldn't take additional environmental reviews and so on just to finish that which has already been approved.
But now you're adding federal funding to it, which makes the entire site plan subject to federal requirements. So it has to go through 58.5 and 58.35A, which has to go through historical, and for Nassau, for example, it has to go through floodplain subjects. So that's not through the city, it has to go through the state DHR, which all take about a month.
So if we are supposed to get all of this solved and all the money allocated by May 2nd?
Yes.
And I take it that you all don't think that you could get these habitat funds, these habitat projects through the requisite approvals in time?
No.
I mean, is that something where, oh, come on, surely if somebody just puts the pedal to the metal, we can make this happen? Or is it, oh, come on, this is the federal government you're talking about? In other words, is this, how serious is this, is the risk that it doesn't get done if we give the money, if we suggest the money should go to that cause?
It's very serious.
Pretty serious.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kafuna, I didn't hear what you said.
It's good evening, councilors. It's very serious. You know, we look at all the options available to us in terms of spending the money before May 2nd. And I understand that the proposal from Habitat, while it's all good and well, it's not going to help staff meet the compliance requirement by HUD. And it will put the city on HUD's violation list, and we don't want to be on that list. And secondly, it could affect the money we are going to get in the future years if we don't spend that money by May 2nd.
So the amount of money we need to be trying to spend in an appropriate manner is $385,536.31.
Correct. So the first portion that we have available now is that $140,585.49. And then July 1st, we'll get the remaining $244,950.82. So the fire activity, which staff is here tonight to talk about, if you guys have questions about it. The full $140,585.49 would be spent now. And then a portion of the 244 would be spent July 1st. If you guys did want to put the remaining 168,336 out for RFP for some type of housing activity, that is an option for the Habitat for Humanity, the PHA, the CRHA, the LEAP activities that was being emailed about last week. That's an option, but I do need the first chunk, that 140,585.49, to be fully spent out within the next 2 months.
And the only vehicle for that you've identified is the fire department.
Correct.
Okay. And so if we wanted to help out Habitat or some other housing entity, that would involve an RFP.
Correct.
That would involve, what would be the deadline associated with allocating that $244,000? Clearly not May 2nd, because we wouldn't. be
No,
getting it
because
until-
we would have to
until
follow our
July.
citizen participation plan, and I had to pull it. We have a full process for that. Our citizen participation plan says we have to put out a 30-day ad. All applicants have to go through a technical assistance meeting with me prior to applying to understand the full grant requirements. I mean, we have a full process for that. It's not just email council, here's my proposal, give me the money
Sure.
type.
Okay, but I guess I just want to make sure that if we were to approve 140,585.49 to go to the fire department to fund some or as much of the proposal as they've got, that's the absolute bare minimum that would need to be done right now.
Right.
And then we could think further about what should happen with the other $245,000. In other words, we don't have to approve that so that it can be spent before May 2nd. Right?
Technically, you would need to, you were basically supporting some portion of the 240 because of the request that was received from the fire department.
Okay, I mean, assuming that we were to say, yes, we want to fund the fire department proposal to the tune of 217.2, then yes, some of it would have to be, I mean, all of it, I mean, we would use up all of the oldest money and we would have to commit some of the newer money as well. But then the remainder of it, the roughly
168,336.31, that would be remaining.
Okay, and that could be allocated in a more orderly fashion.
Correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Sorry to have jumped in on top of things. Other
No, you're
councilors
good.
have questions?
It's
Yes,
my understanding. Oh,
Go ahead.
it's my understanding that this is not going to take all of the money.
Yes.
There will be some, and that hopefully we'll be able to take a little bit longer to look at some other requests. Both possibly from Habitat and PHA and some other places as well. But that we've also got that the smoke alarms, the stovetop fire, the carbon monoxide. The carbon monoxide, I know the fire department's never been able to bring in. I've actually, when I lived in 10th and Page, the fire department came and replaced my smoke detectors, which I was very grateful. They didn't have carbon monoxide detectors at that time, and I don't even know what a stovetop fire stop is, but I'm assuming it's another part of this fire prevention program that's been very successful, but also has continuously not been funded. It's one of those things that keeps getting kicked off down the road, and whenever the fire department's got a little bit of extra somewhere, they try to put it into this. And keeping houses from burning down is a way to keep them affordable too. That's all I gotta say.
And generally a good thing.
I have a few questions. So the narrative makes reference to the following housing energy retrofit and fire activities have been identified, but there's no housing energy retrofit items listed. Was that contemplated, or should that be one of the options for us?
Say your question again.
In the narrative, in the agenda item, it says, quote, the following housing energy retrofit, comma, and fire activities have been identified as immediate and CDBG eligible spend down activities, but then in listed allocations for us to make a policy decision and vote on, there are no housing energy retrofits items listed. Were those previously contemplated as a policy choice for us to make, or should they be in there but aren't listed?
So this activity is actually, this is what HUD defines as a housing energy retrofit item.
Okay. And how long has staff known that there would be this amendment and that this pool of money would need to be reallocated? How long has this been in discussion and consideration?
How long have I known about the timeliness issue? Is that?
Not the timeliness issue, but that this allocation for the Franklin Street sidewalk would be reallocated and there would be a policy decision in front of council for what to spend it on.
Within weeks.
Okay. And in that process, was there any solicitation from outside the city in terms of housing needs or other things that it could be spent on?
No, same process that we did last year for timeliness. We looked at last year's unfunded RFPs first, and then we reached out to city departments as far as whether they had any eligible CDBG activities that could meet the 2-month timeliness frame, because HUD also needs 30 days to review the action plan amendment, and then we went from there.
And were there any nonprofits or community partners who have received CDBG in the past that reached out about expenses they thought could be spent in the timeliness? And if so, were they engaged with? Were those considered, or just what was sort of the process?
Yes, almost everyone has reached out to me, and I've talked with everyone about their eligibility. A lot of them have the big housing ones. Big housing activities have environmental review concerns. Those environmental reviews will take approximately 2 to 3 months to complete, which is something that we don't have the luxury to do at this time. But the remaining 168,000 that is left, I think that's the correct number that I said before. Yeah, 168,000 that is left at the end of this. If we do a formal RFP at the end, that's totally a viable option for all the housing agencies to apply for. But at this time, I need a quick fix for what the city's facing. Other concerns that staff listed, Harmony Ridge needs city council approval for development road approval. What was other ones? Some of them have Section 3 procurement issues. Yeah, I mean, there was various concerns that wouldn't fit the timeline.
And so there's nothing currently underway now in terms of preparing for an RFP or solicitation for that second round of money.
No, right now my current priority is fixing the timeliness issue.
Okay. Well, I'll just say my final comment, my memory could be definitely be wrong, but I feel like in previous city manager, several months ago that this was discussed and brought up. And I will just say, I feel as if I don't think the process was adequate enough to feel like I was presented with options to choose from. I feel a little boxed in terms of being presented only one option, and given this point in the process, that boxing us into needing to make one decision. I do feel like this was a wasted opportunity to at least evaluate and look as a policy option for council at possible expenditures on vitally needed affordable housing needs. And perhaps we would look at those options and still go with this expenditure, but I think it's vital as our policy decision as council to have those options. And for that reason, for me feeling like this process was inadequate and not full enough, I will not be voting in support of it for that reason.
My understanding that we're at this point, because this money was allocated to the Franklin Street sidewalks, just as a summary, and because of various reasons and holdups, it couldn't be used for that project, and we got kind of caught in the bind, and we had to use the money by a certain deadline, and staff looked at the projects that had been submitted in the past, and this one was one of the projects, was the project that could be used by May the 2nd.
Correct. And the delays for the sidewalk included, I mean, there were multitude. There were stormwater delays, engineering, design delays by the consultant, COVID. It was a lot more
So-
on the construction side.
So the 168 now that's left over, what's going to happen to the sidewalks? Will 168? I understand this may be going back out to be RFP for other projects, but will that sidewalk project eventually take place? But it's just a little bit too much right now.
Yeah, so a future CDBG allocation will be used for the sidewalk once staff is ready to come back to it. The issue with the sidewalk currently is achieving right of way. That's where we were stuck at it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm supportive of this. I think that somehow my email got left off, and I just heard about other options, I think, this weekend. So, and it was probably too late, particularly I understand that the environmental review has to get done. And so hopefully these, Habitat and Piedmont and, the entire community that's eligible will, if we put out an RFP, they will submit, and they all sound like great projects. So, but thank you.
I wonder if anyone from the fire department would like to give us about just a couple minutes to explain the 4 specific requests that are being made. Either Dr. Smith or Captain Power, or whatever your title is, Mr. Powers.
If Chief's not jumping on, I'll hit on 3 of the 4. The smoke alarms are smoke alarms. They're actually the dual sensing smoke alarms. Smoke alarms in homes will, in apartments and single family homes, reduce the risk of fire death by over half. The carbon monoxide alarms that Councilor McGill was talking about, it's something that we've never been able to fund before. It's kind of like smoke alarms. We've had the funding because of some reimbursement from various things, and we always try to figure out the most creative way to buy smoke alarms, because that's what we can put in. And we do a great program with those, but we've never been able to do carbon monoxide alarms. And carbon monoxide is that colorless, odorless, tasteless gas that will get you, especially if you have gas-fired appliances in your home. So this is a great opportunity for us to really impact our community from a carbon monoxide standpoint. The stovetop fire stops that Ms. McGill didn't know what they were. The leading cause of house fires or home fires in the United States is because of cooking. So these virtually eliminate or greatly reduce cooking fires by being placed right above the stove. So if you have an unattended cooking fire or unattended cooking and it catches on fire, it immediately extinguishes the fire. So smoke alarms for early alerting. Stovetop fire stops to stop the cooking when folks like me can't cook and they burn their food, and carbon monoxide alarms to alert you to those areas where they have that tasteless, odorless gas. Chief Smith, did you want to talk about the auto pulse, the CPR assist devices?
Absolutely. Am I good? Yeah. So essentially, when we talk about saving lives, there's a multifaceted approach that's involved in that. And essentially what the compression device provides for us is an extra set of hands, ultimately, to deliver chest compressions in an attempt to resuscitate someone from a cardiac arrest incident. And subsequently, if they're transported to the hospital and they're rearrested, firefighters don't have to stand in the back of an ambulance or try to do CPR while being restrained. The devices can actually work autonomously, basically, to deliver chest compressions in an attempt to save a life. So ultimately, that provides a more efficient process for us, and it addresses the safety concerns, certainly moving patients and also doing transports if that was to occur in a cardiac arrest situation and the persons were to rearrest. So that's kind of what the CPR devices are about and how they're going to bring value to our service delivery model.
So would those be kept by you on the fire trucks, on the ambulances?
Yes, sir. And actually our partners, cars actually has some as well. So it makes for a more comprehensive approach to our service delivery.
And then the other three, I'm just curious, how many smoke alarms for $20,000?
Smoke alarms for $20,000. The dual sensor smoke alarms will get us 580 smoke alarms. We can go with a cheaper alarm, but 20,000 will get us about 580.
Okay. How many of the fire stops for 40,000?
1,100, 1,100.
And how
It's
many?
1,100 pairs. So 2 come in a pack, 2 go on top of somebody's stove.
How many CO alarms for 15,000?
522. And
how
those
many
those will
CPR?
alert in a multiple. I think it's 3 different languages. Those alert in and provide voice. Yeah, they provide voice commands to tell people what the best thing to do, because there's different levels of CO alarms.
And how many of the CPR assist devices would we be getting?
I think it's a total of 8.
Okay, so those are $17,000 a piece or something like that.
Yes, sir. You're better at math than I am.
Actually, it's about 18, close. Anyway, councilors,
Mr.
other questions? Yeah.
Can you sort of summarize what we're going to be voting on? I've gotten lost.
Well, we have a couple of choices. It seems to me the one choice that's the easiest choice would just be to say, all right, let's allocate, let's approve the 140,585.49 that has to be approved right now. And then say to the fire department, we're approving you 140,585.49, and we'll put the request for the other 70,000 into the hopper for the next time. The other possibility is say, let's just go ahead and approve the 217,200 and recognize that 140,000 of it is going to be spent right away, and the other $70,000 would come out of the next batch of money, and then we would have to have a new RFP or other procedure to figure out the best way to spend that other, what's that, $170,000. I mean, it seems to me those are the two options, or the third option is to do nothing, and I don't recommend that. But.
Well, we should not do nothing.
From your end,
money.
does it matter? For example, if we were to say, okay, we're going to do the least we can do, and we're going to approve 140,585.49 for the fire department, but the fire department's request is fairly specific in 4 regards for 217.2. Would we just say to the fire department, we're giving you 140,585.49, spend it as you want to within those 4 categories? Or would we have to break it down specifically? You know, so many smoke alarms, so many CO alarms, you know, whatever.
I wouldn't break it down specifically because that might cause some issues on the procurement finance side of things.
So would it be okay just to say, yes, 140,000 goes to the fire department, and then their request for the other $77,000 would be one of the requests to be considered in the next tranche?
I would just go ahead and do that now, and then we can break that next tranche out now as well.
I don't know whether other counselors have a concern about sort of preemptively taking out about, I don't know, 30-40% of the money from the next tranche without it having been subjected to any sort of competitive process. If you do, then it would seem to me the thing to do would be to say, well, let's go ahead and appropriate the smallest amount of money that spends us down to keep us legal, and keep the other, you know, what's that, 245 basically to be spent, and let the fire department be considered as one of the options for some of that 245.
My thought is having as much as is possible to go through a competitive process to ensure we're spending it on the best project that best meets community needs.
I can go with that.
Juan, you cool with that too? How about you, Sina?
I mean, we have been going through timeliness issues every other meeting, it seems like. And this is something that's actually going to take the money in one, not all of it, but at least the things that are hanging over our head the worst, and might actually give a little bit of breathing room to staff. I think this is a good use of the money. I think it suits the CDBG purposes. And I mean, I understand the wanting to see more. And so anyways, yeah, I would just go with it the way it is, but it sounds like the majority of council wants to amend it. And if so, fine.
Okay, I note that it is 11 o'clock and we have previously said that we're trying to end things at 11 o'clock. So are we at a point where we have the resolution that has been drafted for us? It would need to be amended. I'm not quite sure how it would need to be amended. Ms. Robertson, got any suggestions for us? I'm not familiar enough with the language that you have used in the resolution you've suggested to know how I would amend it.
Yes, so staff provided that resolution, and so the wording of that resolution assumes that you would be approving the activities referred to in the memo, which would constitute an amendment of the 2018 to 2022 consolidated plan. So if to get this done, you would need to, I think, first make a motion, and Aaron, you may have to help me out, but first you would need to make a motion to amend the proposed fiscal year 2018 to 2019 substantial action plan to say what you want it to say in terms of what gets funded and what doesn't. And then you would move to approve the resolution for approval of the fiscal year 2018-19 substantial action plan amendment with the changes that you noted by your motion. I'm sorry it's so complicated. It's just that the resolution was prepared by staff very specifically to match up with the timeliness activities referenced in the staff report.
Well, suppose we said, be it resolved, the Charlottesville City Council hereby approves an amendment to the fiscal year 2018-2019 substantial action plan to award $140,585.49 to the Charlottesville Fire Department for fire alarms, fire stops, carbon monoxide alarms, and auto pulse CPR assist devices.
But that's, I'm sorry, what have you changed? That sounded like all of that. You're just approving less money for the same items?
Well, the resolution that we've frankly, as I look at the resolution we've been given, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that I understand what it's approving. And so what I just said, we're approving an amendment to the substantial action plan to award that amount of money to the fire department for these activities.
So the full activity costs $217,200. Do you want to write the resolution for that full amount?
Apparently, the prevailing sentiment on council is to have as much of that money be subjected to competitive processes as possible. And so my understanding of other folks' views on things, we've got a majority in favor of awarding only the amount 140,585.49 that we have to award right now, and then that's it.
Okay.
Am I summarizing things correctly, councilors?
So how about, as Mayor Snook suggested, there should be a motion to approve a substantial action plan amendment in the total amount of the dollar amount you want to reference. And with that money being allocated to the activities identified in the staff report.
Okay, effectively the same thing.
Is there a motion to do that from anyone?
Yes.
Is there a
Juan
second?
Diego.
Is there a second?
I'd just like to add that I think in the resolution, we need to be clear because the resolution is the document that gets certified. We need
I'm trying to get you there,
specify-
Ms. Thomas. I'm trying to get
Okay.
you there. Let's have a motion to approve a dollar amount with related activities, if we could do that first. And that will be the approved, substantial action plan amendment. That will be the action plan amendment to be approved by the resolution. So if we could have a motion to modify the proposed substantial action plan amendment to be the dollar amount 100, what did you say, 142?
$140,585.49.
Okay, that dollar amount to be allocated to the activities identified in the staff report. That's the motion. There's a second?
Is that a good formulation for you, Juan? You were the mover. Okay, they've got to move a motion from Vice Mayor Wade. Is there a second?
Second.
Brian seconds. Other discussion?
Does this get public discussion at all?
It did last meeting.
Yeah, this is a second reading.
Yes.
I would just note that Joy Johnson has their hand raised and has to speak on the item, but that's up to you as Chair Lloyd.
Well, I think we are where we are. If Ms. Johnson wants to put in for some portion of the other $240-some thousand, that's fine. But I think we are where we are. I think we got to go ahead. So we've got a motion. We have a second. Ms. Thomas?
Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Dissatisfaction of the overall process? No.
Councilor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
All right, passes 4-1. That
All right, now we're
I
going
didn't
to
hear
need a
Vice-
motion. I'm sorry. Now we need your motion to approve the resolution adopting the substantial action plan amendment as you just modified it. Sorry. We've got to get this resolution approved.
we could argue at some other time whether it was necessary for us to move to amend something that wasn't ours in the first place. But in any event, can we have a motion to do what Ms. Robertson just said?
Motion to approve the resolution for approval of the fiscal year 2018-2019 substantial action plan amendment as City Council just to find it.
I so move.
Okay. Ryan moves. Juan, were you raising your hand?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Same process reasons, no.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
that passes 4-1. All right, so go solve the problem, Ms. Attack, and we'll deal with the other $244,000 in the fullness of time.
Thank you, Councilors.
So let's see, as we have no other items of general business. Are there any other business items for consideration? Any
No.
questions for the city manager for follow-up?
Just a very quick follow-up. It was mentioned about the central pipeline in the public comment. I feel most of my questions have been answered, but I do believe it would be beneficial for the public for that to be at least in a report or something to people be informed of the change.
I would agree with that. I don't have problems with the way that the Rivanna water and sewer people have been going about the process, but I would like to know more, and certainly the public would like to know more. So if we could put that down for some form of public consideration at some point, that would be great. We can talk about the details later. So the last item on the agenda would be public comment. We had talked at a prior meeting about the notion of not having public comment if we didn't get to that point until after 11 o'clock. And I frankly don't remember what we decided on that. Does anybody have any thoughts?
We never changed it.
Well, and I would note our agenda has the second matters by the public. So
Yeah.
I think we should stick with the published agenda.
Okay, well, we had said that after 11 o'clock, we weren't going to start new things. I just didn't remember whether that included public comment. So let's move on to the public comment at that point. Final opportunity for members from the public who were not able to speak during community matters is the way it's worded here. Speakers will be given up to 3 minutes. You may join the speaker queue by selecting the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar or by pressing *9 if you have joined by phone. Are there any speakers, Mr. Dillahunt?
We have 3. Joy Johnson, if she would still like to speak from the previous item. Joy, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Joy.
Yeah, good evening. Mr. Snook, I just want you to know, I did not have a proposal. I just wanted to comment on the process of CBDG. Number next, Aaron is a problem because Aaron knew about this way before 2 weeks. This is not the first time something like this has come up. I do have some students who are researching CBDG and will be asking to present it both to council and to the public about what CBDG money is supposed to be used for. It is for poor people. It is supposed to revitalize neighborhood, and this process has not been working. Next, Michael, do not apologize for advocating for what you feel. Never apologize. Thank you tonight for standing up for the voiceless. Next, I don't like it when we're pitted against the school system. When I say we, I am talking about affordable housing. I'm talking about people who makes less than 30% of the AMI. I don't like it. Something needs to change. And we do need to have a serious conversation about affordable housing and the definition of what affordability is. You have to be serious about this. And basically what I'm seeing here on council is that, Mr. Snook, taking away the public comment period at the end is very unfair because some people stay up all night just to be able to say or exercise their freedom of speech of what they see. So I would ask the council not to take that away, because sometimes we don't get to speak at the beginning. Once again, CBDG money, y'all need to look at that. Number next is that affordable housing, you have to have a serious conversation. And most of the time, you all are talking about PHA and habitat, but CRHA is doing work that nobody is talking about. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Mayor Snook, Tanisha Hudson has her hand raised once again. Would you like to permit her to speak a second time?
What did we decide about that last time, people, when we were talking about it at the retreat? I thought we had said that we would not, but I don't really remember clearly.
Yeah, we said that we weren't, if someone spoke again, but because we've been at this for now 7.5 hours. If she's passionate about speaking on something, we definitely will hear her, but that's what we mentioned at the retreat.
Okay.
So I would say we can let her speak.
That's fine. Tanisha, go for it.
First and foremost, it's a citizen's constitutional right to speak. You all cover things after the first public comment, and then you don't want public participation. So legally, Lisa Robertson needs to take a look at that, because I thought you had to allow people the opportunity to speak when you've discussed new items. Now on to further business. As I stated earlier in my public comment, you all have to be intentional about what you're defining as affordable housing. As I stated earlier, and as Ms. Joy Johnson just stated, you are leaving a very large portion of citizens out back in this community. You are leaving them behind. You are not including them. And on top of that, PHA has gotten a lot of money from this city, and you're ready, whether you mean to mention them or not, when you talk about the CDBG fund or not, you said their name and you clearly left out CRHA. This is absurd. It's disturbing and disgusting. Michael, thank you so much for standing up and bowing out and really standing on what you ran on, unlike other people on council. You have to be intentional about affordable housing, because the word affordable does not mean that you're including low-income people. I gave you a specific example in the first public comment about Woodard getting a $800,000 loan from the city, partner with PHA to buy Dogwood Housing, who has catered to the low-income community members of this community. And they have now turned those apartments into, you have to make $42,000 a year to live in them. And we're talking about the Page Street neighborhood, a neighborhood that houses most of the low-income people in this community. It's ridiculous. And the nerve of you all to sit up there and act like this is not a problem. Your low-wage workers for the city of Charlottesville, whether it's the city of Charlottesville or the University of Virginia, cannot afford to live in your city. And you are absolutely okay with that. It's disturbing. And as far as the second public comment, you can bet that I will definitely be seeking legal advice on making sure that you all cannot do that, or that you modify, so that when you do discuss things at the end of the meeting, that the public can still have input, because each and every last one of you were adamant about being transparent and inclusive to this community and cutting out the last part of public comment. I don't like to stay up. I work just like y'all work. I have a family to take care of just like you. And I wait on these meetings so that I can speak for the people who don't have the time to speak, because they're out there working 2 jobs, bagging your groceries, wiping your family members' tails in nursing homes and so forth. So trust me when I say this is not what I want to do.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Next up is Mark Cavett. Mark, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening.
First, I want to make a comment concerning 5th Street extended. Question is, how do you change bad behavior? And I'm referring to speeding, drunk driving, going through stoplights. My wife, actually, her car got hit one day a few years back when someone went through a stoplight at front of the food line over there. And I think that's really the big issue on that strip of road. I'm going to read something that I was hoping to be able to say earlier tonight, but it still pertains to some of the concerns with Nassau. It may well be that the council decides tonight that it's worth taking the risk of flooding losses to get more housing units built. But ultimately, it's not the council that will bear the losses, but rather the people who live in the units constructed by the applicant. The residents are going to bear the risk, and they will need to be able to make an informed choice. That residents should be informed that flood risk is a policy of law in Virginia now. Just a few weeks ago, section 55.1-708.2 of the Virginia Code came into effect. Give me a second. Basically that mandates real estate sellers disclose the risk of flood to new buyers. Definition of flood risk relates to actual claims, so this property might escape the mandated disclosure under the law by a loophole. The disclosure of the flood risk situation of the property, to wit, that under recent FEMA flood maps, the property was in a floodplain. There's only out of the floodplain based on a letter of the map revision solicited by the owner of the land, and concerns as to the accuracy. That there's historical evidence of flooding in the vicinity during extreme weather events such as Hurricane Camille, Hurricane in 42, and others. If the council is going to permit building here, it should make sure the residents get make sure the residents get informed of the choice that they are in a floodplain. Be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot.
Our next speaker is Dee Gathers. You have 3 minutes. You're on with council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Lisa Gathers, 10th page area, and I wanted to have 3 pieces that I want to talk about. First, I want to talk about just first of all, finding your calendar on your website and finding the link to these meetings. If you really want to connect with the community well, it would be ideal to make sure that's on the front page versus all of our city council members, or making sure that that is clear and easy to get to, because you want to create and show that you really are concerned about the community. Second, feedback. I've been listening tonight, and there's very few people that you even give any feedback to or even acknowledge their statements. I think if you're going to kill off the moment at the end of the night, I think you need to fill it with just telling us the feedback that you got from the public community, so you can show that you heard us and that you heard our concerns, because I never hear the feedback from that time period. Last, 22% increase in the 10th and Page neighborhood. I'm a little concerned about that.
Ms. Gathers, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I think you might have put something over the microphone on your computer.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so you did hear me speaking about feedback, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm just talking about the 22% increase for the 10th and Page area. I'm a little concerned about that, because you're talking about the Black community, you're talking about low income, and you're talking about people who's also been in this neighborhood forever. And if you're basing this off of sales of the new property, it's probably because you pushed out the ones that could not afford their homes, or they couldn't be there in the first place. So therefore, what are you doing to the people that you're increasing? And if you want to tax someone, tax the people moving in, and they're the ones who can afford it versus the people that's been there for a long time. Thank you for your time, but please consider it, and I hope to have feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gathers. And
Next
let me just say, to give a little feedback right on her last proposal, there is a proposal to have a constitutional amendment in Virginia that would allow us to treat longtime residents of a neighborhood differently from folks who had just moved in. We don't presently have the authority to treat them differently. There is a proposal that would allow us to treat them differently. That's got to pass the General Assembly and then the voters before we would be able to do that. So that we can't do that today, this year, certainly.
Next up is Gloria Beard. Gloria, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I want to give props to the young man, where the young people from Augusta, Albemarle County that's cleaning up snow for the seniors.
Yes.
And I'm still not certain who's supposed to help us in Charlottesville, but I have a neighbor that came to help me, and he must heard me speak about it, because I'm disabled. I can't shovel my own snow when it's deep. And I wanted to talk about taxes. I noticed my taxes went up this time. I got a letter, and they went up, and it's because of that dairy they put up there. I mean, taxes. I'm Tenton Page, and my taxes went up. And I want to know, is that because of the dairy they build, all those apartments that's overpriced? And please answer that if you can.
I don't really know why it's gone up. It's gone up all over the city.
All over the city?
Yes, ma'am, but 10th and Page has been a little bit higher than average.
Yeah, I know. So I don't understand. I'm on a set income. I hope they ain't trying to tax me out of my home. I worked hard for my house. It'll be horrible. I'm concerned about that. And I want to bring up an issue that I brought up before, and other people have too. And I know that city council said they can't do much of anything. Those elevators down at Midway Manor went down again this week. And now this is going to be a dangerous situation. If a fire would break out and those people can't get downstairs, most of them are crippled on walkers, wheelchairs, and crutches. So what is y'all? If y'all can't do nothing, y'all can at least call these new people that took over. I got numbers, addresses, and everything, emails. I called the fire department and talked to one of the people there, and they was very concerned too. Somebody better do something about Midway Manor and those people that own the place. It's going to be a disaster if something happened with them elderly people. I love people. I love all people, but elderly, definitely. I took care of elderly people when I was young. Now I'm an elderly lady, and I got a house right now and family. Some of those people don't even have families. Somebody better care. You don't have to do nothing. Make some phone calls like I do. I even called the newspaper, but I mean the TV station, but I didn't hear nothing on television. Nobody announced it on the news because I kept up with it after I, made the call. But I care about those people. Please, you all, use your power. You have the power, use it. If I had the power, I would use it. I have a mouth though, so please care about people because we all getting old. Like I tell my children, keep on living. Keep on living. Good night. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Beard.
Mayor Snook, that was the final raised hand.
Okay, well, I guess we're.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Does anyone know what's going on with Midway Manor and the elevators? Or is that our building or someone else's building?
Yes, just very briefly, it's not ours. It's a privately owned building. It's an ongoing issue. We can raise awareness about it. I think the one big decision we could prepare for, it's a low-income housing tax credit property that affordability will be ending. How do we begin to save money to prepare for preserving its affordability?
Do you know when it ends?
I can get that to you. I can't remember the exact year.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like there is one additional hand, Ange Khan. You have 3 minutes with council.
Hi, I am just following up on the issue I brought up at ACRJ that was not addressed. I'm wondering if you all had the opportunity to go and take a tour of ACRJ's facility. The response from Coomer is, if that's what you're accepting, that's not acceptable. There are loved ones in the community, and their loved ones are detained in ACRJ who they are concerned about. And so I will ask again that you all take the initiative to go check on the facility. That it's really important. And I did have something else, but unfortunately it's too late at night for me to remember. But I would strongly urge you all to do that. And then, oh, I know what I wanted to say. Regarding Woodward properties, I don't know if you all are aware, but they typically do not use private landlords as references. They don't accept that as a past reference history, to my understanding. So that could also be an issue when you're talking about providing funds and funding or whatever the case may be. That might be something to look into, is the practices of the people that you're allowing funds to, that you're allocating funds to. That is a problem there. And I think I brought that up a while ago as well. So, and then on the issue of feedback, and I think Dee Gathers mentioned this, when we're bringing things to you as community members, we expect a response. Like, you cannot just take the information and do nothing with it. You literally need to address, at least, if you're not going to address them the night of, do the follow-up. Do the follow-up feedback. These concerns are being raised at every meeting, but there's no answers being given to the public who are raising these concerns. That's an issue. You can't just dead that. We have the right to know the answers to the questions that we're presenting to you. You are the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
And Don Gathers is also having his hand raised. Don, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. Quick question on zoning. When the zones were redrawn, or when the lines were redrawn, was the dairy market and this property there included in the 10th and Page neighborhood, or was it shifted over to Venable? And I think that the validity of that exists, of that question is, it's pertinent, the answer to that question, because if 10th and Page's assessments, taxes, real estate values are being looked at or going up significantly, I'd like to know whether Venable is facing that same issue. Many people didn't even know that the lines or that the areas had been redrawn. The lines have been redistricted. So I think that it's important that folks get an answer to that question. Excuse me. And if we're interested in raising money, raising funds, and I'm sure that there's every particular reason why we need to do that, has anybody looked at possibly this particular council mustering up the kahunas to actually go ahead and condemn that Dewberry blight that's down on the downtown mall, and actually utilize that space for something that could generate some revenue for the city? I mean, we can't keep kicking this can down the road. Eventually, somebody's got to muster up the wherewithal, if you will, to go ahead and do something about that property and tackle that monster, if you will, head on. Somebody's eventually going to have to bite the bullet. We can't just let the thing sit there in perpetuity and just continue to be a blight on the mall and on the city. That could be a significant area of generating revenue, and we're not doing anything with it. We're not doing anything about it. So I seriously hope that this council will look at biting the bullet, doing whatever's necessary, and taking the proper steps to go ahead and get that property condemned, torn down, and build something feasible and helpful to the city and the citizens and the proprietors of that particular area. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Gathers. I guess since we're getting into the notion of responding, let me note that neighborhoods, as we may think of them, don't have any legal significance. There is nothing in the code or any place that says where their boundaries are of the Venable neighborhood as opposed to 10th and Page. And so if the suggestion is that somehow or another the Dairy Central project is causing the rent, or is causing the property values in 10th and Page to rise, but not Venable, my guess is, number one, we can't necessarily draw that conclusion that it's making that any one particular building is causing anything to rise. But number two, it wouldn't matter whether something is technically in 10th and Page or technically in Venable, because there is in fact no technical definition. There's simply the practical definition that we all use. So that's kind of hard to deal with otherwise. As far as the Dewberry Hotel project, the law is that we can't condemn it as long as it's not actively dangerously falling down. If we wanted to try to buy it from Mr. Dewberry, we could at a fair market value, which we've estimated, according to our tax people, to be roughly $6 million. And even if you were willing to do that, I don't know that we've got $6 million that we could spend on that, much less do anything with it. So, but I share your frustration, Mr. Gathers.
There are no additional hands raised.
All right. So at 11:36 p.m., we are adjourned. Thank you all.